Bro, listen up. I gotta drop a spoiler about this series that takes the vibe from mid to let him cook. This is one of those VR series like Shangri-La. The whole issue there is you feel like nothing is really at stake, right? It is just a game. Dude dies, he respawns. Who cares? That is where the spoiler hits because this super hype VR capsule everybody plugs into it. It is low-key a gate straight to other dimensions. Nobody knows the truth, but every NPC getting sliced up is dead for real. Every server is an actual place, and the absolute beast walking through those worlds is our main guy. They call him the King of Violence, this SS solo ranker. No guild, no squad, no friends, just one dude walking around absolutely clapping every single player solo. Guilds would send 50, 100 sweats to jump him, and bro would snatch at least 10 top ranker heads before catching an L. This dude was like Faker going full sicko mode on the server. But every solo legend pulls some haters, and his is a guild that could only stop him by grouping up 300 players and spamming every single broken item and skill they had at the exact same time. Their leader is this discount big-eared Sung Jin Woo named Odin King of Creation, ranked #1 globally. He had to rally every single hunter, use the most busted items, and set the dirtiest trap. But eventually his squad packed Rokon up not once but 8 times, since every death snatches levels right off him until the King of Violence fell completely off the leaderboards. On the final run, Odin looks down at my bro, sitting at 2% HP surrounded by the sweatiest players alive, and offers him a guild spot out of pure pity. Rokon laughs right in his face and promises to absolutely fold him one day, so Odin deletes him. Rokon does not know yet, but the nickname King of Violence was given because he is a straight-up menace who thinks he is out there erasing pixels, not actual lives. He wakes up the next day down in the dumps, ready for normal struggles like rent, but something is off. His VR capsule is gone. The room looks totally wrong. He sprints to a store and his buddy looks at him like he is tweaking, saying it is 2021. 3 years in the past, the game has not even dropped yet. Bro's first theory, this is some wild illusion Odin cast on him, so he stands dead in the street screaming Odin's name like a total crash out until the cops drag him away. He gets let go with a warning and maximum secondhand embarrassment. Still not buying it, he moves to plan B, sprinting face first into a street pole to wake up. Straight up goofy cartoon behavior. But now he is positive he went back in time. This is where you see why this guy was rank 1. Zero crying, absolutely zero existential crisis. He walks straight into a gym and starts obliterating a punching bag with a fighting style nobody in the room has ever witnessed. Of course they have not. This was his own custom combat style polished back when he was the top dog globally. He knows once the lore drops, real martial arts will matter to everybody because players are going to get packed up constantly, even by weak mobs if they cannot control their own bodies. These gamers were just used to sweating on keyboard and mouse. All that is about to change. That is why understanding and mastering your physical form was the absolute biggest flex. By now, he accepts he regressed 3 years into the past, and in exactly 1 month the game drops. So he locks in on full revenge against those toxic ops. He will make them pay. 1 month later, he finally logs back into the Lord. They ask for his username, and he proudly drops that he is Rokon. Soon as he loads in, he runs straight into a goblin raid. Even though this is just a tutorial, tons of noobs get wiped. When a level 2 goblin charges him, he one-shots it with a single punch announcing that the King of Violence has returned. Then Rokon secures a massive title right off the bat. Here is where we learn his strat. Instead of grinding the basic RPG route and farming random mobs just to level up, he's going after the hardest flex, the toughest achievements. Starting right in this tutorial, he is supposed to just run away from the raided village, but he is not doing that. Thanks to leaks from an old player named Tolkien, he knows this quest hides a secret. The actual goal is not just running away, it is wiping them out flawlessly. So that is the meta strat he brings from the future to sweep this tutorial. While the village gets griefed by goblins, some girl is running from 2 of them when Rokon pulls up, clips them both, and pushes the mission to the next phase. Now he has to pack up 25 goblins. He needs to 1v1 them or gank them at the perfect moment. His current body count sits at 9, but he knows once a few remain they will camp around their boss, so he needs a brand new strat. He hits a potion shop, but the second he walks in he has to flat out smoke 3 goblins, falling to 20% health. Luckily, after chugging a healing, Potion Bro is back to full HP. Then he hears some yelling and figures it has to be about him. They are hunting him down, and soon the boss orders a hit on Rokon, but he was literally baiting that. As he chugs his backup plan, stacking insane magic potions for dexterity and strength, he gets crazy buffed, and these goblins become literally light work for him. He starts shredding through every single one of them back to back, and the game drops a brand new achievement, Natural Fighter. Bro still does not level up, but his strength and endurance are already hitting level 10 stats. A few goblins are still kicking, and he wants to test this new buff out. He pops goblin heads in seconds, but gets way too sloppy for a split second, and the level 15 goblin boss jumps him. Rokan tanks the first hit, then starts weaving the boss's crazy combos, pretty shocked by how hard it hits. Still, he is completely hyped. Sure, he already figured out its whole attack pattern. He dodges, rushes in, and aims a lethal strike right at its dome. But he actually misreads the goblin's move and barely takes off an ear. Then it grabs Rokan and body slams him into the dirt, dropping him to 20% health. The boss gears up to finish him off, but Rokan dodges and dips out, realizing he absolutely cannot beat this thing with his trash gear and low level. So he knows exactly what the play is. He shouts out his next move, a super fast strategic retreat that honestly just makes the goblin way angrier. While our guy screams for his life, he baits the monster into chasing him toward a house. Starting bad from the game's crazy hyper-realism, he pulls out option 3, a fire-resistant scroll that lets him tank flames for 10 whole minutes. Now he just has to lure the goblin inside, but the big guy shows up before he even calls it. Rokan jokingly asks if they can just talk this out, but the ugly dude only swings. In the end, our guy cannot quite block the final strike and falls straight into critical condition. Totally desperate, he chunks his axe but whiffs, completely realizing he should not have been acting so cocky. The goblin turns around as the axe knocks down a massive support beam. Right at that exact second, Rokan bails out a window, flips the bird as a goodbye, and the goblin boss never even notices it just dug its own grave. Rokan's huge brain play totally works. He used the environment. Even so, it low-key bothers him because he hates relying on outside tactics to get the W. Still, he promises to get his revenge on Odin, and the game blesses his insane clutch with 3 brand new titles. Descendant of David 17-1 and Nothing is Impossible, plus some mystery chests and Pandaro. His sweet new passives bring extra perks like vibing better with NPCs and making the grind way easier, all while heavily boosting his combat stats against higher-tier enemies. His defense gets a solid buff too, leaving nothing but popping those chests open. Then, fully hyped and riding that nostalgia wave, he rolls into the starting zone Pocket City, seeing it absolutely packed with new noobs. He figures somewhere in that crowd are the future Ragnarok Guild members he wants to totally wreck. But he remembers Odin still needs to secure his King of Creation title and build up his squad of loyal tryhards from the top ranks. That is not happening for another 2 whole years. For now, Rokan just wants to get absolutely jacked, so when they finally cross paths, he can crush them like little bugs. Luckily, this insanely swole old dude giving him a pretty flirty look offers to train him up at his camp. Rokan is down for it, and the flirty boomer actually ends up liking his vibes, scoring him a solid discount. Now starts Phase 2 of the master plan, the training grounds, where you get a single measly XP point just for smacking dummies around. To level up here, though, you would literally have to grind for days. Most players think it is totally useless since NPC quests drop way more XP, money, and food. That is why nobody sweats in here for more than 2 hours. But our guy is built different, watch this. With one solid punch, he sends a dummy's head flying. His goal is simple, maxing out his strength, durability, and stamina just by grinding it out. Even when the casuals call him a massive tryhard and dip for their quests, he keeps on swinging until he wrecks every single training dummy. He screams out after officially maxing his endurance stat. The raw strength he built up in the yard totally pays off too, and he scores 2 new titles that buff his damage even more. That gives him massive strength and crazy dexterity points, something normal questing simply could never do. So he figures it is time to advance. But right before that, the flirty old man suddenly gets dead serious, telling him to tag along if he really wants to hit the next level. So Rokan follows him down into a hidden underground passage, a secret spot he never knew was in the game. Something like this gets him so hyped to see what is cooking, but that hype dies incredibly fast when he realizes this secret training is just a bunch more dummies. The old guy explains these are not normal targets. They move exactly like real players, and Rokan could actually die in here, especially since he is not even level 10 yet. If he goes in, he only gets 1 single shot. That just fires him right back up. He sees it as a crazy fun challenge, so he throws himself straight into the pit. Using his own aggressive style, he barely dodges their sick combos and quickly realizes these things are way beefier than they look. Honestly, that just makes him even more hyped. Flashing a huge grin, he dives right back into the sweaty mess. 5 days pass like that, and when the room's heavy door finally opens, one last dummy crawls forward in pieces until Rokan easily finishes it off and walks out like an absolute boss. Now level 10, his stats are pushed straight to the limit, and he snags a new epic title, Unbreakable Resolve. He is hyped, because back in his past life, bagging this was tough. Now locked in, he heads to the next stage, the massive city of Kato. He pulls up to a giant castle looking for some berserker gigs. Following a super weird chat, they actually hire him. Just like that, he cops the berserker title. His level fully resets to 1, but his stats stay juiced, and he scores a free weapon. Rokan grabs an axe, then starts testing out his fresh moves with it. The berserker who hired him is totally shook. Rokan just nods. This is exactly what he needed. It is a perfect fit. Now his very first berserker move is going massively into debt so he can buy skill books and learn new attacks. But right after borrowing the cash, he spots a quest. He asks the old man about Wildwind. Sadly, the old dude is clueless. Later on, Rokan keeps stressing over that Wildwind quest. That specific skill literally never existed in the base game. Still, he cannot take that mission yet. So he puts it on ice and focuses on maxing out his berserker stats. For that, he needs a ride to the orc camp, but everyone ghosts him except one knight, a level 25 dude who loves cash. Rokan takes one look and completely rejects him, thinking he is just capping. The knight gets totally triggered. He uses detection to scan Rokan directly, a move that is basically a massive insult. Even then, our guy gives zero reaction, not even when the knight roasts him for being just level 1. Seeing this dude act so smug, Rokan challenges him to a duel. Winner takes 15 silver coins. The knight thinks it is a joke, but Rokan acts so unbothered it gets under his skin and he accepts. With 15 coins on the line, the knight tells him to step up, treating him like actual garbage. Right then, a random squad of adventurers walks past and notices a huge crowd hyping up the duel. The knight, rocking top-tier armor and premium gear, asks if Rokan seriously will not wear armor. Seeing him looking so chill, the knight curses him out for being a dumb, cocky fool. Then he charges in, already sweating it, but every single swing hits pure air again and again. He is totally shook by Rokan moving that fast, but still thinks he is level 1. Then Rokan completely wrecks the guy with one punch, smashing his helmet, following up with a savage hit that trashes his armor. While everyone watches totally stunned, Rokan yells out, "You are an absolute idiot." His level is 1 because he reset, but his stats are already maxed out. His real power hits way above level 50, so do not judge a book by its cover. Everyone in the crowd is floored because a level 1 should not be this goated. Rokan loves the new flex and honestly respect the hustle. Then that same basic squad from before, a knight, a mage, and a healer, offers him a ride. At first, Rokan is skeptical, but he checks their levels. 35 and 32 solid stats, and the team is pretty well balanced. So he takes the deal, warning them he is tagging along, not playing bodyguard, and will not fight. They sneak into the forest. When they reach the first roadblock, they toss out some meat and actually manage to slip past without aggroing a single mob. Rokan is low-key impressed. He thought they were total noobs, but they definitely know what is up. Still, the entrance they want to use has a guard station there. They launch their stealth strat, pulling it off in literally a few seconds, flatlining the dude without a single sound, getting him straight inside the orc camp. The knight warns him to stay safe, but Rokan just casually pays up. The woman is super confused. Is he actually soloing this? That camp is wildly out of his league. When he says yes, they finally bounce. And as they leave, the healer wonders why they just ditched the kid. The mage can only guess he wants to get cooked. Maybe he is just too weak to keep grinding. But the knight is not buying that Rokan wants to wipe. Just looking at his vibe, he can tell there is a master plan. He just cannot guess it. Meanwhile, our boy hits the dead center of the Orc Plaza using a mega secret he learned from his past life. He yells out that he demands a one-on-one with their strongest warrior. He is totally baiting their Orc pride. His goal is not levels, it is snagging titles tied to absolute legends. The Orcs are completely mind-blown that a human respects their honor code. That gives Rokan a massive edge, getting to solo them one by one. But brace yourselves, all that big energy crashes when the first dude up is the actual Orc chief. Rokan knows this boss is way above his pay grade. He has zero chance of winning. Luckily, other Orcs jump in saying they gotta test if this human is even legit before the chief throws down. They manage to talk the chief down so his opponent switches to or rank 4 Orc. That instantly brings Rokan's hype back, though he feels pretty embarrassed. How could he freeze up like that? Was he seriously hyped to bully a weaker mob? Laughing it off, he dumps his points straight into strength and dex, tells the Orc to pull up, and literally promises the Orc chief that he is getting packed up today. That totally enrages Ko, who charges dead ahead. But his axe gets blocked hard, leaving him. Ko totally underestimated the human. So the dude pops his war cry to nerf his enemy's stats. But even with that debuff active, to his absolute shock, Rokan is still swinging with total confidence. Ko figured this guy was just another cocky scrub and yeets his axe. But Rokan dodges every single hit. The chief is totally lost. His skill popped off perfectly, yet he is getting clowned on. He demands to know how this human is straight up winning. Rokan roasts him, says his attack patterns are basic as hell, just like the rest of his mob squad. That just tilts the Orc even harder, but his axe gets hard blocked again. Rokan catches some air and triggers his axe skill. He shouts out that thanks to Kallo, he is about to slam the chief with his ultimate judgment move. With that hit, Rokan bags a fresh achievement. His big brain strat is cooking perfectly. The exact milestones he needed to clap the chief are lined up. Now he is ready to scoop up that sweet stat and level boost. But the system hits him with a nasty error. 0 level ups dropping today because he has to clear that warrior honor quest first. Since the big guy issued the challenge, Rokan is locked in to ride this honor path all the way to the end, meaning he has to one-on-one this final boss using his super scuffed base stats. He figures this was that idiot's master plan all along. The chief just cackles. Rokan literally asked for an honorable brawl, so now he has to eat the consequences. Our guy knows the math looks completely trash right now. He briefly wonders if biting the dust will still drop those sweet old rewards. But then he mentally slaps himself. Why is he even doom posting about taking an L? He is Rokan, the literal king of violence. The big guy cracks up too, calling him one seriously entertaining human, and accepts the duel. He rips a massive roar up at the sky and pops his berserker mode, juicing all his stats for 10 straight minutes. Absolutely surging with wild hype and power, Rokan yells that this feeling right here is why he mains berserker for life. That throws the chief off, completely shook that the human was sandbagging his power. Watch closely, Rokan full sends it immediately, but his heavy strike gets hard checked by the chief. Rokan realizes the total brain rot from his berserker mode is actually super manageable now, thanks to his updated passives. But knowing this buff caps out at 3 minutes, he burns all his speed to spam a nasty combo until one sick hit actually connects, totally rattling the mob. Yet the boss barely even flinches. Rokan just keeps raining down attacks, but honestly, he is totally outclassed in raw stats here, only scraping off chip damage. So he gambles everything on landing one fat crit. But the literal second he tries it, the chief reads him like a book, shattering Rokan's axe in one hit. He barely clutches up with 30% HP left and only 80 seconds of berserker time on the clock. He hits the dirt, totally tilted at his own sloppy play. While the big guy looks massively disappointed that all that hype amounted to nothing, Rokan just lets out this cracked, nervous laugh. He whines that the boss should have taken the one-on-one from the jump instead of waiting for him to burn his stamina. But to the chief, those sound like pure copium. Rokan knows the boss is right and feels absolutely sick. Still, that burning need to style on Ragnarok drags him back to his feet. He charges straight in again, ignoring dodges completely, while his health bar absolutely melts away chunk by chunk. The boss figures it is just a final panic play, but Rokan screams at him to zip it. Feeling super cocky about the W, the chief absolutely styles on our guy and lands a devastating slam that pushes him right to the edge of game over. But with his HP flashing red, a wild new sacred state pops off. Rokan laughs like a maniac as the boss steps up for the execution. Right then, his unbreakable resolve passive kicks in, handing him a massive 50% stat steroid right at death's door. Riding that insane new spike of power with just 30 seconds of berserker left, Rokan dives straight back into his sweaty aggro spam. The monster counters by popping a tank skill that coats his body in pure steel, but it is straight up useless now because Rokan shatters his weapon in a single tap, then uses his strike skill to land a turbo juice hit that absolutely deletes the chief, who slowly starts pixelating away. He is super salty about losing to a human. Rokan just smirks, says he kept his promise, and clapped him. Smiling, the big guy finally hits him with respect, calling him a true Chad warrior. The mob squad is left totally shook. They hype him up so hard that he actually cringes a bit, even though his ego is eating it up. Then he realizes his berserker timer is basically cooked. So before the debuff literally flatlines him, he chugs a couple health pots. Now he can finally scroll through his fresh loot in peace. Orc boss cleared at level 1, which buffs his raw strength and makes his crits hit way harder. Plus, he unlocks that honorary orc badge, meaning the whole tribe basically stands him now. It keeps the mob aggro off his back, sure, but it also means he gets exactly 0 XP for farming them. Rokan absolutely hates that and begs to throw hands anyway, but they just remind him he is an honorary bro now. That totally nukes his power leveling strat though. Having NPC allies could definitely come in clutch later. A super loud, hyped up gang of orcs escorts him out of the zone. So Rokan bounces back to the city pretty hyped about farming 20 whole levels in just 2 brawls, even if he is still super salty about not grinding more mobs. In the end, he decides to chill out and burn some downtime picking up weird side hustle skills. First up, he learns how to carve a perfect cut of meat, is plotting to flip those beast parts and meat for some quick cash. Then he hits the books and learns basic first aid to save his coin on potions for minor scrapes. He wraps up the trip, hitting up the blacksmith to fix his brand new orc weapon. Now the main quest is finally popping off. This whole mission kicks off down in the city. Sewer is a totally foul spot with straight up garbage vibes. But hey, he still has to farm as many rats as possible for that sweet reward. It is a major downgrade from his epic boss fights, not gonna lie. But it matters because it is one of the 10 required missions to unlock the next story chapter. So instead of whining, he just decides to speedrun this thing. Lucky for him, these giant mutant rats pull up and they are total NPCs to slice through. Still, that does not make them any less nasty. Then a whole massive swarm rolls through and Rokan gets hyped. He starts straight up deleting them one by one until he hits 200 kills, bagging that Rat Hunter title. But get this, that is not even the real target here. Something way worse is spreading an infection. Right on cue, the big area boss spawns in. A level 25 giant rat spreading straight plague. It lets out this nasty growl, but Rokan is way more mad about how disgusting this thing looks, so he wants it dead fast. But he gets caught lacking by the boss tail and barely sidesteps a crazy combo until he is officially over it. One clean swing chops the tail clean off, making the rat squeal. Then Roken pushes in for the neck, but a toxic poison cloud bursts out first. Dude takes a deep breath and blasts his war cry to blow it back and completely nerf the boss stats. Swinging his axe like a huge fan, he dodges the gas and closes in on the rat, locking onto its spin center for a massive critical hit. But even with that heavy smack, the giant rat has insane healing regen, which only gets Roken more pumped to scrap. The rat straight up rushes him with an attack he dodges with zero effort. Popping his strike skill, he tries to one-tap it. But this rat is way tankier than expected, putting a huge grin right on Roken's face. He keeps spamming attacks, ending with a massive W standing over the severed rat head, which is still trying to bite him. So Roken totally stomps it. A system pop-up drops, saying his level jumped and his reward is a sick new poison immunity buff. But he's not finished yet. He pops his butcher skill to carve up the boss until he loots the plague jewel, an item draining his health every 10 seconds until he cleanses it. That is no shock to Roken since he has that future timeline meta-knowledge. Even so, he books it back to the city, first cashing in those gross tails for his loot. While there, he tries to pawn off the cursed jewel, but the local knight sees the nasty infection and instantly sends him to Sir Storin for a cleanse. Roken is totally tilted. Now he is literally dying and soft, locked into another forced quest. Luckily, the knight is a real one. He hands over some free healing potions and politely suggests he go touch some soap. Roken walks through town carrying that sewer funk straight to the giant mage guild tower. That kind of triggers him since berserkers never get fancy bases, but he drops the beef once he remembers his plague status. So he steps inside and immediately meets an old wizard who also tells him to go shower. Super annoyed, Roken flexes that he just came to drop off the jewel. The boomer mage demands it, but Roken is totally sus of him. Even with his HP dropping fast, he refuses to hand it over until the old guy proves he is really Storin, literally threatening him with his axe. Roken is ready to swing just to test if this guy is actually top tier. But right before the heavy hit lands, the mage blocks him, revealing it was all a fake illusion meant to troll novice mages. He is shook that a meathead berserker caught the trick. Truth is, Roken just read the wiki tutorial guide earlier. Low-key, he actually thought the real mage was just a little bird chilling in the corner. Still, he bags a rare achievement, one that completely counters lies, buffing his illusion resistance and letting him summon this little bell that acts like a literal cap detector. Storin barks at him to drop the jewel if he wants to survive, but Roken would rather mess with his new toy first. He rings the bell to legit check if this guy is the real deal. The vibes cleared, he hands over the jewel and Storin tosses him a max heal potion that completely tops off his health. While the boomer examines the jewel, he asks Roken exactly where he got it. Roken explains how it was mutating sewer rats and could totally wipe out humans. Hearing that, Storin realizes the goal was never mutant rats, but infecting the whole city. His big brain deduction surprises Roken, though he already knows the mage is correct, since that is exactly how the first main quest plays out. A deadly plague was dropped by some shady guild through the sewers, forcing tryhard players to grind through 10 cursed chain quests from hell just to find the cure. But by speedrunning this, Roken realizes he completely skipped that awful grind while the mage snitches to the guard captain. Storin then tells our guy to return in 2 days, giving a new quest. Storin dips, leaving Roken totally scratching his head. Bro might have literally just broke the meta, completely changing the game. As he steps outside the tower, a massive system pop-up flashes overhead. Main story part 1 officially totally cleared by a single player, cancelled for the rest of the server, meaning Roken has exclusive VIP access now. Next move, straight up grinding to keep leveling up for days. So he pulls up to this super creepy graveyard. Looks totally dead unless you got that sweet future knowledge. Digging around the dirt, his hands brush against a wooden peg leg. The quest text says, return it to the graveyard keeper. But handing it over just gets you chewed out by that boomer. Roken already read the wiki though. He knows the real strat. The leg is a secret key. He pops open a tomb, drops into a hidden dungeon, and snags the secret title, major buff to his night vision. Plus, it literally highlights high-tier loot with a crazy glow to secure the bag. Stepping deeper into the dark dungeon, his eyes scan for virtual ghosts. Nothing but quiet. Then a massive skeleton steps up and gets absolutely clapped. But then way more pull-up. Roken speedruns them, smashing skulls before they even stand. Super annoying mob spam, but honestly way better than fighting gross rats. Going full try-hard mode, he maxes his stats, wiping the floor with every mob to hit level 30. So his dungeon grind turns into an absolute massacre, shattering hundreds of boneheads. The snooze fest finally gets hyped up when the big boss drops in. It swings hard, but Roken basically two-taps the guy, leaves him as a sad pile of dust and secures level 30. So glad he is done camping those respawns. Time to check the loot pool. Fat stacks of cash plus rare skeleton armor sets that the tryhards are literally drooling over. Bro is about to make serious bank. Playing the market like an insider trader, he plans to dump it all into safe stocks. He is also looking to sell the dungeon coordinates to some massive whale guild. Bag secured, he hops back on the main questline. Storin actually apologizes for kicking him out earlier. Rokan asks point blank, did you track down the perps? But the trail is completely ice cold. No leads yet, which tracks, considering finding these dudes is literally the main quest. Rokan could totally play detective right now. Instead, Storin flexes this glowing green rock, memories of the Earth. They need to run some tests on it. But first, Storin drops another fetch quest on him. Rokan clenches his jaw, got to grind it out. Now he needs blood from an orc warrior and a wildling. Honestly, a massive headache since he has max rep with the orcs. He cannot just gank them, and asking for blood, major disrespect. Still, he rolls up to the orc camp. The guards immediately spot their boy and hype him up. Rokan tries to play it cool, asking for a blood donation. The orcs basically cringe, taking blood without swinging. That is straight L energy. Rokan scowls, blood pressure rising. Out of options, he audibles his strat and asks to borrow an axe. He walks away, grinning like an absolute menace, the whole village waving goodbye. Rokan mutters about their fragile egos, but his big brain play is already in motion. He pulls up to the wildling turf and just yeets the orc axe. A wildling sidesteps it, totally mauling. Rokan snaps his neck, zero hesitation. Steals the blood and ditches the corpse right next to the weapon. He points out these wildlings are totally jacked half-humans. And given their crazy strength and ongoing beef with the orcs over territory, he is literally speedrunning a full-blown race war between the tribes today. Step 2, slide back to the orc hood and chuck a wildling sword into the dirt. The orcs freak out, taking the bait hardcore. Rokan strolls in perfectly on cue, gassing them up to retaliate. He pushes for an all-out frontline assault, a raid he is super down to join. The new orc boss steps up, raises his blade, and rallies the boys for blood. Rokan is just smirking like a total psycho. The mob rolls out into the woods, absolute savages looking to scrap. A few human players spot the aggro mob and totally panic. Should they log out or hide? Sweating bullets, they spot Rokan just chilling in the front line. Get this, one of those players is that exact same knight. The guy Rokan literally folded earlier. Heart-pounding, the knight tries to nope right out of there, but a massive orc jumps him. Pure chaos erupts. Rokan turns his head, recognizes the absolute loser he farmed before. His buddy is already eating dirt. The knight shaking literally begs Rokan for a carry. An orc gets super triggered by the whining, just absolutely decks the dude right in the face. Rokan gives him a nasty smirk, totally hits him with the "who are you bro" excuse. He leaves the trash to the mob. The pathetic knight tries to throw hands but gets totally wrecked. Then the front line crashes. The ultimate showdown against the wildlings kicks off in a bloodbath. The orcs shove forward, locked onto one objective: cancel every single wildling until the server is clean. Meanwhile, Rokan just ghosts through the crossfire, looting blood off the downed orcs without catching aggro. He chuckles. He really did make these guys tilted, and knowing he literally orchestrated the whole thing just fuels his massive ego. He preps to milk the chaos. He drops a raw, deafening war cry. The wildlings freeze up, completely stun-locked by his insane aura. Their Rokan doesn't even wait. He just bursts ahead at full speed, slicing right through the middle of the pack with his axe. He keeps yelling for the savage chief, grinning like an absolute maniac. He remembers this whole turf war wasn't just about spilling orc blood. He totally could have pulled that off by faking it as a savage. He did all this extra work because he really just wanted the big boss himself. Getting close was tough, so Rokan used these honorable orcs to basically cheese a chance for a one-on-one showdown. Now he scans the whole battlefield and finally spots his guy in the distance. He gears up while the leaders of both tribes are already throwing down. The savage chief is totally dominating and moves in to clap the orc leader. But suddenly, a flying axe cuts in and wastes the other chief instead. That just hypes the savage up even more, while Rokan steps up for another heavy hit using his striker skill. The chief barely blocks it but gets sent flying. Total devastation. He crashes hard into a wall and straight up loses an arm. Even so, Rokan is salty. He wanted to take both. Now the chief is surrounded by every remaining orc since they already wiped out his entire squad. He is a total loner now. Still raging, he tries to throw hands, but Rokan easily finishes him off with one final blow. That W earns him a sweet new title for dropping both forest chiefs, Conqueror of the Forest. It totally buffs his strength and dexterity and gives him insanely huge stat boosts whenever he is hanging in the woods. While the orcs flex their victory, our guy checks out another title, Black Curtain. It raises his intelligence and drops a brand new skill, Identity Disguise. He has actually low-key shocked the game, counted the orc chief as his own kill since the orcs were supposed to be his bros. Guess the game still flags them as haters. Right after that, the orcs decide to mop up the last few living savages and head home. Rokan thinks they are having way too much fun with it, but he needs to bounce back to the old man. Back at the tower, Storian is shook that he speedrun the mission so fast. That grabs him the title First Apprentice of Storian, which bumps his stats up. Now he catches another quest from Storian to deliver the upgraded antidote to Materian in a new city called Trenzik. After securing the bag, Rokan finally logs out into the real world. He complains about the annoying time limit, only 5 hours per gaming session, and decides to use his break to scroll through socials, zeroing in on his post about selling dungeon info. The comment section is getting massively ratioed. Most people think it is total cap, but luckily a player who also happens to be a gaming YouTuber known for exposing hidden dungeons named Raw says it actually looks legit. That saves Rokan from getting cancelled as a troll and brings in a crazy flood of offers. If you had his future knowledge, you know exactly who to trust too. The best bet is the MP Guild, also known as Ways to Play. They train noobs and actively hunt down toxic players who enjoy killing everyone else, which gave them a super chill reputation. So he slides into their leader's DMs and sets up a meet. Even so, Rokan gets this weird vibe that things are going way too smoothly. He wonders if he should speedrun his plans, so he is fully prepped for the absolute trauma waiting in his future. In the end, though, he chooses to stay chill and heads outside, in real life, to stock up on groceries. He's walking down a super dead street because literally everyone is busy grinding the game. Then he spots a couple nearby. The girl recognizes him instantly, but it takes Rokan a hot second to realize it is Lim So-hee. Yep, his toxic ex who cheated on him and dumped his ass. He had basically forgotten her after 3 long years. For her, though, it has only been 4 months. He quickly sizes up the dude standing beside her, figuring that must be the new rebound guy. Probably a gamer too, since that is her exact type. Gross. His ex smugly suggests her boyfriend could totally carry him in the game if he begged. Rokan just steps up and asks for the dude's gamer tag. The answer is Philip. Since our guy has literally never heard that tag in his past life, he figures the dude is absolute trash. He turns to bounce. Still acting totally cocky, he drops that maybe he will carry them someday. He walks off, leaving the couple super salty about his massive ego. Back in the game, he heads straight to a creepy cemetery meetup where the buyer is already chilling. Rokan uses this chance to test drive his new identity disguise skill. It lets him completely swap his avatar for an hour. Then the sketchy deal kicks off. The knight demands to see the dungeon first, but Rokan wants the cash up front. He even lets them scan him to prove he is legit. Once they hand over the bag, he reveals the dungeon's secret mechanic, then walks away feeling filthy rich. He actually feels a tiny bit guilty for finessing so much out of that guild's future funds, though honestly, they could have just paid with real-life cash too. Whatever. He pushes that aside and locks in on his mission to reach Trenzik. The trip is super realistic and takes absolutely forever. By the time he gets close, the endless walking has completely drained his stamina. Still, he stays on guard. If he catches a game over out here, he will respawn all the way back in the last city. Suddenly, 3 players spawn. They are from the player-killer guild Bloodhunters. Those red eyes prove they have ganked players before. They offer him a so much for friendly vibes. Rokan is totally down to chat, but these guys just want to throw hands. The raiders catch his huge grin and decide the dude is totally cooked. Rokan pitches them a deal, instead drop 1 piece of loot and he lets them walk away. He flips their own toxic strategy right back at them, ganking players for super rare gear they are too lazy to grind for. They scream at him for being totally delusional, saying that if he catches an L here, his whole trip gets reset. Rokan is honestly hyped. The deal flopped. Watch how fast this goes south. He never actually planned on playing nice, and the raiders attack. The biggest beefcake charges in first, but Rokan easily sidesteps. He instantly goes totally all in, only to get blocked hard by the smaller dude's cracked shield skill. That leaves our guy wide open and stumbling, barely dodging their hits until the archer straight up spams a rain of arrows. Rokan tries to dip, but a bunch of them still tag him. He takes a beat to read the whole vibe of the fight. Playing standard ranged or melee just won't cut it against their sweaty squad's synergy and overpowered skills, so he switches up the game plan, eating his secondary weapons 2 flying axes that shove the shield guy way back. And he baits the big guy into swinging. Rokan just waits for it, lands a brutal blow right to the gut, and finishes him off with the axe. Next up is the archer, who desperately tries to spam more shots, but Rokan casually snatches the arrows out of midair and completely closes the gap, telling the dude he should have went for the kill back when Rokan was just trolling around with the tank. Bow destroyed. The archer whips out a knife to keep scraping, and our protagonist basically responds by grabbing the guy and literally ripping his arm off. He even gloats about how insane the game's pain engine feels. The shield raider tries shoving with his shield to knock Rokan on his butt, but our guy literally stops the bash with 1 hand. He knows the only reason he even sweated earlier was that annoying reflect buff. No shot this dude actually matches his raw stats. Rokan's zero-chill attitude absolutely terrifies the shield user, who starts shaking and screaming monster. Hard pass on that title. To him, these scrubs were just caught with a massive skill issue. Game over for the shield guy. Meanwhile, the archer tries sprinting for his life. Rokan notices, but honestly cannot be bothered to waste the stamina, so he finds a faster way. The archer actually starts feeling safe since nobody is chasing him. But then a massive boulder comes crashing down out of nowhere, leaving Rokan totally hyped about how insanely fun PvP battles can be. After that, he scoops up his drops, some sweet experience points, and tons of loot. Still, our boy thinks this whole mess could have been totally avoided if they just touched grass and walked away. He says all this out loud for a sneaky third party watching from the trees. The camper steps out completely spooked by the threat and asks Rokan exactly who he is, though Rokan knows the dude wouldn't recognize his gamer tag anyway. He also spots that this guy's missing those glowing red eyes like the squad had, so he decides to just let him slide, figuring he is basically a noob. But the guy scans to check Rokan's stats. He's completely shook that a level 35 just clapped his level 40 teammates, and instantly assumes our guy must be running some kind of hacks. That heavily annoys our guy, so he one-taps him and just keeps heading toward the city. It actually turns out way more packed than he expected for a level 40 zone. It really makes him realize just how insanely hyped this game is getting. Finally, he rolls up to the Mage Guild and hits a magic item shop where he instantly demands a rune book. With this bad boy, he can fast travel to 5 different spawn points. It costs him 5 gold coins, which is basically big baller money in this server. So he figures those toxic gankers from earlier were seriously loaded since every single one dropped a book. After that, he pulls up on an NPC named Materian and hands over the plague antidote. But Materian thinks he is pretty sus at first. So he throws Rokan a pop quiz, fetch some witch elixir from the woods. Our guy cannot refuse since it is locked into the main questline. Still, he knows Materian is a super sketchy NPC who sends players on crazy fetch quests for his weird side hustles instead of the main objective. So he decides to completely cheese the quest by throwing cash at the local auction house. And he speedruns right back to Materian with a massive bag of loot. It has tons of stuff Materian wanted but never even put in the quest log. Rokan bags the NPC's respect, secures a fat bonus, and unlocks a harder mission bring him the blood and heart of a forest lizard man. That totally catches Rokan slipping since he definitely could not find that specific drop in any auction house. The only real way to farm it is by clapping the level 80 lizard boss. He is too low level, so he just decides to grind out a city side quest instead. Catch this, the first one he grabs comes from a player eventually called Totally Crazy in the Future. That dude literally found a clue hidden inside the city's fountain where a random statue pointed right toward a hidden dungeon entrance. Following the breadcrumbs, Rokan reaches the exact spot. He still could not see squat, but thanks to his super secret title, a light points right to a hidden item. It is the key to pop the dungeon door. And with that, his new route officially begins. But the vibe does not match the rumors at all. The path just keeps aggressively zigzagging, making him think that crazy player. The dude who dropped the intel totally capped to hide the real dungeon. Before he can move, his first mission kicks off the level 1 trial. And boom, a massive boulder spawns right in front of him and starts rolling his way. Caught totally off guard with zero escape route, Rokan has to literally catch it with his bare hands, maxing out his stats just to survive. Even then, this rock drags him mad far before he finally anchors it. Bro is completely cooked, dropping a massive chunk of health, and the trial is still going. The only way out is up, meaning he actually has to push this thing uphill. He spends the entire climb whining about this trash test, but the second he hits the top, his whole vibe flips. Suddenly, he is flexing about how light work it was. Next up is the wisdom test, and this time, Rokan plays it smart. No zero IQ plays here, he tosses a rock down the hall and it instantly gets shredded by a storm of arrows. He realizes the puzzle is figuring out the safe steps to avoid the traps, but big brain strats just aren't his vibe. So he pops berserker mode and literally just charges straight down the hall. But the deeper he pushes, the worse the arrow spam gets, forcing a dash skill. Even that is barely enough as he keeps tanking hits, swinging his axe wild to deflect the damage until he finally crosses the line and clears it. By then, he looks like a literal pincushion sitting on 1 health point. Bro desperately needs to heal up before Trial 3, the Test of Temptation. This room is supposed to hit him with his absolute wildest dreams, 10 out of 10 baddies, fat stacks of loot, massive feasts. He's actually hyped for it, but his Unbreakable Resolve passive literally nerfs all mental effects, auto-clearing the stage. Totally salty about it, he crosses the bridge, stopping at the end to ring his bell of truth. Just doing a quick vibe check to see if this is actually the right path. The answer is a hard no, confirming his suspicions. The dude who leaked the dungeon totally gatekept part of it. So Rokan starts looking for a secret passage, which he naturally finds by slipping and completely eating dirt into it. Inside, he discovers this glowing magic lion helmet. It instantly triggers a new quest, the Lion King's Seal, where he has to hunt down the whole armor set. The helmet is already cracked, buffing his strength and defense by a lot while supercharging his Warcry skill. He bets the full set could power level him by maybe 100 or more levels straight up, but he has zero clue where the rest dropped. Luckily, the helmet acts like a GPS for the other pieces. With the loot secured, Rokan gets warped right out of the dungeon, landing straight at the town fountain. Then the statue straight up explodes, jump-scaring the locals, while our protagonist completely ignores it to check his quest log, Love Messenger. Just the first of a bunch of fetch quests he has to grind. 2 straight days of playing mailman for the most cringe clingy couples ever, and he is finally done. The W here is that he farmed some solid levels plus bagged an emerald tier necklace that buffs healing. Exactly what he needs to counter his berserker drain. Rokan also catches rumors players are leveling up crazy fast right now, even with toxic player killers griefing them. That means he has to grind even harder to stay ahead. But then a massive server update drops in the sky, unlocking guild creation and player housing. Now that definitely gets his attention. A guild creation stone runs for 50 gold, which is like 200,000 real-world cash. He figures the sweaty guilds will form up real quick. But the housing patch is what he really cares about. Watch his big brain play here. Players can finally buy real estate. Bro speedwalks to the cellar, making sure nobody else is sniffing around. Since the server is sleeping on this, he dumps 65 gold to lock down every single 3-bedroom, 2-story pad in the zone. Bro is literally acting like a housing scalper, cornering the market before inflation shoots prices straight to the moon. It burns through basically all his cash, but he is already scheming, ready to flip the rent for double or triple to secure the bag. Knowing big guilds will desperately need a safe house to protect their stones and stash their members. But enough real estate for now, time to grind. He rolls up to the lizard zone and it is weirdly dead, probably because the boss mob is still lurking. Once he steps in, he immediately pops Warcry to draw aggro, which pulls the lizards straight to him. 2 of them dive at Rokan, but he absolutely shreds them into polygons back to back. Another one pulls up and he knocks it back, using a combo he is still labbing out. He is purposefully holding back the kill shot because he wants to snatch its tail first. Apparently that is a high-tier delicacy in this game, something he can easily flip on the market for quick cash. Feeling completely unbothered, Rokan senses a whole mob of lizards camping nearby, so he tells them to pull up. Fast forward and Rokan is standing there choking out the last survivor. But then the vibe shifts hard. An entire guild was just spectating his fight, waiting to third-party him once his cooldowns hit. Now he has 5 sweaty players totally surrounding him. Rokan just turns to look at them, but the second he makes eye contact with their leader, absolute rage takes over so heavy it literally terrifies the whole guild. Their leader tells everyone to chill out. It is just one guy after all, and he can completely drop him without backup. Salty but hyped, Rokan recognizes this guy as Helios' future lapdog. He screams out a threat to totally cancel him, promising to wreck Helios and his entire squad. But while watching, he spots the exact same logo as those scrubs he just cooked. Ah, the PK Guild Blood Hunters. He roasts them for needing a whole massive squad to gank just one player. Helios claps back, if you do a job, you lock in and do it right, especially when some random is messing with his hustle. Rokan literally could not care less, but he will fold anybody throwing shade. Totally triggered by his massive ego, the guild rushes in. Rokan just chills, then blitzes them with cracked speed and pure force, scattering their pixels across the whole zone. Then he hard focuses Helios. Shook but still acting tough, Helios tanks the strike. Still, he respects the MC's crazy stats, calls his own teammates total bots, and whines that Rokan is rocking a basic war axe. Then he literally yeets him backward with a massive fire blast. The fire swordsman smirks. He thinks it is completely wraps, but Rokan steps out of the smoke looking totally unbothered. Helios barely manages to block and completely shook by his raw damage output. He charges a huge explosion to push Rokan back. Even while taking chip damage, the MC just laughs. What a total tryhard, using magic and a blade but sucking at both. Helios rages and charges, but Rokan just casually sidesteps, completely styling on him since he already memorized his future attack patterns. That just makes Helios super salty. He starts charging up some mid-tier skill and a giant fire cloud spawns right over his head, ready to nuke the whole area. Even Rokan is low-key surprised by the huge AoE. Mauling hard, Helios drops the attack, triggering a massive nuke, absolutely convinced he wiped him off the server. It feels like good game, but Rokan flexes right back in his lion armor mask, leaving Helios with absolutely zero chance to clutch. One single tap literally deletes him, shaking the ground. Our protagonist stands tall and takes the easy level up, admitting he almost got packed up without that lion helmet. After that absolute sweat fest, he is totally hyped by the crazy rewards he pulled from the drop. Now it clicks how some tryhards got so overpowered in his past life they gatekept everyone else from ranking up, making all the noobs squat up and push back. Most of them rolled with the MP guild, but right now in this new timeline, Rokan basically bankrupted MP. So they are way too broke to stop these PK griefers before they manage to grind out crazy stats. That makes him wonder if he should just farm them for XP. But then a massive flash of light pops off behind him and more randoms spawn in. He zero hesitates. He absolutely dunks one of them straight into the dirt, asking if they are backup for the last trash squad, telling them to bring it on. But honestly, he easily speedruns, wiping them down from 15 to 9. Totally cornered the archers' spam aimbot arrows with a guaranteed hit rate. But for Rokan, that is nothing, leaving those players completely shook. He pops his speed and starts his crazy counterattack. As they eat dirt, they start crying about him hacking. Rokan just laughs at their massive skill issue and walks over to snag the shiny loot. Low-key shocked, he spots a crazy item in the pile, the Cloak of Stealth, which literally lets him turn completely invisible. It is a super rare drop, way too risky to just throw around. Still, he takes the massive W just as more backup pulls up. Talk about perfect timing to test drive this cloak, and it works like an absolute charm. From a distance, he watches two new guys load and crying that the protagonist is 100% hacking because he tanked hits that easily should have one-shotted him. Rokan literally does not sweat it even though they scanned his username. Instead, he scopes out the logo on their drip, figuring it belongs to their top dog. The guy is raging because even if they report Rokan for cheating, taking an L here makes the hunters look like absolute clowns. So now they just have to secure that Cloak of Stealth, which was basically a gift for some girl. He figures she's the Blood Hunters leader's girlfriend or definitely his ex if they fumble that cloak. Hanging back, Rokan suddenly gets a vibe check and recognizes that Knight's logo is straight from the MP Guild. Back in the day, they were supposedly the Gigachads who clapped back and completely defeated the Blood Hunters. So now he is wondering if this entire beef was just fake clout to look like heroes. He also bets they are the rats who sell his info later. So now he is fully locked in on payback. But first, he needs way better stats. So Rokan goes back to farming those lizards until he finally pops the Endless Challenge title. After totally wrecking 100 sweaty opponents, a grind that literally took him forever in his first playthrough. Now he easily unlocks his second-class tier and hits the rune to fast travel to the hub. But the very second he spawns in, he is totally boxed in by a crowd of blood hunters. Yep, the vibes instantly turn toxic. That guy hanging out right beside the MP leader just rolls up and tries cutting a deal. Our protagonist literally could not care less. Instead of listening, he just aggressively raises his voice and pops off a war cry, aggroing all the NPC guards. They pull up on the hunters, totally ready to pack up these player killers who definitely aren't valid in this city. The head hunter starts raging and rushes Rokan. But bro just one-taps him to sleep, then dips. Rest goes to the guards. They are completely cooked. If they want their loot back, they can check the auction house. And yeah, all their drops are listed there for ridiculous money. After securing the bag, Rokan scrolls the forums, and you gotta love this economy. He notices other guilds flexing their houses to recruit while his own city is literally a ghost town, mainly because he completely monopolized the housing market himself. So yeah, time to flip some virtual real estate for massive profit. He drops an ad online. At first, everyone calls cap, and honestly, they aren't wrong. But since he uses his burner account from the dungeon, carry a ton of buyers slide into his DMs. Even with MP and the hunters acting sus, he stays chill and waits an entire week. Next play, the Berserker Guild, hitting them up for the class again. This time, the clerk is some overly deep NPC who tells him to seriously think it over. Rokan just wants the paperwork. The clerk keeps yapping and in a super dramatic way explains that while his current stats will get buffed, he will lose out on learning fresh skills from a secondary class. Rokan knows all this lore. He also knows hidden classes drop under super specific conditions or locations. So to him, every build has its W's and L's. Anyway, he demands the forms again and finally they hand them over officially, locking him in as a berserker. That drops a free starter item, but the axes are mid. So he grabs something with way more drip and defense. A male lizard man leather shoulder pad. The NPC clerk thinks that is totally weird, since everybody else just min-maxes weapons, but Rokan knows he needs that tankiness. Next up, he wants new skills, but his wallet is completely empty, so he pulls a classic gamer move and goes back into debt, demanding the absolute max loan once more. Between his scary vibe and his guild rep, he straight up traumatizes the teller who drops the gold anyway. Once he is back at the guild hall, he upgrades his dash skill into a heavy strike. He also unlocks brand new moves like shoulder charge, takedown heavy / blade attack, and a crazy jumping smash. And of course, he holds onto the ultimate move he swiped from the orc boss. Pretty small kit, but Rokan likes it simple. That is the one huge L of one tricking. Only a few tryhards actually pop off like that, like Ares with his light speed casting, while other players run completely unknown hybrid builds like the Creation King Odin. Then Rokan heads back to the Mage Guild and casually drops off the Ametheran Lizard Blood. The mage barely even glances at him and assigns another fetch quest. Over it, our guy knows he only has 4 missions left to clear the quest line, so he takes the next request for some forest monster fruit. That leads him straight into the swamp, then back to the lizard spawn area. More hunters pull up and actually try to negotiate for the stealth cloak, offering to spare him if he returns it. Rokan just laughs. He could not care less about their trash deal. He tells them it would be way more hype if they actually tried to rob him. When the hunters finally cut him off, a whole squad of reinforcements rolls up. Rokan equips his lion helmet to spam its boosted war cry. The debuff is massive, nerfing their entire squad instantly, and then he speed blitzes them. The guy who was rolling with the MP leader is totally shook just watching the absolute destruction one solo player can cause when his account is supposedly only level 35. Check this out, Rokan actually grinded 15 levels in just 2 days. Meanwhile, he keeps fragging everyone, even packing up the dudes who surrender, wiping the lobby. Desperate, the squad leader calls a toxic play. A full magic AoE spam from every mage on the field, straight up team killing his own guys. Still, Rokan just dodges and fights back, literally chucking rocks to block the fireballs. Then a massive arrow storm rains down, but he just uses the enemy hunters as meat shields. Even so, all that crazy crossfire only drops 20 hunters out of 100, so he knows he better save his stamina. While he checks his strat, some squires rush him with their moves. He claps them easily, but the whole distraction gets him snared in magical chains. The exact same trash loot he once sold off because he thought it was useless for PvP. Then he watches the whole lobby start spamming fire magic. Even right now, he is totally confident he can clutch this as the flames close in and nuke the area. The hunters think they won. Nope. From above, the broken chains drop, chopped clean by an axe, and there is Rokan. He dive bombs and literally cleaves a dude in half, flexing his new kit. As the enemy team starts panicking, our guy gets incredibly hyped, hits way harder levels up, and finally team wipes them. That unlocks the PPK title, a totally broken buff against human NPCs and other players. It lets him melt enemies way faster, and he gets so hyped he feels like he could farm 1,000 more. But for now, he just drops a waypoint and fast travels back to the city. Back home, he runs another massive gear auction and flips it all for insane profit. Figuring this flex probably terrified the blood hunters he uses, he hits up the forums telling the community they need to hunt these player killers down, asking for their locations. Dude knows these toxic PKers will keep sweating him for that stealth cloak, so he drops some serious cash on high-tier magic stones. These bad boys let him teleport 2 meters straight into a safe zone where nobody can touch him. Total lifesaver for when his berserker mode leaves him completely drained. Meanwhile, the MP guild leader is absolutely mauling, flaming his squad for choking. His girl acts totally innocent and says to just drop it. But get this, no shot. That item is way too rare. He wants it back, period. Back with Rokan, his anti-PK forum post is going viral. Some call him crazy, some are praying it is true, and others start buying the hype when they see PK gear popping up in the auction house. Someone is actually clapping the hunters. Flex complete, Rokan rolls out to his next quest in the swamp, absolutely bodying a massive tree monster. He rips it open and yanks out a weird amber stone, but 0 fruit drops. So with no other play, he decides to just clear out the entire forest. And yeah, he just keeps chopping wood until the forest monster fruit finally drops. Boom, quest cleared. Now he pulls up to the next one at a lake where the water buffs your mental stats. That is why so many players chug it straight from their bottles. But Rokan does not care about the water. He is here to farm plants and fish monsters for Materian's next quest, since Materian wants to know why this lake got purified so weirdly. Honestly, the vibes are way too quiet right now, and he wonders if he traumatized the hunters last time. But then he catches voices, pops invisibility with his cloak, and just listens. The MP leader is raging at a crony for fumbling the hit on Rokan, which is exactly the reason why regular players are not scared of them anymore, exactly what our boy planned. But Rokan completely freezes when the crony drops the leader's name, Pyrrha. Oh, that name brings back some heavy trauma for Rokan. Meanwhile, Pyra keeps molding, whining about the hack report they filed, but the devs said 0 cheating happened. That just makes him rage hard enough to basically send his teammate back to spawn. Refusing to believe one dude clapped 100 players, he decides, hacker or not, they need to cancel Rokan and turn the whole server against him. But our guy Rokan is putting the pieces together. Pyrrha is literally his toxic ex's new boyfriend, and she is the exact same chick who fumbled that stealth cloak earlier. This brings back massive cringe memories how he started gaming just to impress her, only for her to dump him and send her goon squad brothers to spawn camp him forever. You already know what time it is, perfect setup for revenge. So he stalks Pyrrha farming nearby mobs just to learn his attack patterns until he finally gets bored and heads back to the lake. He thinks the vibes are chill until some blue wolves and a blood bear roll up, all level 80. Rokan has to deal with this even though he could have cleared the quest by just dropping a level 1 rabbit. But nah, he wants the smoke pulling his axe and turning them all into mincemeat basically instantly. The zone goes quiet again. But then this freaky floating knight spawns in. It is the Lake Guardian, a warrior who swore to protect this water forever and became a level 100 boss mob. Rokan knows this is super sketchy because level 100s can spam combo skills. He is totally about to dip out, but then remembers this boss drops the lake essence item. That might be the exact loot that Materian needs. Massive risk, but he does not care at all. He hard engages the overpowered Guardian boss. Right away, Rokan watches this lake boss waste zero time dropping a massive heavy attack, claiming that anyone who dirties the water must pay with their life. Rokan does not even hesitate. Smiling like a total psycho, he pops Berserker State and tells the boss he is the only one apologizing today. Their weapons slam together, but Rokan's gear is taking way more damage. He is bleeding HP every single hit. The lion helmet keeps him in the game, but definitely not for long. So when the boss swings again, Rokan sidesteps and goes in for a heavy shoulder tackle. But the Guardian throws up an energy shield that literally leeches HP on contact. Rokan hits the brakes, jumps, and drops a massive axe strike, but it just splashes water. His opponent literally went liquid and reformed into solid again. Rokan realizes this mob is absolutely cracked even for a level 100. No more letting him slip, though. They start trading heavy hits again, and our boy can feel the sweat. Even with that wild Berserker buff, he could get sent to spawn instantly. Plus, if this drags out, his weapon is 100% breaking. He has to end this in one hit. When he cancels his skills, the boss is completely lost. Did this kid just give up? As Rokan rushes in, the Guardian charges up a water slash. Seeing Rokan pull out some noob-tier skill, the boss gets super disappointed and just puts up his shield. But Rokan is playing 4D chess. He swaps skills at the literal last microsecond, ripping a clean hole in the shield before slamming it with his shoulder charge. It punched right through but lost all momentum. Rokan just laughs and turns. He turns his skills back on slamming dash, strike, and armor into one absolutely massive critical hit. Rokan is totally shook. It actually worked out, then realizes his title's Haki boosted his critical attack power. His armor is completely wrecked, but he has zero time to stress over that. He gotta fold the Guardian level up and bag those titles, Battle Hero and First Hunter. Before he can even flex his loot, our boy drops Berserker mode and sets up a safe zone. Then he straight up faceplants from exhaustion. But watch this, the system announces his new titles fuse into a legendary one, breaking the limits. This gives him a crazy buff against tougher enemies. That alone hypes him up so much that he low-key no longer cares if Materian drops a reward. But he gets interrupted by those toxic hunters who start chucking fireballs at him. When they see he literally takes zero damage, they pull out the cameras to record and call him a hacker again. But Rokan completely ignores them and snatches up the lake essence. After that, the man heads back to town, fixes his axe, throws all his epic loot up for auction, and pulls up to the Mage Guild. There he grabs a new enchanted item, a super basic little yellow ball he will use to cop the final ingredient before seeing Materian a lake fish. So he heads right back and tosses that tiny yellow ball, even though it cost a bag, straight into the water. Boom, a massive lightning blast pops off. This is his big brain way of skipping the totally boring grind of fishing. And with a second lightning strike, a whole squad of crispy fried fish floats up. Then he drops all the fishing gear on Materian, who says thanks, but hits him with the classic "one more quest remains." The dude actually thinks Rokan is too much of a noob for it, telling him to touch grass and come back later. Salty that he still ain't got his title and Haki wanting to deck him, Rokan chills out and decides to hand over one more thing, the lake essence. That leaves Materian absolutely flabbergasted, asking where Rokan copped it. Our guy casually drops that he folded the Lake Knight. Materian realizes this kid is built different. So the mage finally hands over the last mission, the epic search for death, or at least an item packed with death energy. Haken, this guy on the research team, might actually know a thing or two. The payout is gold, a research title, and a dope ring that keeps boosting his efficiency again and again, letting him speedrun his levels. Super confident Rokan says he will handle it. Materian gives the nod. So his very first step is digging up dirt on Haken, starting with his diary at the auction house. Honestly, trying to track him down the normal way is a massive L and only works if he farms the first 15 pages of Haken's diary scattered across town. In his past life, grinding for them was absolute torture. But right now, nobody knows this diary is meta. So by throwing cash at pages, he snags 11 out of 15. Then he debates if he should buy the rest or do side quests first, like checking his real estate, or completely wiping the floor with those blood hunters. While scrolling the listings, he notices the blood hunters have been camping nearby right next to the goblin spot. So he equips his stealth cloak and speeds over there at max speed, ghosting through town. Out in the woods, a squad of toxic hunters is bullying some noobs who beg them to chill out because they literally can't play the game. The PKers claim they should get good if they don't want to get clapped. For now, they demand all their drops while Rokan watches from afar. Even after he deleted so many of their boys, they still have zero teamwork. So he decides to crash the party and absolutely one-shots the first guy, leaving the whole lobby speechless. Right away, the others try to dip, but Rokan locks them down hard with his war cry, and it is go time. Watching from a safe distance, the regular players are shook. The hunter warning was totally legit, so now our guy clearly knows way more than before, even if he just looks thirsty to body more hunters and steal their loot. After the opening brawl, the loudmouth hunter who bullied the noobs throws up his hands and cries that there is no reason to wipe them. Rokan asks if he even needs a reason, then he throws the dude's own toxic trash talk right back. Get good, so this doesn't happen to you. Right after that, he completely yeets him back to the spawn lobby. The players are amazed, and this shy little girl walks up saying hunters are jumping her friend down in the southern valley. Rokan gets totally hyped, thanks her, and rushes off, saying he will wipe them in 5 minutes flat. That energy completely charms the girl. He keeps spawn camping these hunters until a few days later, the PK reports dry up, which high-key annoys him because his chill hobby of deleting toxic players is over at least for now. So he checks the game forums to see what is up, and finds out tons of players are using Rokan's name to scare off griefers, while others stopped being scared and literally formed anti-griefer squads, all because our MC was soloing massive groups of hunters all by himself. He ain't exactly celebrating though, because now those PK cowards are totally ghosting, which means his free content is basically cooked, so he needs a new side hustle. Luckily, the massive property auction event is he's about to bait these hunters out of hiding like total noobs. Fast forward to tomorrow, and the auction square is absolutely packed with guild leaders. Pyra rolls up looking dead set on securing that top-tier lord status. That rank flexes both real-life cash and in-game clout, so losing this bid is straight up not an option. He is still mad, salty at his girlfriend for fumbling a cloak that could have bagged him way more gold. But then right in the dead center of the plaza, this hyped-up old dude with a mustache spawns in mind, blown by the massive crowd waiting to hand him bags of cash. Spoiler alert that Boomer is literally Rokan in disguise. The camo buff only lasts 1 hour, so he speedruns the start. Pyra is super sus and suggests scanning him to see if he is Krypton. That is the disguise Rokan used when he sold the dungeon. But Rokan basically tells him to touch grass. If you do not trust the vibes, do not bid. The auction kicks off at 12 gold and instantly spikes to 20. Pyra tries to flex 22, but our boy completely shuts him down since he is not even officially signed up. Massive loss for Pyra. The winner is some knight from the Steel Squadron Guild who happily signs the dotted line. Seeing that win makes the whole crowd realize this is legit. Next item drops and the MP Guild gets blocked out again. Pyra is raging hard already, plotting how to grief this old dude, while Rokan just smirks, fully ready to bankrupt the MP Guild. The bidding continues and Pyra keeps taking massive losses. Luckily for him, all the sweaty tryhard guilds already bought their properties, so now he should score 1 on a discount. But Rokan reads him like a book and flashes a toxic grin. He pulls a massive troll move, shouting that this next auction is the grand finale. Pyra goes full panic mode. The bid starts at 15 gold, but the MP leader instantly drops 40, that is like 8 million won in real life. An absolutely unhinged flex that leaves the lobby totally stunned. Rokan takes the win, finalizes the deal, and signs the paperwork, jokingly warning them not to skip rent. Pyra is hyped to clutch the final auction, but his vibe instantly dies when Rokan announces a quick intermission before bidding on the biggest mansion. Pyra completely loses it, screaming that he said the last one was the finale. Rokan just smirks, nah bro, that was the last 2-room house. Pyra is left totally speechless. Rokan laughs to himself, knowing Pyra's guild is going to flame him for that overpriced garbage. Later, as Pyra walks through a sketchy alley, a hand shoots out of the shadows and literally chokeslams him against the wall. It is a skull-masked guy demanding to know why he blew the guild's budget. He reminds Pyra they are only teaming up for the bag, and he could easily delete his account right here. Pyra nervously tries to hand over the property deed so he can log out in peace, but the masked dude asks if they didn't actually need a base. The MP leader insists that first they have to cancel Rokan and broadcast his absolute beatdown to the entire server with a viral clip. The masked guy admits his crew's already planning to play or kill him. Meanwhile, back in reality, our boy checks his bank over 300 gold, making him the richest player online. So he decides to break the economy by pushing inflation and selling gold for double the market rate. Since the big guilds went broke today, half of them are about to disband. He also jacks up the auction house prices to lock down his pay-to-win advantage. After destroying the market, he goes right back to his original quest, baiting out player killers who want his loot. Cut to a boss zone where a random squad of hunters is grinding mobs. Watching from the sidelines are Tongbagi, the giant hammerman and head executioner of the Blood Hunters Guild, plus Charmin, vice master of the new hunt. Suddenly, the skull mask guy crashes the party to say their target just dropped on the map. He rolls out with all the top brass to absolutely fold Rokan. Meanwhile, some random desperate player is running for his life from our hero. Rokan just dodges everything, trolling his victim and completely terrorizing the guy's teammates. But then someone screams at them to stop acting like total bots. It is a guild executive telling their damage dealers to keep spamming attacks and lock Rokan down. Our boy just keeps pushing, sidestepping every single skill shot and realizes these scrubs are just stalling. Now check this out, a massive portal rips open right behind him. The hunters pop off as a lethal spear flies out, which Rokan barely manages to parry. Charmin is stunned, but Tongbagi gets totally hyped to fight a worthy boss. Stepping out from the back, Cable speaks up, telling our guy his win streak ends right now. That only makes the hero crack up laughing, roasting the hunters for running away until their daddies showed up. Still chuckling, he tells them to bring it on, and the enemy leader calls for a full raid wipe. Rokan goes fully aggressive, popping all his buffs, but a colossal hammer swings right at his head, forcing a wild dodge. Rokan is legit shocked by the crazy damage output, but he has zero time to process it before a spear thrusts at him. He quickly realizes these dudes are the heavy hitters. These are without a doubt the Bloodhunters' top-tier sweat lords, and that masked freak stands out the most. He is obviously the raid boss here. Even so, Rokan knows he has to drop the other two. One option popping into his head is going full berserker, but he doesn't want to rush it and get caught lacking. So instead, he makes his move and totally rushes the hammer dude, who confidently gears up to absolutely crush him. But right at the last second, Rokan leaps and preps a heavy blade strike. The giant suddenly clocks that he isn't the actual target here. Sharp is. Sharp keeps his cool. To him, hitting a dude in midair is free real estate, so he yeets his spear. It totally looks like Rokan gets clipped, but that is absolute cap. He slickly slips right past it, dodging the massive spear with a quick hip twist, and then snatches it out of the air. Sharp can only stand there shook, entirely stunned, because his trajectory-fixing cheat skill somehow totally ghosted him. Rokan doesn't give him a single second to process. He just hurls the spear straight back at max speed. Sharp barely flinches because he is packing a clutch survival trick, a mage ring that literally lets him teleport 3 meters backward once a day, dodging the strike. Rokan just hits him with a wicked grin and whips his axe right after it. Now Sharp is totally cornered. He blew the ring, so there is only one trash option left. Tank the axe head-on while his bro screams in panic. Confident he just won that entire exchange, Rokan pivots to the big guy next. The giant charges him raging hard, but Rokan already knows the massive flaw with that kind of heavy power. The dude is basically moving in slow motion. Rokan slides around and immediately jumps him from behind. The giant blocks it, but all Rokan sees is a scrub relying way too much on brute strength. Mad, the giant roars that he is the absolute strongest in the guild and swings with full aggro. Meanwhile, off in the distance, Cabal seems to be quietly getting ready, literally slurping up the power of the shadows. Back with Rokan, he has the giant pinned by the throat now, and the dude is straight up terrified. Flashing a grin, Rokan secures the kill and instantly levels up while Cabal just camps from afar. That pisses off Rokan, who calls him a completely trash leader for just standing there letting his squad get wiped. Now he locks onto the masked man, but stops cold when Cabal finishes up his spell and unleashes maximum shadow power. The masked fighter brags he basically held back the whole fight just to one-on-one Rokan at peak power. While our boy was busy sweating the mobs, Cabal was low-key farming every single shadow nearby and taking control of the entire field. Rokan is genuinely stunned. This guy is a shadow mage, a cracked hidden class that is ridiculously hard to unlock. The grind is so sweaty that even in his past life, he barely knew of a single player who actually got it. But check this out, he totally tosses that thought away. If he wants to body Cabal, he first has to find the real dude. He goes on the offensive immediately. Shadow swords spawn in to block him, but Rokan smashes right through them, slashes, and cuts the masked dude totally in half. But wait, no victory screen. It was literally just a shadow clone. Cabal pops up right behind him and taunts that reading Rokan was way too easy. Then he lands a dirty hit that leaves a nasty gash, cutting his health in half, while also hitting him with Sacred Paralysis poison. A wildly toxic debuff draining 30% of his life every 10 seconds. With that, the masked man gets super cocky, talking massive trash on Rokan and calling him a total disappointment. Just some hacker with zero answers. But Rokan just moves with a smug grin, shattering every shadow tentacle holding him. He calls out, "The real main event starts right now." His overpowered resistance skill wiped the poison clean off him. Thinking straight again, Rokan suddenly starts recognizing the hunter as some guy he knew back in his future. He calls him Nidhogg, the 8th-ranked absolute sweat of Ragnarok. That pulls up messy memories of their guild leader Odin. They were all completely unhinged, but Rokan hates to admit the hard truth. They were straight up the best players on the server. Still, the squad was mad sus. They literally dropped out of nowhere, packed with top-tier players who ditched their old guilds, paid premium currency to swap tags, and joined Ragnarok. Every single one of them simped for Odin without question. And Rokan totally remembers one insanely toxic warrior who spammed both shadows and poison. That guy was Nidhogg. The name comes straight out of Norse myth, a dragon chewing on the world tree with its massive fangs, so he figures this dude is him. The RNG of 2 randoms running the exact same meta build is basically zero. Still, Cabal looks genuinely confused when Rokan actually mentions Ragnarok, making Rokan realize this guy might not even know Odin yet. Either way, he starts doing the math on his enemy. He bets Cabal's first class was Killer, and his second is Shadow Mage, rocking a crazy high level and way more agility than his own stats. So watch closely, he stops trolling, plants his feet hard, and pops his Berserker skill. Cabal immediately whines that he absolutely hates that Berserker buff, but he isn't sweating it. He doesn't just spam one move anyway, so he manifests his dual shadow blades. Rockin just flashes a cocky smile, then zero hesitation straight up rushes him. Their massive clash tears right through the entire battlefield as they box inside the shadows. They move so blindingly fast that Cabal totally loses tracking on him. Rockin spots an opening and strikes, but it is just another decoy shadow substitute. The masked dude warns him that he still doesn't get the gimmick. This entire zone is his turf now. By sucking up all the shadows, he can perfectly wall hack every single move Rockin makes on the ground and just react first. That heavily annoys Rockin, who thinks this guy sounds like a corny cartoon villain yapping about his evil plan. But Cabal is talking big. He thinks it is already wraps even without landing the final blow. That Berserker penalty is going to finish the job. Rockin is not having it. He rushes in, getting swarmed by crazy shadows he can barely scrap his way through. It gives him massive deja vu from their past timeline fight. They were stronger then, but that thought gets interrupted by a sick volley of blades. He barely dodges, absolutely wrecking his helmet. Running on literal fumes right now, Rockin watches a massive shadow dragon charging straight for his face. Game over. For a split second, bro actually thinks he is cooked. Taking that hit, he is down bad. Stuck on the dirt, he has just 20 seconds of Berserker mode remaining. He just has to watch Cabal stroll up salty that Rockin is only surviving because of that broken buff. The second that timer hits 0, it is game over. But Cabal is way too impatient for that. He wants the main character to be a total warning sign for anyone messing with the Blood Hunters and plans to drop a viral execution video online. 10 seconds left. Rockin calls on a real one, that little yellow lightning magic orb. It blows its final charge. Cabal gets totally zapped, leaving the dude completely stunned and wide open. Rockin honestly hates using such a sweaty last resort. But clock is ticking. With 5 seconds on the board, he launches a strike, so insane it straight up cleaves Cabal in two right as Berserker drops, scoring a level up off the Elm. As Cabal fades out, the guy is just whining about catching a loss. Rockin is absolutely exhausted. He tells him to kick rocks and come back for another beatdown whenever. Cabal despawns before he can even finish crying. Our guy completely collapses onto the dirt. He was literally one hit away from getting wiped, chugging a healing potion fast. Way too close. That dude was easily the most crack boss he has fought yet, and the sheer amount of lore dropped during the scrap has him shook. Like the wild fact that the Blood Hunters actually join up with Ragnarok later on. Even catching the win, he is definitely not vibing yet. He totally knows his break limits. Title Hard carried him with that buff against higher tier enemies. Pushing that stress aside, he locks in on the fresh loot. Bro bagged the Coward Ring. That gear is going to be incredibly clutch during his Berserker mode. Then he pauses. Did running into those too early just butterfly the whole timeline? He still has zero clue how Ragnarok even formed or where Odin is chilling right now. Overthinking the future is just tilting him into next week. Honestly, he pivots his aggro toward Pyrrha. Watch how this plays out. Pyrrha obviously orchestrated that entire gank, and Rockin takes that highly personal. He wants a one-on-one. First things first, time to flex a new loadout. Hawk armor, yellow gloves, some tight lizardman leather pants, a death belt, and blasting iron boots. The defense boost is solid, but the real cheat code here is a flat 20% critical hit chance. Stacked with his base stats, that is a wild 40% crit rate. After upgrading his axe, he checks his bank. He finally feels that heavy wallet energy. Bro barely dropped any gold at all. He double-checks his main quest log. Still locked out. He is missing one diary page, so his very next move is doing a gear test, but he instantly clocks some random stealthing behind him. Hitting the mountain zone, he casually one-shots a level 70 boar like it is nothing. Moving to the next target, some arrows fly in and steal his mob, which is super annoying. The archer types a quick sorry. Rockin lets it slide. Then bam, it happens again. Another blatant kill steal, and this time a tiny mage did it. Actually tilted now. He's debating how to react, but then spots a player from the Magic Guild. It hits him. They boxed him in and plan to keep griefing his farm. So he drops a hard warning that if they keep sniping his mobs, he's treating it as player versus player. After Rockin dips, that magic archer stays chill. Unlike the Blood Hunters, their Magic Guild has a total good guy reputation. He assumes Rockin will not swing. The archer remembers how Pyrrha ordered this whole squad to troll Rockin's grind. He was sweating the reaction. Basically, nobody views this dude as a mentally stable player. That is exactly what Pyrrha wanted. Bait out a swing, clip it out of context, and use the forums to totally cancel him since normal combat failed. Pyrrha even hyped up his guys, swearing Rockin would never dare attack such a classy guild. That was enough gas to convince him. So he lines up another dirty snipe on a boar being chased by our boy. Rockin just walks straight up to this archer who tries to act completely clueless again. But this time, Rockin literally rips his head clean off. The talking phase is done. The squad is shook. He just clapped an ordinary player. He casually reminds them he gave fair warning. That little mage from earlier is panicking, tries to cast a spell, totally whiffs it, and gets deleted by a massive crit. Another dude tries begging for his life, warning Rokan this is going to look terrible on his record. Rokan is completely out of cares to give and slices him in half. Tragically, the system officially red tags him as a player killer. One death now means he drops crazy amounts of experience and high-tier gear. The system adds he can scrub the red tag by hunting other killers, but if he keeps dropping regular dudes, the penalty is only getting grow too. Rokan totally saw this coming anyway. He already knows how to fix this mess by pulling up to bandit territory, a spot that is usually super sketchy for most players, but light work for him. Still, he prefers grinding. A bit later, back in the real world, Rokan locks in a phone deal and cops some upgraded gaming setups. But even while chilling, one thing keeps bugging him: silence. Why is it so quiet? He figures Pyrrha might actually be too chicken to face him. Then a YouTube notification hits. Boom, Pyrrha is totally flaming him online. He claims the guy everyone hyped up as a hero for hunting player killers was actually just some tryhard farming free XP and snatching loot without catching any bans. That alone is not even the craziest part. He drops a random report claiming Rokan is straight up hacking with cheat codes that make him invincible. He even drops clipped up footage of Rokan catching arrows and casually tanking magic damage. The wildest claim, he says, the MP guild guys who tried questioning him about cheating got clapped before they could speak. So Pyrrha rallies the internet to cancel him as a massive cheater. For a split second, Rokan actually looks shook. Not from fear, though, he is literally dying of laughter. He roasts Pyrrha for hiding forever just to drop this weak bait and calls him an absolute clown. He still cannot fathom how his ex downgraded to a dude like that. But he locks in when thinking about the future. This drama could get annoying later. Sure, Pyrrha knows he would get absolutely folded in a fair fight, but Rokan has handled this exact kind of toxic behavior before, so he already knows how to dodge the cap. This time, he is bringing the fight to them because the timeline always trusts a fake hero over some overpowered beast they fear. So he rolls straight up to the bandit guard post. The bandits instantly rush him super salty that he pulled up completely solo. Rokan just stands there playing dumb like he has zero clue who these guys are. Then he tells them they are literally just free stats with trash XP drops. That makes the bandits charge straight at him. Honestly, Rokan thought they looked like goofy cartoon villains, but do not sleep on them, they were all sitting above level 90. One of the goons yells that he will turn him into actual dog food. Meanwhile, Rokan just wonders how these mobs got so stacked just by griefing and looting real players, farming crazy martial arts and god-tier gear until they turn into absolute raid bosses. They all jump him at once, but Rokan stays chill. He pops his berserker skill and is already plotting the ultimate payback event for Pyrrha. After completely wiping the floor with the bandits, Pyrrha's video goes viral across the timeline, some users calling cap, others full-on canceling Rokan as a hacker. A bunch of people are wondering if it is even mechanically possible. A few buy the lies and tons more jump on the hate train against Rokan. Pyrrha is hyped. He is so proud that he ratioed a solo player so hard and thinks he should have pulled this toxic strat from day one. His master plan is to totally ruin him, then squad up with the Blood Hunters. But the vibe gets ruined by a call claiming Rokan just spawned in the city of Cotton. That has Pyrrha grinning, so he sends the vultures to start a massive witch hunt. But wait for it, his math is completely flawed. As Rokan strolls through the city, this duo of random players spots him. The girl gives him a death stare and presses him. Even though her duo partner tries dragging her back, she says she will just confront him and let the NPC guards take out the trash. She tails him and blocks his path. But when Rokan locks eyes with her, his player status is totally clear. She is shook because nobody clears their player killer bounty that insanely fast. Rokan knows the red name usually takes weeks to drop or requires hunting other player killers. What the noobs do not realize yet is it also drops by farming high-level mobs or stacking up massive kill counts. Grinding those busted creatures and bandit mobs let him wipe his bounty super fast. That will be basic game meta later, but for now, it totally saves his skin. The sweaty duo completely backs off. Rokan is about to dip when some gaming site reporter flags him down and begs for an exclusive interview. He is down, but only if they chat in a very public cafe. The reporter instantly agrees otherwise. Rokan would definitely just ghost him. So the interview kicks off. The journalist pulls no punches and straight up asks if he is hacking and griefing players. Rokan totally denies using cheats, claiming he only claps back when other players aggro him first and he brought receipts. That shocks the whole cafe. When asked to drop the proof, Rokan asks if he has ever heard of a cheater getting reported only a single time. The interviewer has not. Rokan keeps spitting facts. The only dirt they have is one single clip recorded days ago which definitely got reported to the devs. The reporter connects the dots. If a ticket was filed and Rokan knows about it, then the admins already cleared his account, meaning he is legit just pure raw skill, not some aimbot. And if anyone in the lobby still doubts him, he literally gives them permission to report him again. The reporter does it right there just to test it. Then he asks how Rakan catches arrows and tanks hits. Rakan replies that in a game where thieves can literally vanish into buildings, catching arrows is just a rare skill. And the other trick, a magic item from the regular shop. The reporter totally buys his vibe, asking why Rakan made the video. He claims he is stressed, they want him cancelled. When asked why he is targeted, our boy says he has the receipts on video and will drop it tonight. That brings up the big final question. Did he pack up those MP members? Rakan says absolutely. Without flinching, he explains they started it. He makes one thing crystal clear: anyone stepping to him gets the exact same smoke. That night, his promised video breaks the internet. It exposes Rakan scrapping with the Hunters and MP Guild. In one clip, Pyrus admits he's colluding with the Hunters. It even catches the MP Guild griefing him mid-hunt. Rakan just chills out, watching the whole narrative flip his way. He survived this exact drama in his past life, haters trying to spark fake rumors about him. That is exactly why he records his entire life, even if he burns through hard drives monthly. Now he would pay real money to see Pyrus react. Right then, Pyrus is absolutely raging at home while Odin tries and fails to chill him out. Pyrus is losing his mind trying to figure out how Rakan exposed his shady blood hunter connections. Then his girlfriend mentions this guy might be Rakan, her actual ex-boyfriend they bumped into before. The username and the whole aesthetic were basically a dead giveaway. Pyrus smirks and demands the address. Pretty soon they pull up to an apartment complex where the couple and a masked squad are lurking, totally planning to jump Rakan. They force Odin to bait him out using her fake, sweet, innocent routine. Someone finally cracks the door open and they absolutely jump the guy, swinging wildly until Odin stops them to point out this is definitely not Rakan. The random dude assumes they are mugging him and yells that they will totally regret this. He is the police chief's kid. They absolutely panic and start cursing out Rakan, who is currently vibing on a gorgeous terrace. Thanks to this massive fail, the MP Guild completely crumbles in days. Pyrus ghosts the game because he is literally in jail. His followers get clowned on so hard that they rage quit too. Just like that, one of the most hyped guilds gets deleted. Crazy right, Rakan finds the whole thing kind of mid, honestly. He figures Pyrus is having a super fun time rotting in his cell. As far as our guy cares, this is a massive W. Following the interview, he gets flooded with fan mail. They even set up a whole fan club for him. He thinks it is super goofy, but he does not care, because he is swimming in newly earned gold. As the game blows up, inflation hits hard and prices skyrocket. So he cashes out half his gold for a sick apartment, needing extra room for his brand new top-tier gaming capsule. After upgrading, he logs back into grind to level 100. First up, hitting a murky swamp, a one-handed bandit talks trash, claiming his boss will absolutely wreck him. Rakan just one-shots the dude on the spot, loudly complaining that humanoid mobs run their mouths way too much. But hey, the waiting game is over. Suddenly, a massive roar shakes the cave walls. Enter Geratin, the level 100 bandit boss Rakan was camping for. But looking at him, our boy is visibly unimpressed and roasts him out loud. The boss completely loses it. He charges straight ahead and Rakan claps back with a deafening war cry, nerfing the boss's stats. It also exposes a sneaky mob, the bandit vice leader. Exactly how our guy planned this out. He remembers his past life, knowing this bandit fight can trigger a secret boss battle with the King of Wrath. That fight drops an insane fury axe for berserkers. Back in the current brawl, he has to clear these guys first. He casually welcomes the vice leader to the party, then slices him completely in half. Geratin is shook and rushes him. Get ready for this. Rakan steps back, totally unbothered. A crazy red aura explodes, scaring the boss. Berserker mode is fully locked in. Spiking his power, he lunges and just yeets the boss across the room. Geratin tries using combo moves to tank up and buff his damage, but an absolutely feral Rakan shatters his reinforced block once again. He tests the boss's health pool, and with nowhere to run, the bandit eats the finishing strike. The scrap ends right there, scoring Rakan a level up. Looting the room, he bags 2 drops, a letter from the Wrath God, and the final page of Jarkin's diary. Now he can craft all the pieces together and unlock Jarkin's actual log book. It is basically a treasure map revealing the exact coordinates once you solve the clues. Meanwhile, a massive undead dude chills on a creepy cave throne. Rakan treks out to a totally dead wasteland, complaining about the awful spawn point until he hits a cave. Inside, he spots Jarkin's literal skeleton looting a sweet ring off it, then hunts for a hidden door. He slots the ring and fully unlocking the Cave of Death. He speedrun there way too fast, and Joran's ghost tries gatekeeping the quest, claiming low-level noobs will just get wiped out. But Rakan completely ignores him and struts straight into the Death Cave, even at level 90. Almost instantly, a massive mob of undead aggros and rushes him. Rakan dives headfirst into the chaos, slicing them up with heavy combo skills, but their stats are way too jacked. He has to tactical retreat and brainstorm a legit strategy to clear this horde of undead mobs. Bro is literally jumping with hype. At least he does not have to waste time hunting them. Then he just starts bodying skeletons back to back, wiping the floor with them. Dripping with pure confidence and raw power, he blasts hundreds of bone fragments into the sky. He's totally flexing how busted his berserker state feels. But hold up, watch closely now. A crazy noise catches him off guard. From deep inside, a massive flash pops off, followed by clanking chains hyping up the giant skeleton's arrival. It announces the seal is finally busted open at last. The dude is the forgotten skeleton general, the literal boss of this dungeon. It wants to make an example out of Rockin and flex its stats, but our boy moves instantly, leaping in for the kill. Boss stops him by tossing trash mobs in the way. It thinks he is just some clown, but Rockin sees his strike blocked and realizes this beast can spam undead summons. Even worse, it buffs them with death aura. So shutting down those extra mobs is a must. Regardless, the skeleton charges right in and their weapons smash together. Our hero gives some ground. He plays it cool, waiting for the perfect second to pop his coward's ring. The boss drops a massive sweep attack and assumes Rockin got completely clapped. It tries reviving him as an undead minion, but totally fails because he is just straight up gone. That makes it furious. It floats up to cast Death Aura. But hold up, dropping his stealth behind the boss. Rockin materializes and absolutely bodies it. The hero keeps spamming attacks, not giving the guy a single second to chill. But the boss starts gathering spirit energy to trigger a spiritual transformation that kicks off Phase 2. Rockin wants to cancel that animation fast. So the general activates its Sweaty Necromancer class skill to summon mobs, mixing it with knight abilities. The combo summons an absolutely cracked mount. Right out from the dirt rises a massive skeletal horse named Ghost Coursel, that absolute unit of a mount, and the boss tower overhead while Rockin watches. The big guy yells at him to bow to the Empire's crazy power. It rushes forward and the two clash swords again. Rockin tries holding his ground, but the pure kinetic force wrecks him and sends him flying. He lands on his feet, barely standing and totally cooked. That felt like catching a freight train to the face, so he pauses while chugging health pots. He has better raw power, but the boss is so absurdly fast that its momentum makes this fight incredibly rough. That means it is time for a new strat. Still going, Berserker is not the vibe here. He might stomp the boss, but the debuff afterward is way too risky. He has to secure this W without Berserker, and spamming close-range attacks clearly is not it. Instead, check this insane play, he decides to nerf the enemy's mobility first. Pulling out his axes, he totally knows he might literally die, but sends it anyway. He eats both axes. The general brushes the attack off like it is nothing, which is exactly what Rockin planned. That baits out the opening for his real move, a straight-up charge. The boss gets caught off guard thinking the dude is aiming for him, but instead he smacks the horse and unseats the rider. The general is super salty. Now with Rockin right in his grill, our guy braces for the finish. He is out for blood, attacking again and again with insane force, until he finally manages to cancel that spiritual transformation. At this point, Rockin is locked in on ending this. He cleaves the guy in half, flexing absolutely cracked power. The general crumbles to dust. What it drops is a gem holding the essence of death, the exact loot Rockin wanted. It is also the item Harkin gave his whole life to seal away inside this cave. The essence can literally summon death itself. But instead of bagging it right away, he chooses to summon undead mobs everywhere and spread that death energy. Very soon, thousands of extra skeletons rise up and rush him. This is exactly the farm he was hoping for. He dives headfirst into the brawl, showing absolutely zero chill as he shatters every bone in sight. He just keeps grinding for XP, pushing all the way to level 99. Rockin finally dings level 99, totally hyped to hit the cap while the mobs keep respawning. By this time, he has burned through every bandage, potion, and safe zone, basically grinding non-stop for 4 whole days. Even with 0 sleep, he is the very first player to hit that rank. So he scoops up the essence of death and his shiny new dungeon title. This title buffs his attack, dark resistance, and critical damage by 50%. It lets him summon mobs too, but if he does not hand over the essence, it will completely consume him. So he dips out of the cave, clearing the quest and activating the runes to secure his loot. Later, hitting up the Trinsic Mage Guild. Materian is shook when Rockin actually rolls up with the essence. He explains he found it using Harkin's journal, but the mage cuts him off, snatches the item and hands over an insane regen potion that our boy immediately chugs down, instantly restoring a massive chunk of HP. With the quest wiped, he no longer has to sweat the death energy, which would normally rise again later and wake up the city's skeletons. But that problem could totally wait. As he turned to dip out, Materian stopped him, acting all high and mighty, and actually thanked him for risking his neck to stop a total disaster. With this super dramatic vibe, the mage suggested they team up later. Rockin slapped on a fake smile and just nodded. He knew he could not refuse if he wanted the main quest to progress. So yeah, he officially joined this random squad of elves, humans, gnomes, and dwarves as an official investigator. This gig let him grab quests and, way more importantly, score the investigator ring. That piece of jewelry proved his rank and let him heal 3,000 health points daily. Basically perfect for a berserker class, giving Rockin practically an extra life. Materian sent him off smiling, promising to always support him. The guy acting all-inspiring seriously annoyed our boy, but he brushed it off quick and bounced out of there in a fantastic mood, heading straight for his third-class upgrade. He hit up the Berserker Guild where that same manager said what is up. Rockin asked for the next quest line. The dude was completely shook, thinking he had given up since he was just here a few days ago. But our guy said nah. He already hit the level cap for his third upgrade, which left the guild rep completely stunned. He might literally be the first player on the continent to pull this off. So he handed over the final mission to hit level 100. The task was winning a solo duel against someone level 100 or higher. Rockin just smirked, knowing his crazy wins over the Lake Knight, the Bandit Boss, and the Skeleton General already counted. The manager stood there entirely speechless. Just like that, a sick red aura exploded around Rockin, officially declaring him the first S-Class user, a genuine berserker. Mind totally blown, the manager asked who he actually was. Rockin just told him to stay tuned because he would hear his name real soon. Then he totally ruined the cool vibe by demanding his loot. The manager quickly brought out his weapon choices. 2 swords and an axe. Sticking to the brand, he snatched the Berserker Axe, which felt incredible in his grip. Next came the fresh skills, Power Guard, Defense, Assault, and a Spin Attack. Then came the big boy combo skills. The manager warned him there were 3, and they had to be fused into a book. It was a one-time deal, so he needed to be super careful not to waste precious crafting materials. Rockin ignored him completely, demanding literally every skill book in stock. Assuming this guy was just arrogant, the manager sold the materials at full price, 0 discount for you, buddy. But since he still liked the kid, he tossed in a freebie, a one-time gem that removes the Berserker penalty. Rockin definitely did not expect top-tier loot this early, and he already knew exactly how to abuse it. He paid up and dipped, leaving the manager insanely confused about where a newbie got all that cash, silently praying the guy becomes an absolute master. After all that, our boy headed back to Katoon to see Storian. The old dude was hyped. He backed the right horse. Honestly, though, Rockin still thought the manipulative boomer was sketchy. Storian then asked what his next big move was, and Rockin casually dropped that he was heading for Crossroad. The old man seriously doubted his level, but knowing this kid is crazy unpredictable, just warned him about dealing with other races. Rockin already knew Crossroad was a locked zone meant only for players level 100 plus, filled with elves, dwarves, gnomes, and tons of NPCs mixing with high-tier players. As Rockin packed up to leave, Storian tossed him one last fetch quest, sending him to the tunnel with a letter from Malson, captain of the Royal Guard. Never-ending chores, am I right? He walked out with a chill smile, but that completely vanished the second he hit the tunnel. There sat his ride, a sketchy cargo cart driven by a gnome named Loam. That thing looked 100% like a death trap. Rockin strongly considered just hoofing it on foot, but then he would lose his sweet early bird advantage getting to the city first, and this rust bucket was the only way inside. So he hopped onto the cart, which definitely was not street legal. It blasted off at warp speed, giving our boy pure trauma. He eventually dragged himself to the massive city gates, heavily guarded by an elf. She stopped him cold, asking for an ID. Still totally motion sick, he just ignored her and stumbled forward. The elf warned she would straight up shoot if he took another step. He was too dizzy to care, so she let an arrow fly, which Rockin easily snagged out of the air. Flexing a super intimidating aura, he stomped toward her. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the worst. But Rockin just shoved his investigator ring in her face to clear security. Still seeing stars, he prayed this was actually the right drop point, or he was hunting that gnome down for revenge. Yep, that is how he finally hit Crossroad, a sprawling metropolis way bigger and way cooler than the starter towns. Get ready, this is where it all kicks off. He even scored loot for being one of the first players to arrive, bagging a sweet 5% stat buff. The local NPCs still gave off major hater energy toward humans, even though his new title should have earned some respect. Still, it was way better than his past life where humans just got openly trashed in the streets here. But honestly, the guy was running on fumes, so he just logged out. And that is how Rockin finally caught some Z's. Exactly what he deserved. Scrolling his feed, he notices someone creeping up the leaderboards. Another gamer just hit level 99. No cap, it might be Odin. Then we see Ruby, a hype reporter from Gain Inven, interviewing the first dude globally to hit 99. She calls him Sir. His identity, totally hidden on stream because those were his strict conditions. This guy acts totally humble. He is absolutely not looking for clout, and his answers about speeding to 99 are mad modest. Or honestly, just dodging the question. He claims he simply understood the game mechanics and farmed the best spots. Rockin watches this entire livestream go down. Ruby asks for his next move. The Mystery Sweat says he is dropping a new guild. He flew solo so far because nobody's a real teammate unless they survive the third city. Totally shook, she asks him what this squad will be named. He smiles Ragnarok. Rockin smirks right back, but he is low-key superheated. He mutters he cannot wait to wreck that dude. Later, our boy practices with his axe, definitely sweating a bit. He figured his past timeline changes would keep Odin away. But nah, Odin still popped up and way earlier this time than before. Grinding his spinning strike, he realizes his time travel situation is definitely linked directly to Odin and this busted game. So even though he wants to pack him up today, he chills. He settles for that edgy sketch, rationalizing that Odin needs time to bake. Right now, that rival is way too weak. It just wouldn't hit the same if he clapped him this early. He pops his strength skill, flexing a crazy heavy aura, plotting exactly how he will strike once Odin builds his fan club and gets a massive ego. Thinking he is the server boss, watch closely, that is exactly when Rockin will totally fold him. He is actually hyped for Odin to level up. Warm-up done, he switches gears to combo skills. First, he combines his raw strength with War Cry. The payoff is Chef Kiss Perfect. He dubs it Madness Cry. Slapping those skills together means the effects range from stunning mobs to nerfing their stats. Exactly his vibe. Then he gets totally caught off guard. It turns out he's rocking 4 combo skill slots now, even though the max was always hard capped at 3. That massive W comes from his first-class user achievement, handing him a bonus slot. Rockin is absolutely hyped. Achievements are literally the cheat code to gap the competition, so he queues up the next combo. Later at the Dwarven Guild, the attendant gives our boy a weird side-eye, acting like Rockin is begging for work. The dwarf does not trust him but hands over the quest anyway. Rockin knows these guys are too washed to clear it. He thinks they should show some respect, but he swallows the rage. He cannot progress unless he grinds rep with literally every single race on the map. He already canceled the elves for being stuck up and toxic, and now dealing with these dwarves, he finds out they are equally full of it, mad annoying. This drags him to the ore mine where he needs to farm weird rocks to fix his rep. The gig is basic bag, 50 blue ores. Rockin knows tons of casuals with the mining skill could pull this off, but they would waste hours hoarding garbage loot. That is exactly why he brought a big brain strat. But then some kobold thieves start jacking the mine. Rockin steps up, figuring mining is for noobs when he can just mug them for the loot. The raiders are shook. Rockin smoothly warns them they are about to get cooked like their friend. They rush him while he chains strength dash into spinning strike. These kobolds try a sneaky gank. He parries instantly, snatching them by the neck and literally ripping them apart. Back in his old run bodying, just one mutt was in massive sweat. Now he easily steamrolls them flat and ditches the bodies. After that, he farms the node and scores a ton of drops. But our guy knows bagging 50 ores for the daily is not enough. What those dwarves actually want is their mine back from the kobolds. So he decides to speedrun this by wiping the whole mob out. Deeper inside Kimothy, a level 115 boss hears something. He ignores it and keeps mining. Meanwhile, Rockin pops his stealth cloak and scouts the Cobalt leader's setup. Even with his buff stats, brawling a boss and his entire squad up close is sketchy, so he finds another angle. Ready for this, he spots a heavy cart packed with rocks and just yeets it down the tracks. Mutts are panicking and their boss orders them to chase the payload. Meanwhile, the big guy lights a smoke salty that dwarf backup might arrive. Then he barks at our hero to show himself. Invisible or not, that dog nose can sniff him out easy. Rockin steps up with zero fear, straight up roasting the mutts sent tracking. Furious Kimothy flashes his claws and lunges, popping his Crimson Burst combo. But Rockin answers back, mashing all his abilities together to trigger his absolute ultimate mega skill Destruction Burst. It buffs his strength by 200%, completely unstoppable. When they clash, Rokhan easily takes the W and slams those kobolds straight into the dirt. Then he finishes them off with a brutal shoulder charge, sending them flying. Next, he walks up to wrap things up, giving the kobolds a final goodbye. Even when they beg for mercy, they just get split in two. And boom, he levels up. Meanwhile, deep inside the mine, some dwarves are locked in a cell, cursing the mutts and demanding food and obviously some booze. Suddenly, a massive dog-like brute looks ready to attack them, but nope, it is just another one of Rokhan's victims. He cuts it down, telling the dwarves to step back from the bars. They are totally shook to see a human watching as Rokhan offers a hand while knocking out his own guild mission. Even after getting bailed out, the dwarves still throw shade, saying running away is not enough yet. Mine is packed with kobolds and their boss, so they tell him to fetch help from the Dwarven Guild. Our guy just smirks and says if he made it this far, then across this entire mine not a single kobold is still breathing. That leaves them absolutely speechless. Back at the guild, the receptionist apologizes to Rokhan for underestimating his skills, asking for his help with future jobs. That quick flex earns him the title Friend of the Dwarves. Now he can actually request dwarven labor, including blacksmithing. And honestly, the enhancement skill catches his eye big time. There are only two ways to enhance gear: pop a scroll or ask a smith. That first option is super rare since those scrolls drop from third city quests and will not hit the market for a while. The second relies heavily on having good vibes with a blacksmith, and even then there is zero guarantee they will not completely scam you since blacksmithing is famously one of the 3 nightmare skills to learn here. Right now, literally nobody knows how to enhance weapons. You already know where this is going, time to secure the bag. He hits the dwarven forge, asking a smith to craft a long sword from materials he brought himself. He intentionally picks something super easy to work with, a basic sword, but a top-tier choice for close combat. Production costs stay low, and since he can snipe the materials dirt cheap at auction, he can pump out volume. Then Roken remembers he can actually engrave stuff right on the handles. That is exactly how he ends up dropping 50 batches of long swords inspired by his brand, the King. Now he plans to flip branded NPC gear and kick off his million gold side hustle. This scheme gets even spicier when he decides to enhance the swords himself, then dump them in the city auction house. That way his drops can reach players everywhere, and instead of just doubling the price, he can straight up triple it. So he lists them, and they sell out in under 5 seconds. Rokan is absolutely hyped, realizing a ton of low-level players with heavy cash are desperate for better gear. Especially after Odin showed up, basically forcing everyone on the server to grind harder and faster, so he just jacks up the prices. A few minutes later, he is losing his mind over the profits. A total of 458 gold coins, about 10 billion in real-world money. Still, he knows leveling up matters most. Right now, Rokan is hyper-focused on grinding gold. But Falcon, the dev company running this game, notices a crazy monopoly on enhanced gear sales, tracing it right back to Rokan. Sadly, the system nerfs his hustle real quick, capping his daily profit at 100 gold coins. He is insanely salty because he only milked this glitch for 2 days, but hey, at least nobody else knows what happened. Regardless, he made enough bank that upgrading his gear feels like pocket change. Plus, he forged a heavy-duty, extra-long axe he named Killer Axe. It comes with a massive damage buff, and he is itching to test it on his next mission. That quest drags him straight to the half-elf guild, meeting the guild master face-to-face. She coldly asks why he is there, and Roken hits her with his absolute best smile, offering to help. But this arrogant girl just claims a weak human cannot solve their problems. Big mistake. He tells her to check her attitude straight up, smashing her desk to pieces. And yet he still gets rejected. So time for plan B. He flashes his research club ring and that shiny new recognition from the dwarves. Terry could not care less about the dwarves, but the research club actually grabs her attention. So she finally considers him for a job, and Rokan mentally celebrates like a little kid. The mission: rescue a gathering squad that wandered into the forest and just vanished. The guild master tosses him an elf token so the survivors will actually trust him. Now he has to track them down and play bodyguard. This is the exact kind of carry job our guy wanted. He grins so hard that Terry gets a little creeped out but clears him to leave. Before heading out, he buys a massive black horse because the new routes around the city are insanely long. He needs speed, dropping just 100 gold on his new 4-legged ride. But right on cue, a massive corrupted forest spirit jumps them, only to get instantly sliced in half by Rokan's new axe. It works beautifully though. He admits these mobs hit harder than the mine mutts. Still, one swing is all it takes to one-shot them. So all along the road, he leaves totally wrecked tree monsters behind until he reaches his spot. Right there, he starts looking around for the gathering squad and spots a trail they left while supposedly dipping from a monster. But the half-elves are way too slow for tracks like that. Straight bait. He is shook. He still hasn't found them. Dude starts thinking he got played right as an arrow flies straight at his dome. He catches it with 0 effort. He smirks. Finally found his targets. That just totally terrifies the half-elf squad. One of them rushes into attack until Roken yells out that Terry sent him. They think he is capping at first, but once he flashes the guild seal, they agree to tag along. He then starts leading the whole crew through the forest. They are totally terrified of these monsters they have never seen before, but Roken is chilling. He already packed up plenty while searching for them, which they still think is fake news. Their whole squad could not beat even one. Then a massive horde pulls up and Roken tells them to keep their eyes peeled because things are about to get crazy. The monsters strike, but Roken dodges and leaps, then chops them down. Too easy. He smiles with pure confidence, getting ready to wreck the rest, leaving the half-elf girls totally jaw-dropped. The squad just stares at him in absolute shock. Roken keeps crushing every single monster until the zone is cleared out. Then he asks if they finally believe him, saying not to sweat that corrupted firewood. The elves look super depressed. They drop to their knees and Roken just stares, totally confused. They apologize and literally beg him to help with a side quest. The squad came here to figure out how to stop the corruption spreading through the Tekon forest for their people. This is their ultimate top-tier mission. So yeah, they basically beg for his help. Roken smirks when a fresh quest window pops up. The task is escorting the elves to the heart of the forest. Exactly what he wanted. He tells them from now on they follow his orders. No crying. That turns out to be a solid way to keep them in check as they move out together. From there, he stays low-key hiding from monsters instead of fighting them, since that would just kill time. But before they go any farther, one of the elves stops him. Loot secured. They finally found what they came for. A tiny glowing sprout that could become the world tree. the literal symbol of the half-elf guild and something super sacred to their people. That was the whole reason they entered the forest in the first place. The elves ask him to stand guard while they farm it, but Roken tries to remember how the tree is grown. It finally clicks. He stops them dumping a raw healing potion onto the sprout. The elves absolutely panic and try to stop him, even rushing at him, but one of their friends holds them back when the sprout actually starts growing. That happens because it absorbs pure vitality, a strat the elves never would have tried. To them, the thing was way too sacred to pour random items on. But here, the tree can also draw life directly from the forest itself. Since this spot is free of corruption, Roken just drops another healing potion on it. It works even better this time. Our guy can literally feel his wallet crying right now. So instead, he uses some water from Lake Kimjing, even though the girls are complaining. In the end, that turns the little sprout into a young sapling. That makes Roken pretty hyped. With a greedy grin, he waits for the hidden loot drop, but the vibe gets completely ruined when one girl suddenly screams that things are going south. Roken is confused at first because the tree had grown and pulled energy from the entire forest, which basically ended up aggroing the great corrupted forest guardian. This boss is massive. It leaves even Roken speechless. Then he decides to go all out and pulls his helmet from the Lion King's seal. Luckily for him, it releases the seal and its crazy power that gives the helmet a massive buff and boosts its roar skill. Seriously, watch this, the upgrade catches Roken off guard. If this is his best defensive item, then he can only imagine how busted the full armor set must be. Rocking all of it, he thinks he could become way more OP than he was in his past life. An elf yells out asking what he plans to do now. But Roken calmly says he will handle it as he summons his killer axe and berserker axe, then starts stepping up. Still, the elf leader sees zero chance against this boss. To her, it is basically the entire forest beefed up by corruption, something no solo player could ever beat. She says they need to dip, but those words just annoy Roken. To him, saying he cannot win is major loser energy. Giving up way too fast, he charges straight in to prove her wrong. In his head, he figures that thing was level 135 and the corruption had made it even beefier. So logically, the absolute best he should hope for is taking aggro while the elves collect the tree and bail out. That alone would be enough to clear the mission. But right now, his gamer instincts are screaming to test his limits. The monster attacks but misses badly by a completely ridiculous distance. Roken actually laughs at that, but his smile instantly vanishes when he sees the giant hand of the Guardian absolutely tears up the ground, dropping a meteor shower of boulders. The elves barely tank it while Rakan full sends it straight ahead as the monster swings again. He dodges smoothly, popping skills to completely slice off one of its legs. Still, he cannot dodge a massive hand slamming right down on him. But with insanely precise cuts, he shreds that hand and climbs higher. He spins his strikes until another joint totally falls apart. Then Rakan jumps back, looking crazy confident at the limbless Guardian. But suddenly, wild energy cords burst out, wrecking the ground and coming straight for Rakan. Plot twist, those cords are actually vines and they instantly rebuild the Guardian's broken joints. That totally tilts him. Bro feels like this boss is just flexing. Healing should have a limit. Before he rushes in again, an elf stops him, yelling to destroy the core. Rakan pauses, noticing she looks super annoyed, guessing his plan was just chopping until it stopped healing, which was totally his idea since brute force comes way more naturally to him than actual strategy. She says that is completely useless anyway since the Guardian is slurping up the forest's energy. It only stops healing when the entire forest runs dry. After sitting through that boring lore dump, the protagonist asks where the actual core is. Luckily, it is a giant glowing purple spot right in the middle. Though to Rakan, it still does not look big at all. He gets zero time to process because a massive hand literally pastes him into the rocks. That quiet second breaks when red flashes explode everywhere. Watch this. He fully unlocks the Berserker class new beast state rising from the shadows with a sick red aura, ready to end this. Covered in blood and pure rage, Rakan growls a heavy threat right at the giant tree. He charges in again. The monster attacks, but he cleanly slips right past, chaining his destruction burst skills altogether, aiming straight for the core. He forces the boss back and keeps swinging at max speed, locked in to find his absolute limit. From a distance, the elf leader watches, completely shook at how unhinged he is. She knows even if the damage heals, the Guardian is totally still tracking his every move with its gaze, but Rakan just keeps hammering away at it. Beat up, but still throwing hands. The monster tries a war cry, though that is pure copy him against someone way stronger. It only makes Rakan even angrier. He mixes his own strength with war cry and drops a furious roar that shakes the whole zone, completely stunning the giant and tanking its defense. Then glowing red way up high in the air, Rakan gets ready to dunk on it from the sky. He forces multiple skills together with massive effort, strength, jump, strike, and slash, all channeled right into his axe. From below, the Guardian can only watch helplessly as out of that combined skill combo, an enraged Rakan drops in with a massive axe ready to land the final hit. The attack lands on the Guardian as a heavy critical strike, splitting the boss completely in half. It just takes the massive L as the system announces the Guardian is cooked. It shatters into pieces with a huge explosion while the elves just stare in total disbelief at Rakan. He stands over the boss, remains grinning super hard because he knows that sweet loot is coming. Right after that, he heads back to the guild. Turl gets super hyped seeing the sapling and asks how he got it. Acting totally fake humble, Rakan says he will not even bother telling the full story. He just claims the other elves found it. The guildmaster thanks him big time since now her people actually have hope. This whole new vibe from the elf totally surprises Rakan because she's acting nothing like her old toxic self. Still, bro does not care at all. He just wants his bag. So the elf grants him the title Friend of the Elves and also First Friend of the Elves, plus the Blessing of the Spirits, which heavily boosts his defense and energy regen. That is going to be clutch in future wars, especially for spamming Berserker. Then to his surprise, she hands over some bonus loot, a bag with 150 gold. Rakan almost looks bummed, but he figures that for someone formerly that toxic, she already paid out way more than he expected, so he heads out, walking away like the elves' literal hero, saying goodbye with a big goofy grin. Even so, he knows if they ever deem him a threat to the tree, they will 0% hesitate to pack him up. Moving on, he rolls up to his next mission at the Gnome Guild. They do not seem super friendly, mostly because they straight up hate smart people, so for his actual test, he has to clean and repair a musket. Pretty mid for Rakan since it seems like light work. Later, he slaps it back together with zero trouble, but it is super old and crusty that cleaning it takes crazy precise work. He starts feeling like they are totally trolling him. Still, he remembers an easier cheat code after asking the dwarves. Back at the Gnome Guild, Rakan rocks a huge confident smile, but the gnome seriously doubts the repair is actually that legit. He thinks bro used some kind of hack, so he asks for details on the fix. Rakan points out a tiny mark inside near the trigger, and that is plenty to prove he did not cheat at all. He only knew that trick from a past life mission. Now he bags the title Friend of the Gnomes, scoring a massive 50% discount on transport, plus a side gig as an engineer. A massive W since fast travel is way cheaper now. He picks up engineering to craft crazy gadgets just like the top players back in his past life. Some dudes got legendary, like Crap the Mad Engineer. He spammed dark magic with this class to pull off unhinged battlefield traps. With that flashy main character energy, the guy basically became a total rock star. Rakan wants that tech to cover up the glaring weak spots his Berserker mode leaves behind, so he locks in immediately. He starts grinding through blueprints and materials in his downtime. Stepping out of the guild, all three races finally recognize his clout, instantly clearing his main quest. He bags the title Honorary Resident of Crossroad. That severely boosts his rep with the locals and gets him guard protection. His grind here is finally over. Next up, he pivots to another quest delivering Storian's letter. He rolls up to find the captain of the guard and enters the castle. He checks the vibe until an absolute unit steps through a door. Huge imposing, this is Malcolin, the head of security. Rakan is low-key shook by how massive this guy is for a half-elf. They shake hands, and Malcolin is surprisingly chill. He even hypes up Rakan's physical build. That totally throws him off because he remembers this elf being extremely serious back in the day. But remembering Terrell's words and the debt owed to his people, Rakan gets why he acts like this. Honestly, it makes things way smoother. This dude is literally the strongest guy in the city at level 200. He asks if Storian sent him and if the old guy is still completely unhinged. Rakan just stares and hands over the letter. Malcolin scans it instantly. It confirms he joined the research squad. That hypes Malcolin up since he's a member too. Sure, Rakan already knew all of this, but Malcolin keeps studying him hard. The guard captain now views him as someone actually worth respecting, backed by every race and on the research team. But what really trips the elf out is that even with invisible pressure magic pressing down to make him sweat, Rakan literally feels zero. Catching that surprised look, Rakan walks up, dripping with confidence, and asks if he passed. Malcolin is completely stunned into silence. Watch closely, Rakan steps in dropping the jokes and suggests they turn this into a game. Deep down, Rakan knows a straight-up miracle wouldn't let him actually beat Malcolin right now. Still, he flexes hard and acts aggressive, which totally wins the elf over. Malcolin respects anyone with that kind of savage energy. Seeing how dead serious Rakan gets, Malcolin finally cracks up and apologizes for the test. Rakan accepts the apology but demands a reward. Malcolin offers cash, high-tier weapons, or anything reasonable. Yet Rakan only wants one specific thing: to become a city guard. Part-time obviously, since he's still a full-time adventurer. The elf agrees and promises to forward his info straight to hire. After that, Rakan strolls through the castle stressing about the level 100 tryhards who are about to show up. And as a solo player, there's no way he can hold them all back, unless they turn criminal or fight dirty like Pyrrha. Suddenly, he cooks up a completely fair plan. Right on cue, a guard pulls up with his new badge. With this, everyone will instantly recognize him. And what Rakan craves right now is authority. Having secured the bag, he mentally reviews the daily quests. Patrol for an hour, clap 20 nearby mobs, and back up the forces if trouble breaks out. Annoying, but totally easy. The actual W here is gaining massive trust with NPCs, plus their crazy buff bonuses. But the main reason he took the gig is super simple. Operating as a guard, he can legally wreck players if they start acting up. Anyone disturbing the peace gets heavily penalized. And because he's enforcing rules, he might even farm a bonus. That gives him a legal way to flex real authority. But get this, a random thought cuts in. More players should already be roaming this city, though he really doubts he will bump into Odin, so he checks the latest patch news. The top trending story claims some orc named Yu is supposedly the very first player to hit level 100. Rokan watches with heavy disappointment. He logs onto the forums for more details and pulls up an interview. The orc acts chill and fake humble, but the protagonist thinks the guy is an absolute clown. No way you could ever surpass Odin. Rokan is certain his actual target, just like himself, hit level 100 ages ago and is just ghosting to study the competition. Meanwhile, the orc player keeps yapping, bragging that once he finds the next city, he will drop a video so everyone else can follow him. That completely annoys Rokan, so he revives his old streaming channel designed to troll the top players, which honestly still pulls in solid ad revenue despite having barely any uploads. Then he gets straight into the lab editing and dropping videos exposing the third city and his crazy boss fights. They instantly farm thousands of comments. Most of the chat is hyping Rokan up, while haters call cap and mock a bald dude who is seething because Rokan totally humiliated him. That angry guy is actually the famous orc. Rokan checks the massive profits his content generated and decides he can't let his true fans starve. So he plans to drop a banger that will actually exceed their wild expectations. With that locked in, he pulls up to a creepy gothic castle where a butler with crazy eyes greets him. Rokan flashes his city guard badge and asks for Baron True, who posted a distress quest. This Baron looks straight up like a vampire, and the Baron gladly receives him inside. Rokan flashes a crazy confident smile, claiming General Malson himself sent him. It is a total lie. He just speedrun this early because he already knew the quest, so he had to cap hard. It completely works. And the Baron buys it, dropping a brand new mission. Go collect blood from the trolls chilling in the cursed cave. He says he will use it to heal his sick little daughter. Rokan says bet, promising to bring the blood back while secretly planning to use this trip to clear another quest. So he rolls up to the cursed cave, planning to film a whole video on the third city's very first public dungeon. Walking through the zone with his camera on, he breaks down the absolute basics, like how the mobs get super buffed at night, and this is the first time trolls have actually ever dropped in-game. But hey, trolls are not the only baddies in here. Right on cue, one pulls up a stone monkey, this tiny but super jacked beast that is stupid, quick, and bouncy. It is honestly the most trash-tier enemy here, though. It can still wreck you. The raging monkey leaps into attack, but Rokan absolutely spikes it so hard it pinballs off the walls before wiping out. It smacks the floor and immediately charges back, swinging, only to get blocked again by Rokan, who just casually continues his tutorial, saying these guys are insanely easy to beat if you have speed. Then he goes full aggro, while the panicked monkey cannot do a single thing as he body slams it right into the dirt. Staring right into the lens, he flexes about how zero diff this is, dropping the tip that these monkeys might roll in massive squads, but they are basically just troll snacks. He says this right as a whole gang spawns behind him, ready to jump, but Rokan greets them with his madness shout, putting the entire squad straight to sleep. Then he spots a massive bat dipping out. It is pretty weak anyway, so he just lets it fly and pushes forward to the trolls. While strolling, he chilly mentions there are at least 12 trolls in this cave, but they camp in different zones, so they will not squad up to jump him. While he keeps moving, a random mob creeps up on him and Rokan just smirks. He also drops some lore that trolls are technically a playable race, since no gamer had ever actually caught a wild one on stream before. Right then, the big guy behind him winds up for a heavy strike. The guy just shoots it, this annoyed glare, and yeets his axe at max speed, leaving the dude absolutely cooked. He just keeps yapping right through the tutorial, explaining how trolls are slightly faster and way bouncier than human players, but their absolute most broken stat is their insane regen. Even with an axe pinning it down, the beast rips itself free and charges him again. Rokan does the exact same thing, rushing straight at it and saying there is no need to sweat their healing. They will drop eventually. Then he looks dead at the camera, flexing again about how easy this is, all while completely shredding the troll. Shortly after, he seems to face another one head-on, absolutely launching it and finishing it midair, casually explaining that unlike boss trolls or the legendary variants, these cursed ones are totally mid. He steps right over the despawning bodies of the massive trolls inside the dungeon, and boom, that is where the stream cuts because he seriously cannot show what happens next. After bagging the troll blood, he goes hunting for something completely different. And thanks to his cracked explorer title, a glowing light basically acts like GPS. Down in a shallow crater, he yanks a nasty bull skull straight from a bone pile. It is called the Beast Curse, the literal source of the debuff wrecking the trolls and all the other mobs here. He knows for a fact it did not drop here by accident. Someone planted it. Some shady players behind this are probably the exact same toxic crew who dropped the rat plague and completely trashed the forest. They are hard tied to the game's ultimate bosses. But get this, even with future wiki knowledge, no one back then ever figured out who these guys actually were. Dipping out of the cave with all that on his brain, he starts wondering if maybe the reason Odin jumped him on day one was just to totally grief his progress in the main quest. Later on, he hands the skull over to Malson, who is shook to see it because he studied those mutated mobs for ages but never guessed this was the trigger. The elf general honestly has zero clue, so he assigns Rockin to investigate the bones, triggering a brand new quest where he has to track down the 3 boss mobs that ate the cursed beast before they mutate. Rockin strolls through the city looking super confused, trying his best to figure out why Ragnarok started griefing him. Back then, he figured it was just because he was ranked number 1 and they wanted to clap him for clout. But now he thinks they were trying to hard block his main quest progress, although he still does not get why Ragnarok would ever team up with evil NPCs. He just decides none of it matters anyway because he is already locked in his answer. He will just interrogate them after he completely claps them in PvP. Back with the Baron, Rockin hands over the troll blood. The dude says thanks and slaps him with another fetch quest, Warm Sheep Blood. This time he has to hunt a devil sheep. Our guy leaves the castle just laughing at the NPC, crying about his poor, sick kid, since for now he plans to play totally dumb. He walks out grinning, and by the middle of the night, 3 devil sheep are just wandering nearby when Rockin finally spots them. Super hyped to start farming, he just launches into the air and comes down heavy, slashing one apart. The rest of the flock freezes up in pure panic. Rokhan figures these herbivores just blue screen whenever a predator rolls up, so he goes all in striking with his lion helmet for a solid hit. But then he is absolutely shook, seeing the blow get totally tanked by the sheep's wool. The thing counters hard, launching him backward. He sticks the landing and cues up a combo charge and headbutt blasting forward at light speed. The sheep actually tries to clash, but Rokhan is way too quick, managing to slip right behind it. Time to see who hits harder, he yells, dropping a heavy strike so insanely powerful it doesn't just clap the sheep. It completely nukes the surrounding terrain too. The final sheep is terrified and tries dipping out, but a winded Rokhan tells the thing he only needs 2 items if it wants to survive: blood and skin. Obviously, that just scares the poor thing even worse. Later, Rokhan heads back to town, completely salty over that midnight grind. Right when he hears the newbies spawned way early, and they are already throwing hands with the locals who basically treat them like trash over low faction trust. So the tilted players start trashing the place, literally stringing up a dwarf. But the victim crying for help gets cut off by Rokhan walking up. He is testing his guard, armor, and disguise skill. The fresh adventurers try to explain themselves. Rockin does not care. He flexes his authority and immediately kicks them out of town. The dwarf thanks him while Rokhan thinks those guys totally threw by getting violent with a random NPC, especially a merchant. Still, he gets the vibe. It is incredibly tilting, having zero access to city shops, just getting ignored and clapped by every race. Just remembering his own early game humiliation gets him tight. But as he keeps walking, a huge brain blast hits. Watch how he secures the bag with this intel. So his very first move is buying up an entire building in the busiest district. Flashing back to his old hustle, he remembers his real estate days and knows exactly how to game this. Crossroad property prices are strictly going to the moon. Buying it all is impossible though, so he snags the prime spot. Stepping inside, he realizes this property is way more massive than he thought. Lightbulb moment. He is making a mega mall specifically for all these low-level newbies who still get locked out of city stores. If nobody else will sell to them, he gets a total monopoly. So he starts building his setup. The ground floor holds basic potions and scrolls, and he hikes the prices up because these players are desperate. Second floor rocks premium gear with insane price tags to match. The third floor holds top-tier drops. And to top it off, an auction hall. Setup complete, he leaves an NPC clerk holding it down. Heading out though, the math hits him. Those bottom floors have an expiration date. Once players grind enough faction trust, his shops fall off. So he immediately looks for a way to squeeze out maximum profit. Zero time wasted, he hits the guard supply department. Inside, he heads straight for the printing office and submits a custom quest. This makes newbies hunt whatever monsters Rokhan picks, tossing them rewards while helping them farm city trust. He posts it under the alias Malson. It is an incredibly toxic galaxy brain strat. The players who come trying to level up just end up farming the exact materials Rokhan needs. Since he is the sole buyer, he scoops them for pennies, keeping his shop printing money. Anyway, he remembers he still has to visit Truel. The guy is absolutely shook. He cleared the quest. He sends him to the shaman Trinica to prep the ingredients. Rokhan agrees, but then he catches a weird noise. The Baron totally brushes it off, making Rokhan quietly laugh. He already knows what is up. Check out how he connects the dots from the start. The truth is painfully obvious. Truel is a literal vampire, and that girl he keeps around is not his daughter. She is a high elf packing the best blood for vampires. High elves are this super rare elf variant, basically, royalty, and there is a crazy legend about them. If a vampire drains their blood, they unlock insane power instantly, but only an absolute unit of a vampire survives it. An average one just melts, which is exactly what would happen to Truel. So he started abusing witchcraft, boosting his stats with magic gear to chug that blood without getting cooked. Keeping that in mind, Rokon heads through the night toward Mist Valley to find Trinica and drop the materials. Locating this shaman is pure pain. The forest is massive and pitch blackness makes it literal hell. Any normal player would have rage quit by now. Suddenly, level 115 mist hyenas spawn in. Rokon spots the pack, but instead of breaking, he punches the gas. Quest completion comes first. That disrespect ticks the hyenas off, triggering their aggro. Since they look slow, he chills and starts sprinting right up until his foot hits solid air. Completely humbled, he plummets straight into a ravine, cursing the fog for this epic fail. Dusting himself off, he realizes hundreds of hungry hyenas have him boxed in. Rokon just looks around plants, his axe grins, and Rokon wonders how many mobs he can actually solo at once. He is totally about to find out. He charges straight in, remembering a major berserker weakness, taking on massive crowds. Their kits usually lack those big area of effect moves that clear out mobs, so he has to pick them off one by one. That gets exhausting super fast. To compensate, he spams his mega burst of destruction. The attack tears through the pack and crushes 80 mobs. This totally proves his custom combo skills can patch up his lack of crowd control. Still, he knows these moves are only going to clap absolute noobs. If he threw down with Ragnarok again, he would straight up get cooked. The math is simple. Burst of Destruction only slaps against targets waiting in a straight line, not on squads scattering everywhere. Dude desperately needs a legit area attack to stand a chance. Doing on that, he swears to Odin he will craft a busted technique to wipe them all off the map. Then he remembers the main quest comes first and keeps pushing. Right near dawn, somebody yells at him to freeze and just drop those ingredients on the ground. Enter the shaman Turka. Rokon casually chucks a box over, and the shaman totally flips his vibe entirely. Grabbing the loot and a stack of magic leaves, he starts spitting a crazy powerful chant. The resulting magic sends literally hundreds of objects flying everywhere. Rokon just watches this chaotic scene and asks what kind of wild spell that is. Once the light show ends, Turka hands over a blood imprint that buffs vampiric strength. Rokon suddenly remembers he is supposed to just deliver the item. The Baron only needs it to reach elf blood, but right then it becomes super obvious that Rokon literally could not care less about the quest reward. He wants that blood imprint for himself. Turka begs him to stop, but the absolute madman absorbs it anyway and gets marked. He scores the ultimate imprint for close combat lifesteal. Rokon checks out his shiny new stats, realizing he has crazy high damage, but his defense is kinda mid. That is exactly why he snatched up the strongest melee imprint. It lets him drain 3% of an enemy energy scaled to his attack power. The devs totally nerf this later, but early birds keep the broken, unpatched version forever. Right on cue, Rokon eats a massive energy blast straight to the face and just shrugs it off. Turka starts screaming about the theft, so our guy decides this is the perfect time for a field test. He flash steps over and literally rips the shaman head off with zero effort. He secures the sweet energy bonus plus that goblin head as loot. Rokon is itching to abuse this skill, and his devious smirk says he knows exactly where to farm next. First up, he hits the Berserker Guild to buy a fresh batch of skills for crafting. The main ingredients are strength, charge, spinning attack, and solid body. After dialing in the motion, he finalizes the combo and unlocks a brand new move, Wind Wheel. He can literally spin non-stop, blending mobs as long as his mana bar holds up. Hyped to finally have an area of effect attack, he sprints off to run it inside the Cursed Cave. He starts hardcore grinding, searching everywhere for fresh targets. Honestly, he is thrilled when a massive crowd completely boxes him in. Perfect moment to limit test this technique. The cave werewolves full send it, but Rokon stays completely chill. He actually lets them land bite after bite all over his character model. Dude is genuinely enjoying the pain. He waits until his health drops to 20%, then gets ready to carve them up. Flexing the exact moves he practiced, he glides through the pack with an unhinged smile, and his new skill triggers. The move summons a massive tornado that yeets the wolves backward while dicing them into absolute ribbons. When the dust settles, the entire zone is wrecked, leaving only Rokon standing. He is chilling in a sea of shredded wolf bodies, and his health is maxed out again. Even with a tiny 3% steal, he is mind-blown that draining the mob healed him to full. Stoked by this crazy output, he realizes this is the exact counter for Odin and Ragnarok. But now he also figures out that after swiping the scroll and deleting the shaman, this questline is pretty much toasted. His next Galaxy Brain move is to wipe out the vampires and bag that high elf reward himself. So he drops the goblin head in front of a rattled Malcolin who stutters, asking where he found it. Rokon drops the lore that Truel is actually a vampire holding an elf hostage. This gets Malcolm incredibly triggered, and he decides to pull the entire guard to raid the noble. Roken tells him to chill out, warning that pushing right at night is way too risky. He convinces Malcolm to wait for dawn, but that is totally bait. Roken just wants to reach Truel's crib early, save the high elf, and steal all the experience and loot. Meanwhile, at the manor, the elf girl is asleep, absolutely wrecked by awful pain. Truel flashes his fangs, totally ready to snack on her blood. Right on schedule, Roken pulls up to the villa. He is grinning super hard because he played Malcolm like a fiddle, handing him the quest. This big brain play gives our guy an excuse to test his shiny new moves on a high-level boss. He scales the manor walls straight up to a window. But when he peeks inside, Truel is completely missing in action. Super annoyed, Roken decides to just secure the elf first. He spots her snoozing in a side room, walks right over and tries to shake her awake, but she is completely knocked out. Guessing she got hit with some heavy sleep debuff. He starts looking for another way too. He needs to wake her up, so he pulls out the perfect tool, a literal alarm clock he built while grinding mechanical engineering. He plops it right beside her. The screech is so insane it almost blows out Roken's own eardrums, but the elf stays totally knocked out. That is until she suddenly screams at him to shut it off. She absolutely hates the racket, so Roken just smashes the clock. Then he introduces himself as a local city guard. The finally awake elf turns out to be a fancy noble named Iraheim. Roken apologizes for the crazy wake-up call. She gets it and is right about to grab our polite guy's hand, but before she can, she spots something creeping behind him. Roken spins around and finds Truel standing dead center in the room, totally raging out and calling him a rat. Iraheim is absolutely shaking, but Roken is actually hyped the guy finally showed up. He originally planned to secure the lady first and then deal with Truel later. But since the vampire brought the beef right to his doorstep, Roken is perfectly happy to throw down right now. Elf asks if he is seriously going to fight this monster. Oh, he is. Truel lunges in blind rage while Roken preps, casually suggesting they take this outside so they don't accidentally wreck the elf they both want. Then they just launch into all-out war, clashing over and over until they literally bust right out of the tower walls. They keep throwing hands in midair, and Roken actually takes the lead, absolutely cooking the Baron downward, until they both completely crater into the dirt. Truel drops straight to his knees while Roken flexes over him, asking exactly how it feels to get hunted by a regular human. Completely tilted, Truel pops his claws and screams he's going to drain him dry. Roken just hoists his axe, ready to snatch his life force right back. That wild threat totally rattles Truel, and Roken charges in swinging. The vampire somehow manages to block the heavy strike with just his nails, which honestly catches Roken off guard. Truel glares back and suddenly spots something super weird. Roken smugly flashes the glowing blood imprint on his chest. That is exactly when the Baron connects the dots and realizes Roken was farming him for that power since minute 1. Totally humiliated and raging hard, the vampire just yeets himself at Roken, who barely sidesteps the wild combo. Even so, he catches a nasty gash to the arm and keeps narrowly dodging for his life, sweating bullets as he realizes this boss is way beefier than expected. Looks like all those rumors he heard about Truel in the future were completely bogus. Truel beats Roken all the way down to 20% health. That rattles him, but it definitely does not change his game plan. Bouncing right back, and Roken asks if the vampire has tasted his blood yet. Then he unleashes Wind Wheel and blitzes, forward slashing super hard at the Baron. He sarcastically thanks him for the blood mark. That heavy hit basically restored his entire HP bar. The Baron actually cracks up at that. He does not care at all. Draining life force is day 1 stuff for vampires, so no regular human is going to out-heal him. While Roken tries to mentally process that the Baron flexes hard, pouring out massive amounts of dark energy, then teleports right into Roken's face, now fully transformed into a giant crazy bat monster. Roken does not even blink. Honestly, the dude looks way more like a werewolf now, but that changes absolutely nothing. He just wants to test his stats, so he waits ready to swing. As the beast dives in, the protagonist welcomes the Baron with a massive slash to the face, which only pisses him off more. The vampire fires back, zipping around at warp speed and shredding him with insane claws that totally catch Roken slacking. Not only is he eating heavy damage, his blood mark healing is completely lagging out. The Baron taunts him, explaining that the mark simply is not built for fragile humans. If the DPS outpaces the healing, it is game over. But get this, even that doesn't shake Roken. He figures if he needs to steal more HP, he just has to hit way harder, charging in with 0 chill. The Baron braces for the heavy impact and lands a totally brutal wound right on his chest. Regardless, Roken manages to squeeze in some hits, but he drops to 10 health and the bar keeps tanking. Still, our guy does not care and just keeps attacking. The vampire has 0 plans of losing to a human, but Roken hits him with the classic "you already lost." Right as he pops Berserker mode, then triggers Wind Wheel, stacking both skills into a crazy spin move. Flexing mid-attack, he casually drops that he is no basic human, summoning a massive tornado that wraps completely around the Baron and literally shredding everything in its path. When the dust settles, Roken is just chilling in a huge crater, his health bar fully maxed out as he stares at the leftover pieces of Truel. That wild fight finally lets him completely master how the blood mark actually works. Fully satisfied, he goes straight for the one elite item money cannot buy from the High Elf. Meanwhile, the system logs his achievements. Down at the castle entrance, Malcolm rallies a squad of heavy guards ready to absolutely wipe this vampire off the map. This commander refuses to let even a speck of dust touch the High Elf. They blitz the castle, but right before they kick down the heavy door, it just violently explodes outward. Malcolm is completely shook. He literally cannot fathom a vampire packing that much punch at dawn. But then he sees some dudes strutting out with pure swagger next to the shy elf. Malcolm instantly recognizes Roken, who casually apologizes for the random explosion. The elf chimes in that the Baron got completely soloed by him, leaving Malcolm standing there speechless because he knows for a fact Truel was way over his own level even if the rookie guards still doubt it. The stunned general tells them no cap, the highest honor these high elves can hand out is finally starting. A massive golden light totally floods the zone. She scoops up all that glowing energy, forming a crown, a flex you straight up cannot buy with any cash. Roken is totally hyped as she steps up with the ultimate prize, the Elf Oath. Thanks to his crazy guts, the elves are backing him completely. He unlocks a legendary title, Iraham's Oath, which bumps his standing with the elves straight to the max tier, way past basic trust. Roken seals the deal by kissing her hand. He knows that even though this title won't buff his stats, it packs wild perks. We're talking exclusive access to High Elf Society, a heavy hitter squad that could totally carry him against Odin later. But first, he literally has to rewrite history for that to matter. The noble elf gives her thanks, and Roken turns to dip, but she stops him asking for a whole dinner date. Our guy knows it is not the time to chill. With Odin lurking, he needs to grind levels fast. So he plays it smooth, declines politely, and pops his runes to fast travel across the map. He spawns right at the White Coast. His game plan is hunting down the mutated mobs for his next quest, especially this sketchy blade-armed monkey, and boom, it spawns right behind him. That just makes our boy stoked since he gets to skip the search phase. He tells it to bring it on. Meanwhile, in a totally different zone, some guy clutching a huge orb gets all hyped after clearing a fight. He is chilling with Odin himself, who starts firing off endless questions. Odin gets annoyed, telling him to just stick to the script. He watches the dude run off to keep grinding for loot. Odin thinks everything is going totally according to his master plan, but one tiny glitch still bugs him, way off in the distance. His sidekick is throwing a fit about missing world-first achievements, all because Roken already snagged them. Odin tells him to chill out. He drops some wisdom: anyone grinding the exact same route is guaranteed to clash eventually. Back with Roken, he watches these blade-handed monkeys mob up. Totally ready to absolutely cook them all, he rushes in for the farm. The pack locks on. But for Roken, this is free leveling. He taunts them to step up. They all jump him, and our guy is hyped. He pops Whirlwind and straight up shreds through every single one of them, catching back-to-back level ups until that first mutated mob is fully deleted. When the dust settles, he just says those monkeys were way more basic than Truel. But wait, a massive giant is rushing him. Say hello to the second mutated mob, the field boss, Blade Demon. An absolute unit with a glowing core in the middle, which is obviously its weak point. Still, he holds off on attacking. If he just camps a second, this demon absorbs all the dead mob bodies to build its final form. Literally the best time to wreck it. Once the boss hits stage 2, Roken goes wild. He stalled on purpose because this specific form drops insane loot. The boss is crazy fast, but Roken easily dodges it, flexing his own speed with a brutal smack right to the dome. But even that massive hit is not quite enough. So he just spams heavy attacks until the boss drops. Even then, its armor tanks the damage. So Roken, getting heated, just starts pounding it to dust until the armor finally shatters. But this monster straight up smiles from the dirt and pops its ultimate, catching Roken totally off guard. He has to hustle because thousands of blades are about to rain down for 25 seconds before the whole thing self-destructs. He face tanks the blade storm using his destruction burst skill, but one last stray blade flies straight for his eye, only to freeze at the absolute last second when it runs dry on energy. He figures the boss is cooked, but then it starts glowing, sucking up mana, getting ready for that toxic self-destruct move. Then pushing right through the smoke and fire, Roken steps out grinning. He admits that almost wiped him, but it was 100% worth it. He just bagged a Blade Demon Fragment, a crazy rare drop that totally buffs bladed weapons. He slaps it onto his axe immediately and rolls a bleeding effect on hit, something he really wants to test drive soon. First up, tracking down that final mob. But on the way, he hits the lake searching for a loot drop called the Color Pearl, probably hiding in the clam garden. From the shore, he spots a massive sunken ship underwater. Roken points out that is definitely some high-level boss territory. The whole vibe shifts as we dive through the wreckage down to the deepest zone where a terrifyingly huge piranha is camping. But for now, Roken's only job is farming these clams. At first, he just pulls basic pearls. Good for quick cash, but he is sweating for that color pearl. And sure enough, he drops it a minute later. He uses it to min-max his defense stats, always greedy for more. Right then, his radar skill from the Lion King's helmet pings, feeding him a brand new marker. It senses a vibe super similar to the helmet itself. He figures it has to be part of the set, so he pulls the helm out like a compass. It leads straight to the shipwreck. He needed to clear that zone for the last mutated mob anyway, so he is about to speedrun both. Securing that color pearl, he straight up dives in and swims super fast down into the deep end. Good thing he brought gills from some monster he just clapped, letting him breathe underwater. Easy. He makes it all the way down to the ship's final section, Captain Murlock's room. It's the mutated boss's crib, and he literally just waits to bait it outside. The thing comes out, smashing through the hull, throwing a heavy punch right at Roken. First up is Captain Murlock, a massive scaly fish dude rocking actual turbines. The boss asks our guy what his deal is. Roken fires back, he doesn't chat with corpses, then spams his whirlwind move. But low-key, it's mad slow underwater, which totally annoys him as he tries to dodge. The captain notices that strike cost him a whole finger and gets wildly triggered, ready to swing. But then the giant reptile realizes Roken totally ghosted him, dropping in from right above. Murlock instantly calls his frog crew to tank the hit. After that, the boss counterattacks from high up and actually tags Roken. Our boy glares out, super heated that this frog squad keeps meat shielding for their captain. That pushes him to the edge, so he decides to speedrun this fight. Wrapped in a crazy red aura and rocking the helmet, he drops his ultimate technique, Berserker. He is ready to chop this captain into sashimi. He rushes straight in, totally locking the boss in place. Murlock tries to block with his dual swords, but they get absolutely shattered. He tries to track Roken's movements next, but can't even see him moving that fast. Suddenly, Roken pops up behind him, spamming a wild storm of glowing crimson strikes that shreds the giant frog apart into a million tiny pieces. Big W. Malkolin's mission is officially done. Right now, though, Roken can barely even crawl, admitting the Berserker state goes hard. But the zero energy hangover is a massive L. Dragging himself across the floor, he spots a random pirate coin. It was total garbage in his past life. But when he grabs it, a massive lion head activates, and inside it sits a hidden chest. He slides the coin in. Bam. The box pops open, making his helmet glow up. Inside, he spots the loot and just smirks. It's this weird circular piece. He snatches it up, and it keeps glowing until he realizes it's literally the Lion King's symbol, which totally belongs to that legendary armor set. Roken is hyped, standing up in pure victory, and gets even more shocked by the 100 flat points of intelligence and endurance it drops on him. Honestly, that's wild. Inside the chest, he also pulls a cloth, flexing the Lion King's lore, showing him straight up gifting his upper armor piece to the local frogmen around here. Roken gets super hyped, thinking the gear might still be nearby. He finds zero clues around until he remembers this one major event from his gaming days where those pirate frogs got completely robbed by the Pirate King. That makes him bet the armor piece is definitely with that guy. Since that boss is level 300, our boy figures he better chill for a minute. He's not buff enough yet, so he decides to just rest up. He tells himself this is still a massive W. Then he gets totally ready to hunt down the rest of the treasure. Walking back to the city, he's so completely wiped that he thinks about logging out to sleep. But right before that happens, he spots a crazy loud crowd throwing hands over something. It's literally his own shop. Apparently, all these wild customers are battling it out for items. Roken absolutely loves the view. At this rate, he is finna be loaded. Still, he decides to turn in his quest first. So he puts on his most serious poker face. Acting as noble, honest, and low-key humble as possible, he reports straight to Malkolin. The dude is surprised, then super stoked to see him alive. Boom. He knows Roken legit soloed all 3 boss monsters. Bowsy asks if he knows who is actually corrupting the monsters, but Malkolin admits they are still investigating some mysterious dark force and don't know jack right now. All that matters is grinding to get stronger. Roken's next major goal is hitting level 150. That's the hard requirement to unlock the next quests, so he decides to speedrun a new dungeon. Prepping himself with a handy defense scroll, he heads out. He starts moving southwest from the main city. A second later, he gets straight to work chopping down heavy trees until he farms up 10 solid logs, then moves on, but suddenly freezes. Other players are throwing hands nearby, and he legit cannot believe it. Nobody should have discovered this hidden dungeon yet, but here's the kicker. Some cocky dwarf wearing glasses is out here introducing himself like he is absolute hot stuff. He is totally flexing in front of 2 random players whose hunt he clearly just ruined. The little dude mocks them for being trash, and that completely sets them off. They rush him instantly, but this tiny glasses-wearing player is crazy fast. Roken spots him from way back. Little No Midi, a dirty gnome class player who actually made his hitbox as small as mathematically possible just so he's impossible to catch. His main flex is dodging everything, and now he fires a laser beam right at one of them. That only makes them madder. Then a guard steps up, basically Roken disguised as an NPC to stop the whole brawl for attempted murder, and hands down a brutal sentence sending them straight to detention. Every single player who attacked Mitty gets dragged away. Mitty tries thanking him, but Roken tells him to get lost too, so the gnome dips out, terrified. That actually cheers him up and he finally relaxes since the fight didn't escalate. If it did, those noobs might have leaked the secret entrance only he knows exists. He punches a tree hard and a massive glowing portal pops up, opening the hidden dungeon. Rokan steps inside as the first player to discover this place, bagging a sweet 30% XP bonus. First, he crushes a 5-colored pearl to buff his strength. Then the dude just starts eating logs way down the path. As they land, they set off hallway traps and trigger massive explosions. This tells Roken he can speedrun this entire zone. Tossing his final log into another trap, he drops some lore on the big difference between magical and normal dungeons. These magical ones are totally packed with traps. Enough to one-shot a noob, and even sweatier players could easily wipe right here. Even with his past life memories, he still played it safe and used logs to scout. Now he is totally out of ammo, meaning the rest is pure gamer reflexes. Good thing he is halfway done. He starts sprinting, totally weaving past arrows, giant axes, massive boulders, and fiery explosions. Still, he was honestly expecting something way crazier. And right on cue, here comes a massive beam of light. Rokan is absolutely shook because he basically jinxed himself into summoning it. And that is exactly how the Spectre spawns in a level 120 enemy that instantly aggroes. Rokan knows pure brute force will not cut it, since this thing actually has a physical body. So he prepares something spicy, a fire enchantment scroll, making sure every single one of his swings now deals heavy fire damage. He immediately strikes the ghost. The Spectre tries to block, but our boy is pretty confident this is going to be a quick fight, finishing it off with a totally massive explosion. After that, he snags his loot, a magic scroll called Fire Arrow. Rokan is bummed out. He expected way better loot. Still, it works fine, so he starts speed farming every single Spectre in sight. The mobs just keep dropping right up until the Fire Scroll's buff finally runs out. He is honestly shook by how easy that was, considering some top-tier mage crafted these things. Moving deeper in, he spots a magical chest that looks super juicy. He thinks about looting it the careful way, but instead he just straight up attacks it. Why? Because this thing was totally capping. He already knew the chest was a mimic, and after absolutely smashing it, he finally pulls some epic loot. A coward mage shield ring, and a mana charger. That is way better since it perfectly balances out his whole build. Even so, he wants to sweep up more items before dipping out. He eventually busts straight through a barrier using raw brute force, straight up telling the coward mage he is cooked. The dungeon boss looks absolutely stunned as Rokan pops his red aura and charges forward using Burst of Destruction. But his attack gets entirely cancelled by a spell that turns the floor super slippery. Rokan completely loses his footing, so he jumps for a slash, but the mage totally dodges it. And he spawns behind him, firing cannons and dropping a massive seal right under his feet. The coward mage, acting all cocky, declares that if Rokan is this dangerous, he has to just end him, right here. Our MC simply calls those famous last words and lunges at him, only to realize he just got juked by a decoy Spectre. That seriously tilts him, so he yells at the mage to stop hiding and actually fight like a real man. Then a giant golem straight up erupts from the ground, stalling him out even longer. Luckily, Rokan spots a magic circle sitting right behind it, probably the exact thing buffing this golem. Since the rock monster is basically just a tank, he decides to target that backline instead. He swaps up his sword stance for a combo called Heavy Strike. The golem braces to tank it, but it is a total fake-out. Rokan just dashes past the big guy, heading straight for the magic circle, and smashes it open to reveal a hidden portal. It looks exactly like the entrance portal leading right into Chorgi's secret boss room. Rokan checks it out for a split second before he gets nailed by a massive flaming crossbow bolt flying dead straight at him. The blast causes a ridiculous explosion that basically looks like a guaranteed one shot. The level 140 coward mage is totally cheesing. You already know what happens next. His grin instantly drops when he looks up and sees a huge red aura from above. It fades, dropping an absolutely raging Rokan in berserker state, roasting the mage for almost taking him out. Panicking hard, the mage desperately calls his golem back, but it is way too slow. Rokan easily jukes it and full sends straight for the boss, tagging him hard and launching him backward. Even so, this coward barely takes any damage. Thankfully, he had slapped some hardcore magic buffs onto his armor. That just makes Rokan burst out laughing, man. That heavy gear nerfs the guy's movement speed so bad that to the MC, he is basically just a walking punching bag now, hoping that armor can tank the absolute beatdown coming his way. Freaking out again, the mage relies on the golem once again. It keeps playing interference, and Rokan knows if he just hits it, the thing will instantly regenerate using the nearby rocks. But hey, the game plan stays the exact same. He completely bonks the golem's head and tells the mage he is totally up next. Then he pops Whirlwind, grinding every single chunk of the golem into pure dust. Once the move ends, he rushes straight for the mage. The boss is basically shaking in his boots, realizing Rokan is a straight-up monster. RMC builds crazy momentum for one final strike that completely shatters the mage's armor, making the dude squeal. Then he gets brutally finished off right on the ground, officially handing the boss his game over screen. With that, Rokan levels up and realizes he triggered Berserker mode on pure gamer instinct. And honestly, even though it totally clutched the fight, he definitely thought the energy backlash would send him straight back to the lobby. Now it is time to check that loot. Rokan bags a Coward Mage ring, a clutch item for bailing out of dungeons once a day alongside some other escape tools. He also finds a second ring that leaves him wondering who was this dude so terrified of. As he digs through his memories, a secret door suddenly swings open. It leads straight into a hidden room. The place is an absolute dumpster fire, and while complaining about the trash, he spots a glowing box. He snatches the item inside, being so incredibly hyped that his face totally contorts. It is a shield skill book, his first top-tier drop. Now he has the green light to learn skills outside his class and cook up some insane combos. He is eyeing one move specifically, Skill Change. It lets him swap a physical hit for a magical strike. That is going to be mad useful against meatheads who completely lack magical defense stats. Practically drooling over it, Rokan secures the skill in his inventory. After that, he keeps tossing the room and finds another glowing diary, the Coward Mage's personal journal. This might actually explain all that running. So Rokan starts reading with a dead serious expression and gets the full scoop. The mage was blackmailed into making some sketchy virus that corrupts monsters and honestly causes way worse damage. A literal world-ending threat. But the guy's hands were tied. If he tried to dip, his handlers would flat out erase him. His only play was playing along until he used a big city assembly as his one chance to bolt. He dropped a bunch of magic gear while running, and now that his bosses are done with him, he realizes he knows way too much. They are definitely coming to unalive him. Because of that, he ghosted into a shelter deep underground. Dealing with that non-stop paranoia, Rokan decides the dude was definitely a weirdo, but he really was being hunted. More importantly, he locks onto that monster corruption detail. He realizes this intel was completely unknown even back in his own future. Then it clicks after the mutated monster quest drops the fallen monster quest. That leaves him with one massive realization, and yeah, this is where the plot thickens. Whoever is pulling the strings is an inside job. That hits him weird. He knows exactly how much damage those fallen cause later on between the two main camps. So now he knows this quest is way too beefy to solo. He will just pass the intel off to the investigation squad. Besides, he still needs to grind up to level 150 for his next milestone. That won't be a cakewalk, but luckily he has an idea. He heads straight back to the city. Strolling down the street, he flexes some new scrolls for his shop, and the place is absolutely packed with customers. He gets super hyped just imagining vacuuming up all the cash in town. But right now, getting rich isn't the main priority. He hits up the Berserker Guild to delete one of his older combo skills, Burst of Destruction. It only fires in a straight line and honestly hits like a wet noodle. Plus, with that fresh skill book from the dungeon, he can totally cover the Berserker class's weak spots. He plans to mix skill conversion with strength, charge, and smash. That brews up a brand new custom move, and he is high-key buzzing about it. He officially names it Bomber. It works by chucking a hand axe and turning it into an energy nuke that detonates on impact. The only bummer is the 5-second charge-up time, but it is going to be sick for farming points and eventually blowing Odin's face clean off. After that, he rolls up to the dwarf shop and straight up buys out their entire hand axe supply, leaving the young clerk sprinting to check the back room. While waiting, Rokan eavesdrops on some other gamers shopping in the store, which totally carries better loot than his own place. Seeing them proves they actually cleared the Gnome Reckon quest, which surprises him for a hot second. Then he remembers everyone still has the camp confrontation event coming up. A massive player versus player mode that got almost as popular as the main storyline because it lets players wreck hostile users from rival factions. And honestly, that was way more lit than just grinding monsters. Even he used to get totally sidetracked by it. Soon his axes are packed and he bounces. A cheerful dwarf waves him out. Rokan finally rolls up to Outpost, the war camp where players deploy to fight non-player characters and hostile users from the rival Black Dragon camp. He knows his level is basically trash for signing up as a free mercenary, but he keeps his cool anyway. He steps up to the bald admin who totally gives him the side eye for being a low-level scrub. Rokan swallows his rage and the cringe. The system clears him. It stamps his official approval to become a mercenary, and with that he storms out super salty at the bald dude. Shaking it off, he heads straight for the deep canyon, throwing on his stealth cloak to dodge any random aggro on the way. He eventually hits a river flowing through the canyon. This exact spot serves as a major supply route for the Black Dragons. Mind totally made up, he whips out his gear and rappels down the cliffside with a rope until he hits the dead center of the canyon. Right there, he carves out a hole and camps inside, slapping down a rune symbol. Now, he is completely locked in to start farming with 98 axes sitting in his inventory. As Black Dragon non-player characters casually stroll through the canyon without a single care, a purple flash suddenly blitzes toward them and explodes. Rokan is absolutely stoked to test his new skill. He remembers this Gigabrain plan. Dig a cave right into the cliff so those top guards leave him alone. And the dudes below, even if they spot him, they cannot reach him. Feeling like an absolute boss, he keeps spamming attacks, taking down soldiers, grinding XP. He farms out here until hitting level 150, with 90 axes still ready. After a massive session with his back screaming, he finally finishes completely wiping out those poor NPCs, burning every single axe to hit level 150, unlocking the main quest. Back at base, he drops a report that leaves the bald admin totally shook. He looks at Rokan with pure dread, but he definitely remembers calling him a low-level scrub. Big mistake. This time they hype him up, officially ranking him as a soldier. He can completely rank up by grinding out contribution points. Right now, he is sitting on over 300. He needs way more to unlock the crazy war missions. Harder quests mean wildly better loot. Plus, he is eager to farm points so he can buy top-tier gear from the merit shop. Time to speed, run this grind. Then he dips back to the city. The second he walks in, the nostalgia hits hard. But right after that, he hears players whining about toxic griefers camping their quest spots. It takes him exactly 1 second to realize this is the Dragon Camp Ops causing trouble. An ogre bro chimes in to explain why these rival factions always start beefing once players hit the third city. You might think it is for loot or sweet XP drops, but honestly, these sweats just love griefing lower levels. Pure toxic. The ogre literally proves it by stomping a kid. That brings us back to Rokan. He understands that toxic gamer brain perfectly. He casually walks over asking where these enemy players are camping. They drop the location, but warn him it is a death trap. That actually catches him totally off guard. These dudes set up ridiculously close to the safe zone. It genuinely triggers him, feeling like they are disrespecting him. Time to move. He summons his mount and rides straight out, leaving the whole lobby totally shocked that he is solo pushing. Pretty soon, he hits the wasteland, finding an elf squad totally cooked and begging for mercy after dropping all their loot. The super toxic monster squad, a skeleton, an orc, and a bullheaded fighter tell them straight up they are getting packed anyway. They laugh like absolute villains and the skeleton swings, but a teammate literally body blocks to take the hit. That attack completely whiffs, though, because Rokan slides in grinning, dropping a nasty golden flash that one-shots the skeleton. The squad freaks out and rushes him, but our guy just charges right in. Absolute beast. He looks unstoppable on horseback. The tryhards yell to surround him instantly, but our boy already plans to send them all back to the lobby. Then he casually leaps right off his horse to get the high ground advantage. He flexes insane strength and raw power, perfectly comboing his skill conversion by tossing his axe like a missile. It turns into pure energy and deletes the orc. Rokan sticks the landing, smirking and telling them to bring it. The furious monsters charge, screaming they will wreck him. Rokan smirks back, instantly slicing one down and shouting that they are already cooked. He launches himself right into the mix, spamming absolute blender strikes that completely terrify these toxic players. They barely even process the damage before he wipes their squad, scoring 1 point per elimination. Pocket change. The hunt definitely continues, but for right now, he decides to chill and head back to town. He hits up a temple, drops 3 gold like a baller, scoring a sweet priest blessing. Just like popping an energy drink, it buffs all his baseline stats. The actual buff depends totally on your donation amount, lasting a few hours. Next, he sets his gear into lethal strike defense and heavy endurance sets. Time to gather all his ops into one kill zone. He drops an online post asking for intel on the enemy camp. That instantly sparks a massive flame war between Rokan fanboys and the rival camp players, swearing they will hunt him down. Our boy loves the toxic energy, so he decides to start a live stream hunt with massive support and crazy viewer counts. Out at the battlegrounds, he spots a rival camp squad jumping some low-level randoms. Rokan steps right in and just starts slicing them up, cleaving straight through every single one of those tryhards. Seeing the rest totally panic actually annoys him, so he literally tells them how to line up properly. The bloodbath starts right there, ends fast. He farms massive XP leveling up. Then another dragon squad tries pushing him. Wait for it, Rokan totally baits them in to pop his whirlwind combo skill, absolutely shredding these guys to pieces. Caught in a massive blender tornado until he finally turns it off. Taking the W, he feels bored again. So he looks right at his camera stream and drops a huge challenge to the enemy camp. Beat him and he drops a solid knight-class sword. The chat absolutely loses it. Reading through the hype comments, Rokan figures he stirred the pot perfectly. Still, he has to watch his back because his own camp might try to jump him for the loot too. If they try it, he will utterly clap them. He summons his horse riding straight for the northern plateau. It is a crazy long ride, so he hits the gas. Meanwhile, chat is straight up beefing over Rokan and his hunting quests. Entire guilds are throwing hands over who gets to jump him first. He sees the drama and stays totally chill, barely sweating it. He just hopes they are not all capped because an easy win is boring. Soon he sits right there, chilling on a pile of enemy bodies just fading away. He is level 157 now, holding over 500 merit points in the Black Dragon Northern Plateau. This place is officially cooked. Nearby, a young orc watches the whole massacre in pure fear, nervously checking his brother for an answer. The leader tells him to chill out. The guys Rokan just wiped were total noobs. Their squad came fully kitted out. That cools the younger orc down a bit, looking back at their massive army and actually believing they can take the W. Meanwhile, a bored Rokan hears them pulling up and quickly spots a huge try-hard squad of 40 high-level warriors. You know exactly what time it is. Rokan kicks off his master plan by swapping his fit for heavy defensive gear. It slows his roll but lets him rush the front line without taking any damage. Then he straight up taunts them to pull up. The squad steps up cautiously trying to surround him, but their strategy gets totally wrecked. A massive spinning purple blast drops from the sky, absolutely deleting their entire third line while the front line stays completely untouched. Rokan pushes in, bullying them backward. Right then, one orc catches Ani is trying to group them up in the middle. Rokan leaps straight into the fray, proving the guy right, slicing his way through enemy after enemy until he hits the dead center of the battlefield. The squad actually thinks that with all of them grouped up, he is easy pickings, so they rush him. Rokan takes a breath, hyping himself up to drop Madness Roar. The skill leaves the orcs totally frozen and stunned, convinced this is a massive bait. Super annoyed, Rokan tells them they ain't seen nothing yet. He charges up his finisher, trapping every single one of them inside a literal tornado of blades and destruction. But then someone shouts his name from above, completely throwing him off. He looks up and spots a warrior dive bombing him. Rokan throws up a block but gets totally staggered, mind blown by how hard this guy hits. The newcomer flexes his title as the Black Dragon Ranker. The Swordmaster Rokan recognizes as Tides the orc who bragged online about hitting level 100 first. Remembering the lore, Rokan trolls him, asking if he is ready to get clapped again. Furious Tides snaps back that he only wanted the sword, claiming he could have let him walk away, but now he is going to humble him with ranker stats. In a flash, Rokan swings first, ghosting right behind the dude. Tides is just stuck, staring as Rokan loudly flexes that this is what main character energy actually looks like. Rokan starts emoting on him, calling him a slow pig, until he totally freezes up in confusion when he sees the orc literally vanish into thin air. He is scanning everywhere deadass, wondering if the guy just rage quit the game, which just ticks him off more. Bro throws a whole tantrum yelling for him to stop hiding, while this cowardly orc camps behind his minions, chugging health potions like crazy. Then he struts back out, acting tough, telling Rokan they should keep throwing hands. Rokan just gives him the most confused look, making Tides insanely mad, until someone points out his beard is drenched in potion juice, the exact stuff he needed to not get packed up. Like a toddler, the orc claims they belong to someone else. Rokan stares with hardcore secondhand embarrassment. He keeps roasting him, reminding the guy this fight is streaming live to 30,000 people and chat is cringing right along with him. Totally humiliated, Tides decides to pull out a sweaty combo attack called Dancing Blades. Rokan sees the animation start and drops his weapons, deciding to tank it with bare hands. To the orc, this looks like an away from keyboard surrender. Big mistake, right? The smirk turns to panic when Rokan catches some air, grabs the dude right by the face and body slams him into the dirt, scoring one measly merit point for that total wipeout. Even so, Rokan thinks it is hilarious. He remembers how goofy Tides looked hyping himself as a ranker. Then he remembers a legit ranker from his past life, a guy he hates so much that just the thought makes his skin crawl. Luckily, to vibe check himself, he happily turns toward the rest of the orc squad who are practically begging for mercy. Later back in Crossroad, Rokan remembers he showed absolutely zero. Delayed notifications finally pop up about the massive merit points he just farmed. Riding that high, he is strolling down the street when some kid fanboys over him and drops a warning over 200 black dragons are hunting him right now. Rokan just smirks, asking where these guys are coming from. To him, that just sounds like free merit points getting home delivered. But first, he needs to prep. So he heads to the merit point shop and drops 500 on a mark of honor. It boosts the honor stat for anyone wearing it. But the real flex is how it straight up doubles the merit points he farms. Before moving out, he has to end the stream and says peace out to the chat. Next up, he hits the Crossroad Guard, where Malcolm glazes him for getting so insanely buff and unlocks a brand new quest, tossing him some trust points as a bonus. The elf starts yapping about the monster investigation. He explains some monsters finished mutating, got totally cracked, and are now called fallen monsters. They locked up a few for research because freaks like that definitely violate the game rules. So his next objective is to pack one up and bag its eyes. He will spot them by that neon green glow they all rock, unlocking the new hunting quest for fallen monsters. If he drops the loot off at the research squad, he scores a bonus reward that has Rockin' seeing dollar signs again, plus some shiny new gear. Still, the main quest reward is literally just lore drops from Malcolm. Big yikes. He gives the elf major side eye, realizing that even at level 150, the guard captain is still acting super sus. So, zero time wasted, he decides to go pack up a fallen while Malcolm cheerfully tells him bye. But before dipping out, Rockin totally spins the block because he has to spill some tea to the elf, whispering in his ear and making him instantly salty. Outside the outer fortress, a squad of black dragon orcs pulls up looking for Rockin, but instead they catch a raging Malcolm fully squatted up. The second he spots the ops, he orders his men to wipe them out. Meanwhile, Rockin fires up his stream again. Now he is at the Black Dragon Third City. He claims the aesthetic is vibes, so he is bringing Chad along for the ride while he raids the place. Then he literally yeets himself off the cliff, sticking the landing right in front of two guards. Instantly, he knows they are absolute noobs since all the sweaty players probably left to jump him in the city. He hates catching bodies on low-level mobs, but a quest is a quest. He one-shots them with a quick my bad. That is how he keeps farming black dragons. But the lobby is totally dead, so he chills out and pivots to hunting the camp fallen monsters instead, since they are way softer than the ones back at home base where Malcolm is still sweating the invaders. As for Rockin, he remembers killing his stream when he arrived so he could try hard in peace. Right on cue, he runs into a level 140 Greyfanged wolf. Just a basic mob he will not waste time on. He did not come from mid-loot and is definitely not trying to catch an L today. Get ready for this. Before they can even throw hands, both of them freeze up when a massive reptile pulls up nearby, dropping a massive roar. It is Jira's personal pet dragon dinosaur, level 181. Exactly the boss fight Rockin wanted. He is not even shocked the pet turned out to be a fallen. He just feels a little stressed, knowing that after he claps it, he has to face Jirus, the area security chief. Basically, he is the black dragon version of Malcolm. The little wolf instantly nopes out of there, and Rockin just laughs, even though he admits only a total madman would square up with that beast. Fully locked in, he drops into his stance and taunts the reptile. The dragon claps back instantly with a heavy tail whip. Rockin jumps out of sheer shock, caught slipping, totally left hanging in midair while the Rex spins on a dime and tries to literally snack on him, chomping his leg. Rockin cannot do anything except get ragged dolled around and yeeted across the map. But he bounces right back, glowing with that red berserker aura, and with blood mark popped, he is fully aiming to pack up the lizard. He rushes in, throwing a heavy slash for its dome, but that attack completely whiffs when the dino parries with its tail, so he instantly pivots, dropping into a heavy defensive setup. He straight up drops his weapons, tackles the dinosaur, grabs it by the tail, and starts spinning it like crazy. The reptile flops onto its back, and with those tiny T-Rex arms, it has zero choice but to eat the damage from a furious Rockin who is zooming at max speed. The hit is absolutely savage, but the beast sweeps him off with its tail. Now glowing in a toxic green aura, Rockin realizes the boss battle just started. Then the dinosaur starts shape-shifting, ballooning way out of control. It finishes mutating and triggers phase 2. Brace yourselves. Even Rockin is completely shook as the tiny armed dinosaur morphs into a literal kaiju dragon. Our guy hears it screech and remembers every fallen monster packs a busted special skill. Tyr uses gigantism. The dragon wastes zero time swiping its massive tail. Rockin dodges it, but the tail has aimbot. It tracks him, smashes his ribs, and splats him into a wall. Nearly flatlined, Rockin remembers he is not just fighting a big dino anymore. Its stats are completely buffed now. He gets super salty about getting folded like a lawn chair from a single rebound hit, even if he hates admitting it. Staring up at this absolute unit of a dragon, realizing this is the absolute strongest boss since his comeback, Tyler's eyes shine bright. It roars. Rakan, still stuck in that reptile's toxic green aura, watches the beast start dragging its tail. But through the rubble, our boy does not even flinch. His massive red aura clashes with the dragon's. Rocking the Lion King's helmet, Rakan checks the stats. Level 200. He decides to use this total menace to test his current power, charging straight back into the chaos. Done playing games. He locks in on this oversized lizard, scanning for a weak spot to exploit. Luckily, he spots the exact gash he gave Tyler before the mutation. He chucks a bomber skill just to fake it out. The dino dodges, losing sight of Rakan. He slides sideways, firing a huge slash and landing a brutal direct hit on its chest. Then he drops in from above. Tyler tries to block. Huge fail. Meanwhile, Rakan literally sprints down its back, shredding the boss with his axe. Tyler screams in pure rage, but our guy leaps away to check his handiwork. A dragon with 0 eyes and half a skull missing. Wild, right? Even then, it stays completely feral and attacks again. Rakan was fully baiting that move. He combos his best skills to end this, spawning a massive axe with a handle shaped like a black rose. He leaps, driving it straight into its brain, securing the kill and a fat level up and completely clearing his quest. He also cops a rare new title, the one who defeated corruption, which cuts down incoming damage from any corrupted enemies, plus some hidden perks that are still locked. Taking a quick breather, he thinks back on how sweaty that boss fight was. Even with his cracked stats, wondering why his new title is gatekeeping those extra effects. His vibe immediately drops. An alert pops up. Jaros knows his pet dragon is cooked and is heading straight for him, probably bringing an entire squad. So Rakan hits the classic tactical retreat, booking it straight to his next waypoint. Now chilling in the Grave Forest, our hero scours the local hunting grounds, searching for a totally hidden secret. He eats 2 axes at some trees. A blinding light flashes. Up pops a massive sealed rock on top. Rakan smirks. Exactly what he wanted. He spams his bomber skill to blow the rock apart, revealing a passage. The lore says this is where the hunter storyline actually kicks off. Going down the stairs, he remembers how tough it used to be to unlock this dungeon, especially with the crazy quest lines you had to grind. But since he knows the entire meta, getting here is a breeze. His first stop is a familiar room with a weird symbol. He knows this trial is totally different from the Lion King, since the dev who made it is literally still alive, the living legend Kus, the troll hunter. As he summons his hand axe, Rakan thinks about that absolute unit of a warrior who clapped enemies straight out of the Black Dragon ranks. He probably never guessed the first guy finding his base would be a human berserker. Still, even if this gear isn't meant for him, the protagonist is stealing it anyway. That starts Trial 1. The light's totally cut out, and his only hint is to find the light in the dark. Sounds way too basic. Honestly, it annoys him. Off to the side, some mob with literal glowing muscles tries to sneak him from behind, but totally whiffs and gets sliced cleanly in half by a sick counterblow. Rakan stays locked in, surrounded by enemies that look intimidating but have actual trash stats and are super easy to wipe out. Right as he finishes his final combo, it clicks. Finding the light in the darkness just means spotting a tiny, harmless goblin with a vibe so pure it literally shows him the right path. Rakan follows the hallway down, sticking super close to the wall, trying to spot another secret path, and finds it by hitting a switch. Huge mistake. That triggers a trap right beneath him. He drops straight down a pit, face-planting into the dirt with a massive hit to his HP. Dragging himself up, the system announces Phase 2, telling him to destroy something. He has zero clue what the target is until a huge stone golem spawns straight from the floor and basically jump scares him. Once Rakan stops stressing, he realizes this mob is like any standard golem. It will spam heals until he breaks the core. That won't be easy. He rushes in with a crazy loud battle cry. He swings a massive slash to crush it, but his weapon literally bounces off. Makes sense, honestly. The thing was crafted by Kyrie's the Troll King. The golem winds up to attack. When its mouth unhinges, Rakan spots the glowing core straight inside its head. Knowing he needs raw, unhinged damage for this, he fires off his bomber skill with max effort. The explosion is massive, instantly nuking the golem into pebbles. Easy clap. Just like that, Rakan clears the second hunter trial. He fully admits this would be way easier if he actually had bow skills. Still, nothing is stopping him now, so he queues up the next challenge and kicks off Phase 3. Since the pacing is going absolutely crazy, he just holds his ground until a tiny troll starts walking right up to him. He remembers this is the final boss stage. He watches as the little guy starts getting swallowed by dark corruption energy. Rakan does not hesitate to rush the attack, but gets hard stopped by that exact same dark power. Then that same energy totally turns on him, going for the kill. He backs up hard until he is far enough away to spot the little green troll dive into a massive sphere of dark energy. This is Curious popping his ultimate release technique, basically a cocoon. And from it, the transformed troll slowly steps out, flexing his full form with this sick dark crescent floating right above his head. So, the final boss phase is dropping Curious, who just smirks at Rakan. He charges in fast, but the troll does not even flinch. From far back, he summons a giant dark wolf, Panton's absolute alpha of the frost wolves, and sends him charging straight at our guy. Rakan barely blocks the hit. Now the beast has its jaws completely clamped on his axe, absolutely refusing to let go. Super annoyed and kind of lost, our boy just wings it. Since he cannot shake this dog off, he straight up lifts his axe with the wolf still hanging on and swings at the troll. Curious dodges. Rakan calls him a total coward for ditching his own partner. Curious tells him to shut his mouth, claiming he will pay for his sins, then fires off the arrows of judgment, raining insane damage all across the battlefield. Rakan barely dodges the barrage and gears up to strike back, but his hits keep catching air, and he figures if he just had one more trick up his sleeve, this fight would be done. No time to stress over that though, so he keeps swinging. The troll just waits, totally convinced Rakan still has not learned from his massive mistakes. Using Bind, he traps our hero in place. Curious starts talking trash, but then completely freezes when he notices Rakan's arm is super busted, glowing red like pure pressure building right under the skin. That is exactly what our guy wanted all along. Even while locked down, he launches himself at the troll and literally splits him in half, leveling up and bragging that he finally swatted that slippery rat. Now get this insane, drop a vessel for monster hearts above level 170. Hyped up, he quickly pulls out Tyler's heart, that epic dragon drop, from his inventory, remembering how salty he felt when he first snagged it because it seemed like utter trash. but now slamming it into the vessel, its actual insanely high-value clicks. The container boots up and hands him one of Curious's skills, soul-piercing with massive room to scale up over time. It shows up as a sick tattoo on Rokan's body, letting him spam a buff that bumps Deadly Strike by 10%, jacks up crit by 50, and lets him soak up corruption power. Our dude checks out all his fresh loot, realizing that huge critical damage boost is an absolute game winner for archers. But the real flex is eating up corrupted power, since that lets him stack up way more raw stats. With this setup, he plans to get ridiculously buff before ever facing Odin. Meanwhile, back in Crossroad, Malcolin is totally shook by how fast Rokan speedran back, dropping the promised intel right away. Someone out there is spawning these fallen monsters, and they have spread way past this city straight into the center zones too. Rokan figures out the center means the turf of the fourth city, low-key mind blown by how fast this whole plot is moving. Malcolin keeps talking, warning him that these beasts are ridiculously dangerous and totally aggro toward their own kind and humans alike. Since they still have not uncovered anything major, he asks Rokan to go play detective, tossing him a solid sign of support, a ticket for a shiny special quest that lets him grab a fallen monster bounty without having to grind for one, saving huge time. Now he knows exactly where he is heading next, the human guild inside the city. But stepping through those doors, his vibe instantly dies. The place basically feels like an abandoned trap house. He guesses that happens when every other guild ghosts them. And the only guy who bothers rolling up is this weird boomer who starts whining about him making too much noise. Rokan gets caught off guard because even though the dude looks like your average grandpa, he is rocking a council badge, flexing his rank in a super important group running human prosperity in the central city. Taking a mental note, he decides to play nice acting, super polite, and offering to help humanity step up. The old man thinks this kid is a total weirdo but decently useful. Literally drooling, he hands Rokan Jarvan's mission clear out the local fishing zone by wiping out a mob of turtles and dragging them back. Rokan heads out wearing the most deadpan look ever, realizing this geezer just wants some premium exotic meat for dinner. Still, even if the NPC is annoying and the gig is brain-dead easy, our boy knows this is the mandatory grind for his end goal, a totally crucial step in crushing the race questline. So he pulls up to the beach on some random deserted island and totally bodies the turtle mobs in seconds. Since he is chilling there anyway, he figures he might as well loot around to get ahead. Digging straight through the sand, he scores some rare turtle eggs. The setup is golden. He fires up a turtle barbecue to bait out the island's only intelligent native. Weird strat, sure, but it works flawlessly. The target gets hard lured by the crazy good smell. Enter a giant bird rocking a massive red aura. The eagle just stops staring hard at that premium turtle meat. Rokan stays grilling, hyping his own chef skills. Slightly weirded out, our guy tags the bird as Tammin from the Join clan, basically drooling over the barbecue just like he mapped out. The whole point of this quest is baiting the bird for a solid favor. You can use smooth talk, or in his case, a perfectly cooked cut of meat right there. The bird is literally losing it, asking if Rokan wants a favor, but our guy leaves him on read. That eagle gets instantly triggered and starts pressing him hard. Still, the MC doesn't cave at all, which just makes the bird way more desperate. He plays hard to get to boost those odds until Damien finally folds completely, offering literally any favor Rokan wants, even a taxi ride back to the mainland. That smirk says he got exactly what he schemed. He spins around and asks for a sky pass. The bird is absolutely shook, realizing he just got played. Rokan keeps acting super chill and tosses on more firewood, making the starving eagle stress about that meat getting overcooked. Then he totally flexes by adding a turtle egg. It pairs ridiculously well with the meat, making this whole meal impossible to turn down. The eagle tries to hold his ground, but ultimately gives Rokan that sky pass, handing over one of his own feathers. Snagging his food, he flies off looking incredibly salty with his meal, hinting they are totally going to meet again. Rokan waves goodbye with a huge smile, hyped that he finally copped his sky pass to the absolute top of the world. Before touching the clouds, he heads back to the human guild to dump those turtles on the old man. The dude can barely hide his hype about cooking them up even while trying to act all tough. Right after, he hands Rokan a basic fetch quest to grab 5 soft flowers for regeneration research. Our guy is honestly stunned by how easy it looks, but he gets this is just the tutorial phase for the race quests. Every race has a massive endgame built around an epic item, like the half-elves grinding to revive the world tree. Meanwhile, dwarves want to fix their absolute best weapon, and gnomes want to rebuild ancient cities. Every tiny side quest feeds that main goal. But humans are built different. They want to revive their dead emperor and his army to reclaim their old clout. Basically, it is just a fancy excuse to make zombies. Rokan finds humanity's whole vibe kind of cringe and basic in this world. Still, he has to take the quest if he wants to actually level up his game progress. First up, he needs to hit the Land of Regeneration, which is miles away and run entirely by half-elves. It is basically a giant botanical garden for their magical plants. Luckily, he has a big brain strat go see guild leader Turtle. She gets random chills just living rent-free in MC's head. While Rokan only cares about how she can carry him, he heads out fully confident that everything is going to be light work. He pulls up to the land of regeneration and finally hits the half-elf village, where the guards instantly press him. They are throwing major shade until Rokan flexes his elf friend buff. Just by doing a proper intro, he totally wins the half-elves over. Thanks to him volunteering to do the heavy lifting, they decide to give him a greenhouse shift squashing bugs and buffing plants with supplements. This is exactly the massive win that Rokan manifested. He drops a silent thanks to Turtle, who somehow catches his weird energy from miles away. Next, he gets escorted into the greenhouse. He checks out this wild spot, housing crazy plants all hooked to their huge obsession with bringing back the Tree of Life. That is why everything here is insanely supersized, even the bugs. Rokan literally feels like he got shrunk down to ant size. His inner monologue gets cut off when his spider senses tingle without an obvious target. He goes on high alert, completely missing the absolute unit of a praying mantis pulling up behind him, aiming for his head. Cut to the protagonist, drenched in bug juice and raging, officially hating insects more than anything. He lifts his weapon to totally body the overgrown roach while roasting it for ruining his fit. Seconds later, a system pop-up drops telling him the mission is 100% complete. Rokan thinks that speedrun was way too easy. He figures that Bug was the main boss. Two options now, cash in the quest or stick around to farm more mobs for that bonus loot. Hyped for the grind, Rokan locks in to pack up 100 insects. Most players would say finding that many is massive cap, but honestly, he spots a whole swarm right away. Meanwhile, in another zone entirely, an archer is spamming arrows at a bug while a squire desperately tanks it. They are definitely both players, and they are getting totally wrecked, all while trying to show off for their squad mate Yaren. She tries to throw support buffs by acting super kawaii. And ridiculously, it works, boosting the simp stats of these two guys who dive right back into the pit. Spamming skills, they compete to be her main hero, but sadly, their damage output is pure garbage against this bug. The beetle charges, its aura lifts off and drops its combo skill, King's Charge, blasting both dudes straight into the dirt. Next, it targets the girl and she screams for her two boy toys, even knowing they are totally useless right now. But hold up, a blade slams down and Rokan drops in, totally one-shotting that beetle. That instantly grabs Yaren's attention. Her whole face changes the second she realizes she just found a high-level carry. As Rokan keeps grinding, his kill count hits 70. Those two scrub players start frantically looking around for her. These guys are raging. Their so-called girl is literally wrapped around Rokan's arm and he's totally clueless. Yaren tries acting extra cute for him, but Rokan just looks creeped out like some gross sticky bug latched onto him. Meanwhile, those two absolute simps keep begging her to follow them and she leaves them on read. Our guy just thinks these three are completely wasting his time. It is so annoying he actually considers player killing them. As for the two followers, they finally seem to catch a clue when she straight up rejects them. And that makes Rokan realize his little parasite is a total queen bee type of pick-me girl farming free loot from guys desperate for female attention. Honestly, that is super common in this game since players can customize their avatars. And Yaren plays the cleric class, so her sweet, innocent vibe makes the scam work flawlessly. But even knowing her deal, Rokan has zero clue how to peel this clingy girl off him. And catching a penalty isn't worth the hassle, so he flips the script instantly. He drops the annoyed gamer act and turns into a super smooth gentleman acting all worried about the poor girl. He drops his name and invites her to join his party. Yaren says yes in a heartbeat. She struts off with Rokan, leaving her two orbiters taking a massive L. At the exact same time, the girl's toxic side jumps out. She is hyped. She finally ditched the useless noobs for a total carry, completely clueless that Rokan actually plans to troll her hard. Later on, Yaren just spectates while he speedruns through waves of insects, taking them out insanely fast. She is absolutely shook. She realizes she actually has to put in work to keep her new free ride happy, so she turns on the cutesy voice and offers to help. Rokan hits her with a fake smile while internally screaming about how deeply annoying she is. Now that she is fully committed to the sidekick role, check this out, our guy decides to deploy the big brain play. He asks for her help with the next boss, totally lying that only a cute little cleric like her can handle it. That spooks her, but she cannot lose a top-tier simp, so she fakes being down, which is exactly what Rokan wanted. He makes Yaren wear a ridiculous disguise to lure out the final boss of the greenhouse, a massive bird, using her as literal bait. She wears a goofy flower suit, holding a giant apple, just waiting for the bird so Rokan gets the kill. She is raging over this ultimate humiliation. She starts realizing her usual girl gamer charm has zero effect on him, but that only makes her try harder to rizz him up and make him her loyal simp. Meanwhile, the bird spots the snack and flies straight at her. Dead tired and totally annoyed, Yaren wonders when this stupid bird will finally pull up, and then it lands right behind her. She spins around, spots this absolute unit of a bird, and takes off bawling. She remembers Rokan saying the bird would only chase the fruit, not her. Still, she keeps kiting this thing around, waiting for our boy to finally step in. But the bird is straight up hunting her, and Rokan is nowhere. Panicking hard, she starts screeching for the MC, who is literally chilling in a tree with snacks. He is absolutely loving this roasting, how fast this self-proclaimed queen bee can actually sprint. Erin keeps running for her life until she eats dirt, and the bird just stops behind her, looking totally ready to catch a body. But Cap, that is not true. This whole time the bird only wanted the fruit, and now it finally gets to snack in peace. Up in the tree, Rokan is dying of laughter, totally clowning on the queen bee's face and calling her a massive noob who is clearly never hunted. While the giant bird munches the fruit, he decides that is enough trolling for today. He figures he will help out now, hoping she finally learned her lesson about being so selfish. Erin, meanwhile, is raging and totally embarrassed. She just got used as bait by a so-called savior who straight up ghosted her. So in a fit of pure rage, she eats a rock right at the bird. Rokan sees this go down and knows the bird is about to snap back. The bird barely even feels it, but it still gets insanely triggered and goes rogue. From up top, Rokan watches as the girl gets brutally wrecked. He is shook. Seriously, he never thought she would do something so low IQ. Still hesitating, the protagonist knows if he just watches, Erin is literally going to get unalived. Now she is flat on the ground, barely breathing, calling out to Rokan with 0 HP left. That finally gets him moving, and he wonders when he actually got this soft. The bird completely locked in on the kill dives at the knocked-out flower girl, totally missing that Rokan is dropping from the sky. He drops a massive hit right onto the bird's back. The bird does not go down, and neither does our MC. He grabs on tight to keep from getting fully yeeted. As the bird tries to shake him off, it thrashes like crazy from side to side. Rokan gets totally filthy and super mad. He refuses to let go until he realizes they are heading straight for a tree. He instantly pops his aura, activates his bloodmark transformation, and chooses to dodge the crash, jumping away and using Bombardier, which sets off a massive explosion that finally wakes Erin up. The bird starts dropping fast, heavily damaged, its eyes basically popping out when it sees that from above an absolutely tilted Rokan is crashing down with a massive axe. He is ready to catch a body. The bird fires off an attack, and Rokan meets it with a grin, totally hyped to test his power. His raw strength blows right through every single bit of the bird's defense, slicing it clean in half. Erin watches in pure awe, her heart hammering as a crazy new ambition wakes up. She wants to get just as overpowered as Rokan. Our guy is still hyped up after the brawl and heads out totally ready to claim his reward. A massive bird egg he has to babysit until it hatches. Then he can tame it, scoring his very first flying mount along with a sweet path into the skies. But first he has to find the flower girl. He looks all over, really hoping she didn't just die. Instead, he just finds a letter. It says that from now on she will fight her own battles. Rokan thinks she is either totally unhinged or way smarter than he gave her credit for. Either way, this queen bee rehab is officially done, and now he can get back to his main hunting gig. So our boy heads back to Crossroad to gear up before the next quest. He hits up the dwarf forge first, where the blacksmith hooks him up with a fresh chest plate. It might not be god tier, but for Rokan it is still fire. Solid stats, handy effects, and on top of all that, he scores gloves with insane defense, plus sick boosts to his agility and stamina, plus a buff that stacks his attack and defense with every single consecutive kill. Now his gear works flawlessly against massive mobs, which is absolute perfection for his next target. The old man hands him a quest called Reflection on the Bones. This time around, Rokan has to study not just the herbs that heal up flesh, but actual bones. And for that, he needs some ultra-rare materials. His next stop is the super creepy towering city of the undead. There he has to find the Lich, an odd mage who straight up beat death and revives no matter how many times he gets dropped. He supposedly hides in the cradle of death deep inside the city, a zone even level 190 players are terrified of since getting inside is insanely brutal. So Rokan decides to scout the zone first, knowing it will be rough. He has to fight at least 50 undead guards between levels 150 and 190, and yeah, they can resurrect too. Even with his cracked gear, fighting them head-on would be a total disaster, so he cooks up another big-brain plan. From camp, Rokan fires up a live stream, and it instantly grabs the player's attention, including some of those exact same orcs he clapped earlier. Standing right outside the city gate, Rokan drops a wild challenge. He promises to give away his upgraded sword to whoever can pull it from the rock he jammed it into. Lots of players think it is Cap, but most still totally fall for the bait, rushing over in massive waves to try and snatch that prize. A huge army of orcs rolls up too, planning to jack not just the shiny sword, but his life too. Watch this flex. Rokan smirks, seeing how easily they swallow the bait. Once a huge crowd gathers, he chucks a bomb, totally wanting to test the sick new power boost from his armor. He just enjoys the chaos while the orcs refuse to back down, gearing up to keep rushing him. That just makes Rokan even more hyped as he kicks off his own assault. First, he lets out an absolute monster roar. Then he tears through them at max speed, slicing down every single thing in his path. At that same time, a little goblin dips out of the brawl to sneak up behind him. Sure, the sneaky guy fooled everyone right up until Rokan drops back down from above, like actual lightning, completely wiping out the little green attacker. Following the massacre, his attack and armor stats hit 200%, so he casually shifts to phase 2. One wrecked orc curses while barely standing back up. Then Rokan launches another bomb, but not at the orc. He blasts the city, triggering a massive magic seal that unleashes the city defenders, the hardcore undead legion. The orc gets super cocky, seeing them totally thinking our main guy is cooked. But the hero just waits until they step close enough, then throws his hands up, calling down a gigantic electric force. It completely crashes down like a massive lightning strike, completely sweeping through the undead ranks. The orc can only stand there, shook, while Rokan tells his chat that this crazy fight is only just getting started. Then the undead rise back up and rush Rokan, but he is completely ready for them, reading their attacks like a book. That part is a total breeze since he knows their AI perfectly. At last, he lands a heavy strike that completely drops one of them, kicking off his brutal counterattack. He promises these weak undead he will wipe them out permanently. Then he sprints across the battlefield, dicing each one up with clean strikes until only he is left standing before the massive city gates. That one surviving orc is still hanging around too, and he desperately summons more guards to stop him. Rokan knows it is totally pointless. He jumps and drops like actual lightning, absolutely smashing everything in his path until only he and that terrified orc are left standing. Rokan just walks toward him while the dude keeps screaming for guards, but since he already bodied 50 of them, it will take some serious time before they respawn. Now there's just one loose end left. The orc has nowhere to run and can only beg, completely screaming. Later on, Rokan strolls alone down the empty road to grab his sword, the exact one nobody could yank from the rock. He knows nobody has pulled it off yet, or well, maybe one guy could, the legendary Odin. Rokan really hopes to find him soon and just finish him off for good. After that, he cruises through a field of red flowers, literally the only living spot left in the village. That is also the main entrance to the Lich Lab, and with it completely unguarded, getting inside should be a breeze. Before stepping in, he cuts. He nicks his arm a little, letting blood drip onto one of the roses. That triggers a hidden mechanism, popping open this massive door in the ground. He steps right into a weirdly bright passage. He figures those glowing lanterns got some special magic, but honestly, he ignores them. Right now, he is totally laser-focused on finding the materials for his quest. Soon he hits a locked door that looks like the Lich's personal lab. Right on cue, the boss spawns in, totally tweaking and rambling like a madman. He warns Rokan that since he crashed the party, he's becoming a human sacrifice. Our guy just answers with a bombardier skill. It really looks like that one shot at him, so Rokan rushes in to secure the kill. But right as he goes for the finisher, a busted energy barrier totally blocks him. Caught off guard, Rokan gets slammed straight into the dirt with crazy force, leaving him super banged up and bleeding. The bony boss is hyping himself up, bragging that our boy is trapped inside a magic engineering field. Meanwhile, the Lich revives some zombie minions to finish off an exhausted Rokan. Dude can barely even stand, finally realizing he massively underestimated this boss. He legit thought he could just kick the guy around and easily wipe him. But watch this as the mob closes in the air, fills with a red aura, and our hero's eyes flip, pure white rage mode activated. Rokan stays on the move, absolutely smashing several glowing orbs that light up the whole dungeon. That low-key spooks the Lich, who assumes Rokan is just trying to dip like a coward. But he keeps breaking all the orbs because he knows one of them is actually the skeleton mage's life vessel. Break that, and the boss gets deleted permanently. So yeah, he keeps wrecking more orbs, but he still cannot find the correct one. Out of options, he just full sends it ready to wipe out every single one until he strikes gold. The mage is physically shaking now, desperately trying to pull Rokan's aggro by throwing up a massive stone shield that starts pulsing with these crazy purple flashes. As our guy sprints, he peeps out the corner of his eye that the Lich is winding up an attack, spawning these giant stone spears all over the cave, and they literally move like tentacles. Rokan swaps to dual hand axes, juking back to back as the stone tentacles try to skewer him. He reads their attack patterns perfectly, dodging like a total sweat until he finally spots a tiny opening. Hard locking onto his target, he yeets the axes and spams Bombardier, blowing up 3 orbs all at once. The mage's tentacles totally fail to block the hit, so they try to trap Rokan instead. But he parkours right between them to reach another orb. When he smacks it with max strength, his weapon straight up bounces off, and the crazy durability actually shocks him. That makes him realize he finally found the Lich's actual vessel. Dead set on breaking it, he winds up to fire another bombardier, but one of the Lich's tentacles barely tanks the shot. Completely raging, the boss swears he won't let Rokan leave this dungeon alive. Using his tentacles, he snatches the vessel and shoves it into the center of his skeleton body. instantly restoring all his health and reviving as a level 180 Solonian mage. This upgraded boss looks super cocky and completely full of himself, until Rokan, with one lightning-fast move, teleports right behind him. He totally shatters the boss's ego, saying he never even wanted to fight his lich form because it was mind-numbingly boring and a massive waste of time. Furious, the mage charges up a dark destruction strike. Rokan, though, doesn't even flinch. With just one clean move, he pierces straight through the guy and shatters the orb, deleting him for good. He repeats that the whole fight was seriously mid. After the explosion clears and he secures that sweet level up with zero chance of a revive, it is loot time. Rokan bags the research material, Contemplation of Bones, officially clearing the quest. But now he checks out the bonus drops and spots a few skill books. Pretty hyped, he starts skimming through them, but most of it is absolute trash tier. He tosses it aside. Finally, he finds a god tier drop, a skill book called Third Hand. It lets you spawn a brand new hand entirely out of mana, or literally as many as you want, assuming you have enough mana and focus to keep them up. It sounds super broken, but since he does not know how to actually use it yet, he stashes it. Meanwhile, a new enemy tries to sneak up on him, but at the very last second, Rokan blocks it. He is actually grinning because he has been waiting for this exact moment. He straight up crushes the skeleton's skull while roasting him, but then a massive horde of undead suddenly spawns in. That just hypes Rokan up. He jokes they must be looking for their undead bro, but now they should probably call him fully dead. The whole mob rushes him and he just pushes forward, totally eager to flex his stats, dropping skeleton after skeleton until he catches air and wipes out a whole squad with one strike. Still, the bone mob keeps spawning because of the leftover death essence from that orb carrying the lich's power. For any normal noob, this would be a massive red flag to bail. For Rokan, though, it is an insane experience farm and he just keeps leveling up, boosting his stats with every single mob he drops. Totally fired up, he grinds the hunt until he is literally the last one standing. With enough stat points secured, he decides it is finally time to ditch this dungeon and hit the next target, the undead village. Over there, a scared little orc sees the city completely wrecked, realizes Rokan did the carrying, and watches the broadcast. Dude is just glad he wasn't there. As he walks cutting through the zone, he bumps into the exact orc everyone thought our guy already folded. This dude explains that once Rokan ran out of meatheads to smash, he just killed the stream and dipped. Then the smaller orc checks the web and finds a notification saying Rokan is live again with a wild new title, The Invasion of the Land of the Undead. The entire city goes on full lockdown, totally ready to pack him up. Skeleton guards pull up but get shredded by Rokan, and when the orcs finally arrive, they just stand there watching him absolutely body the undead. One of them literally calls him a hacker. This straight up annoys him and ruins his vibe, bringing up bad memories from the last town. But it also hypes him to tell chat that no cap, he can solo this whole zone himself. Then Rokan breaks down how capture mode actually works. According to his brain, you basically clear out all hostiles or wipe every mob in a camp to hijack it. That means a massive turf war where players keep respawning, bringing 50 guards per invader. Normally, this only works with a squad or a whole clan, which the orcs totally know. But Rokan refuses to team up because he wants all the sweet loot for himself. He absolutely wrecks one orc, then gets boxed in by way more enemies rushing his spot. While throwing hands, Rokan figures the insane power gap against a whole camp is just fake news, as he trashes all his haters with a massive spin attack. A tiny troll watches from an alley, completely shook that even their top-tier warriors just got clapped. Barely half the players remain and backup is hours away, meaning a single gamer just dominated them. Rokan teleports right in the troll's face, smiling wide as he offers a present for actually understanding the vibe. Soon, the entire map, streets, wells, dark corners, witnesses the guy's absolute slaughter, leaving the zone completely bricked. As the sun comes up, the city capture pops on screen, blocking players from that faction from respawning for 3 straight hours. Since he soloed the base, Rokan gets a system alert that he unlocked the Tyrant title, buffing his stats by 15% in enemy territory or against hostile mobs. On top of that, his damage spikes 50% against massive crowds. Between these busted stats and chat going crazy over what he just pulled, our boy knows he is about to secure the bag on YouTube. But right now, he just wants to chill before grinding the main quest. Suddenly, someone in chat warns him to watch his 6. Rokan is clueless, until a massive dude rushes in at max speed and absolutely decks him in the gut with a stone hammer, sending him flying across the map and smashing a brick wall. Rokan coughs, blood totally lost. There literally shouldn't be any mobs left standing. Then he spots this tank walking up, yelling that he waited forever to drop him for Tyler, who must be crying up in heaven. And boom, level 200 guard Captain Jaros enters the chat. Rokan definitely did not expect him to spawn right here. He thinks about logging out, but his ego says no way with the stream rolling. Plus, this is a brawl with 0 drops and maximum risk, especially since a single swing already got him this cooked. He knows this absolute unit is way out of his league, but thinking about Odin, he realizes he needs a massive level jump to actually become the Predator. He stands up dead serious facing Jaros, who just sees some loud trash talker. Rokan doesn't hold back at all, asking if packing him up makes him the server's strongest. That totally triggers the boss, who feels like he is being trolled. Still, Jaros barks back, yeah, if Rokan wins, he is top dog all the way to the next continent. He puts his commander title on it. That instantly hypes our guy up, telling him to stay on guard. Getting back up, he says, flexing in pointless fights is dumb, and being brave is not the same as being a total idiot. He gets that completely, but still steps up. Ready for war, he swaps to his crit damage gear, since this boss swings a huge hammer like a toy, meaning basic armor absolutely won't save him here. Popping his skill box, he gears up for the clash. Both heavyweights plant their feet lock eyes, and their insane aura kicks up major dust. This face-off has the whole stream shook. Chat really doubts Rokan has a chance in hell no matter how overpowered he acts. Sunlight hits a super focused Rokan and a very cocky Jaros. Both pop their auras and get ready to swing, then straight up charge. Halfway across, our guy triggers Berserker mode, bracing for impact. Then both weapons smash together, leaving them face to face with manic smiles. These two demons just keep trading heavy hits up close, literally leveling the city. Jaros points out that Rokan is covered in his own blood. Still flexing, our streamer grins and says he can paint Jaros red too. This showdown just keeps leveling up in hype. After tanking so many crazy hits, both guys lose their weapons, so they instantly swap to throwing raw hands. Rokan tries to slip the commander's brutal right hooks, but still catches one and goes flying. That cracks his helmet, leaving him totally cooked. Then Jaros slides in with a savage kick that Rokan can barely block, and the impact absolutely wrecks everything around them. Rokan fires bands from his hands, and Jaros uses that opening to clock him right in the jaw. But at that exact second, Rokan uses those bands to snap back, riding the momentum, and drives in with a heavy headbutt. He follows up with a kick that sends the commander flying straight into a building. Not giving him a single second to breathe, Rokan rushes in and activates his axe to finish it with one last strike. It is a massive slash that tears right through Jaros' shoulder, ending in a huge explosion. But from the rubble, Jaros steps out still breathing, seeing his arm is basically busted. That is when Rokan realizes he can actually clap this dude. Right then, the city guards step in, rushing to help out their boss. Rokan knows he is done for. If the whole squad jumps in, he won't stand a chance. But Jaros, with his face glowing a crazy purple, gets totally hyped and tells them to back off. He stands up and asks Rokan if he knew Malcolin. Jaros is getting the exact same vibe he felt fighting that elf. Malcolin was the only dude he ever called strong, and now he gives Rokan that same respect as he transforms, showing off his true form. Through massive flashes tearing up the literal ground, he drops in as Gillian Jaros, commander of the Ashen Guard, now looking like a straight-up demon. He asks our boy to drop his name. Rokan smirks at that and introduces himself as the one true Berserker. The beefed-up commander promises he will remember him forever. Rokan is about to talk trash, but in the blink of an eye, Jaros vanishes from sight. And watch this crazy move. Jaros pops up again, lifting a whole freaking house and just yeeting it. Rokan has no room to dodge, so he strains with everything he has, catching the house and holding it up. Meanwhile, Jaros crashes down from above with a heavy kick, smashing it until the whole thing blows up right on top of Rokan. Through the dust, Jaros moves at top speed. He charges straight at him, and Rokan barely dodges because his vision is getting super blurry. He is barely staying on his feet, totally clueless about what is happening. Rokan starts having flashbacks of how Odin looked down on him for being so pathetic that he was not even worth killing personally. He had to eat that major L in front of all of Ragnarok, and it fills him with so much pure rage that he triggers his madness shout. He immediately throws himself at the commander, who perfectly blocks the hit. Planting his feet, Jaros just smiles and calls Rokan a real berserker. But our guy, running purely on rage, keeps swinging with everything he has got. Jaros quickly takes control and shatters his weapon in one smooth move. Super cocky. Now he charges in with a combo attack called Mount, completely crushing Rokan before he just starts pounding him hard in the face. As the brutal beatdown keeps going, Rokan starts unlocking memories from his past life. The punches keep raining down, and he just lies there, powerless, gasping for air while eating another heavy blow to the jaw. Everything gets super blurry, and all those toxic memories of being humiliated in Ragnarok come rushing right back. With rain falling, those flashbacks twist together while Jaros hits him even harder. He flexes about the insane gap in their power, while Rokan lies on the ground looking completely clapped. Feeling desperate, he lifts his arm, wishing he could somehow reach Odin and catch up to Jaros. But he never begs for mercy. Refusing to fold, he whips out a hand axe right in front of Jaros' face and activates Bomber. This sets off a blinding flash and a huge explosion. Jaros gets blasted away, his arms stinging from blocking the blast. He thinks Rokan has totally lost his mind, trying to blow himself up. Then he sees Rokan charging at him with everything left in the tank, chasing him down with crazy eyes and only one goal: total murder. That actually makes the commander smile, calling him the absolute GOAT. Digging his feet, Njara says he will answer with a strike worthy of a real boss. He gathers wild energy in his hand, forming a massive seal of fists called Destroyer Fist. Rokan doesn't hold back either. He activates his giant axe for one final desperate move: mortal blow. Both of them scream as they brace for the impact. Jaros's fists slam into the massive axe of Rokan, and a giant shockwave explodes outward. The struggle holds until it breaks. Just look at this insane fallout. Rokan and Jaros are left standing back to back. The commander gives our guy mad props for that perfect strike right before his own body gives out and splits into two. With that, the stream cuts to black. The squad watching from home is losing their minds. Odin is there, and he asks his assistant Zeus what that berserker's name was. Chugging potions just to stay upright, Rokan thinks about how he almost got totally wiped by Jaros. The good news: that crazy fight just gave him some top-tier footage. Between the stream payouts and the ad revenue, he is about to secure a massive bag. So once the berserker penalty ends, he can get right back on his grind for the next quest. He returns to the old man, who claims he always believed Rokan totally clutched it. He passes the scroll over, bragging that they basically speedran the mission. So now the guy hands him a new quest called Blood and Magic. He has to bag blood from 44 monsters. The loot is totally mid, but the massive W here is that this is the final species quest in the whole city. It low-key sounds super easy, but here is the catch. He needs blood from 44 level 160 monsters, all totally different species. Sounds chill, but each hunting zone only holds enough species to leave him short by 4. Those could be players from the Black Dragons Guild, but hardly any of them are level 160. Totally desperate. Bro even considers just pulling up on the city guards, wondering if those dudes count, while the old NPC just wants to crash. Then Rokan gets a big brain idea, and that is exactly how northwest of Crossroad Rokan absolutely claps monsters until he finally bags some rock-type blood. That hypes him up because he is totally cooked after grinding all day just for one drop. But this is the only way to level up, even if the grind is mad, slow, and painful. With zero time to whine, he jumps right back into the mix and keeps grinding. Time totally flies between his sweaty hunts. His whole search for level 160 players, scouting, goated hunting spots, and dodging certain races while he just keeps leveling up his skills. Finally, he logs out of the pod, fully complaining about how absolutely stacked his schedule is, and then hyping himself up because he has zero work left. After bagging a mob called the Steel Rhinoceros, Rokan can literally just vibe out with some chicken and beer. And while scrolling for something to watch, he spots a video talking all about him. It claims a squad of level 160 Black Dragons is pulling up on him. That makes the whole grind worth it, since he basically taught them how to get stacked. But now he has to bait them because ever since the Delaros incident, every single player has been ghosting him. So just camping out in the fields is an absolute L. Then he spots a tutorial on crafting a scarecrow and gets a massive brain blast to keep them completely clueless. So the second he hits the hunting grounds, he spawns in an NPC vendor and just starts tricking it out to look super cracked so it can bait the Black Dragons into a fight. Now watch this absolute big brain play to lure all the players over. So he flexes the same blog where he helped them hit level 160. He totally convinces them about a secret shop chilling outside the city in the Red Moon Forest. Since they trust his guide, they roll out. While Rokan camps out eagerly, a duo of orcs soon pulls up feeling super sus. They duck for cover when they spot what totally looks like Rokan standing right in front of that creepy disguised NPC, then watch him literally poof into thin air, leaving the orcs shook. They super carefully sneak up on the NPC and a shop menu pops. Surprised, they check the weapons and figure this is where Rokan cops all his insanely broken gear. But the prices are wild and there are hard limits. So they dip to grab their whole clan, walking straight into his trap while he just watches his play unfold perfectly. Later on, those orcs roll back in with the entire guild completely sweating to buy out the store. Hyped up, they hyper-focus on the loot, completely blind to the fact that Rokan spawned right behind them. While the top dogs keep scanning the goods, they finally spin around and catch all their boys already clapped on the ground. Rokan stands behind the vendor, telling them they totally just caught a nasty bait and switch. After the absolute screams of agony, our guy pops out flexing a massive W, holding blood from a troll, orc, undead, and goblin. Bro just bagged all 4 in one clean sweep. Then he casually despawns the NPC vendor and debates pulling up on the old man right now. In the end, he totally does. He speedwalks straight into the human guild where the old dude hyped him up because Rokan literally just scored him a fat promotion. The quest officially wraps and the guy hands over a thank you note. Rokan grabs the paper, looking super stoked on the outside, though deep down he knows it is just a useless scrap that will not buff his stats. Still, bro already has a big brain plan for it later on. He throws up a peace sign and the old dude begs him to keep carrying the human union. Now he gears up for his next drop, the Central City. The The fourth zone he can hit without a level cap, but let me tell you, this is not an easy run. To get there, he literally has to cross an ocean packed with absolutely cracked mobs trying to sink his run. Still, there is nothing he cannot solo with enough prep time. So first off, he pulls up to a specific spot hitting the southwest side of Crossroad where the old ruins are chilling. They have been totally wiped clean by players, but nobody knows the final Easter egg is still hidden. Word is that the gnomes, Gui, and Miyuki are on guard duty. They are the tiny NPC mercenaries that Roken dropped a heavy bag to hire, but he honestly trusts them way more than random players. He pushes into the ruins and hits a literal crossroads where Roken sends his gnomes down totally separate lanes to scout out a hidden room with some weirdly patterned floor tiles. Super fast, the little dudes find it and step on the tiles. This triggers the ruin's ultimate secret, completely unleashing a massive wave of stone guardians that Roken has to fold to snatch the key. A boss fight he is totally hyped for. He charges right in, he slices through every enemy until hitting the back wall. Dude feels crazy light on his feet. All that accidental grinding really paid off. Hitting level 190, Roken is feeling absolutely cracked right now and gets ready to nuke every golem into dust, setting off a massive blast. A minute later, his gnomes stroll back in from the room, casually mentioning it was totally safe, then completely freezing up seeing the absolute wreckage of golem parts. Roken makes them help unlock the door since he has the keys. He slots them in opening the actual entrance to the ruins. The trio heads straight down. With all these traps, Roken guesses this zone is around level 170, but he is totally chilling. His gnomes are level 180, so this should be light work. They hit a hallway jammed with traps and mobs. Roken wants to see his squad pop off, so Miyuki plays navigator while Yuki goes pure aggro. Miyuki uses her radar skills to map a totally safe route, scanning every single trap and leading the boys through the danger zone. After clearing a crazy long maze, they hit the exit. The little gnome tries busting the door open with magic. It is a heavy lock that needs 10 minutes, which Roken thinks is basically nothing. He tells her to lock in. Meanwhile, he and Yuki hold off a massive wave of ancient mobs. As Roken shreds through the slimes, Yuki pops an ice skill to freeze the whole squad. Right when Miyuki finally busts open the door, they step into a new zone. The gnomes instantly stop. A toxic green aura spikes up. From deep down a shady staircase, some dude claims he was going to hunt them, but they beat him to it. Welcome to his house now, they get to taste true corruption. Roken wastes zero time drawing his axe, clocking this guy as the ruined boss, and his second fallen enemy after Tiller. The mage, somehow still halfway sane, actually hypes Roken up for making it this far. Then he pumps juice into his skull staff, screaming that they are totally cooked as a huge green lightning cloud blankets the room. A massive flash drops and the mad mage summons his whole squad. Roken spots a giant swarm of giant eyeballs rolling out of a cage. He realizes this boss has mind control, letting him completely hijack other monsters into mindless goons. The boss instantly drops a horde of sharks and bulls on them. Roken quickly lines up his gnomes ready to brawl. As the stampede rushes in, Yuki takes point. He charges straight in, dropping monsters with his bare hands, but another wave jumps him. Not even sweating it, the little guy pops his turboline combo, literally turning the sharks into sushi. Flexing on them super hard, Roken starts mocking the mage, who throws a massive tantrum, calling Roken arrogant. Our boy wants to end this, but a filthy shield of corrupt energy totally blocks every hit. To win this, Roken has to make this clown burn through all his mana. So he braces for the mob spam. He asks the gnomes if they are gassed, but they think this fight is a total joke. Even so, Roken warns them there are 4 more waves coming. Time passes, and after trashing mutant tigers, wolves, and endless corrupted trash mobs piling up, they completely clear wave 3. The main character stays chill. Thanks to his blood imprint skill, he basically has infinite health and stamina no matter what. Down to 2 waves, Roken asks the ugly mage if he is finally shaking. The boss acts all tough, saying Roken will be dead meat soon. Then he blasts his energy upward to summon his heavy hitters, his so-called masterpieces. Out of the shadows walk a half-elf and a massive orc completely rotted by corruption. Roken knows the boss is actually tilted if he is deploying these two. Trying to speedrun this, he points the gnomes at the half-elf while he solos the orc. That kicks off waves 4 and 5. The orc gets instantly deleted by Roken, who straight up complains that a dude that huge was pure trash. Meanwhile, the gnomes, even after a little struggle, spam their combo skills, completely wiping the corrupted half-elf off the map. With that, the boss's shield pops, leaving him wide open for Roken, who goes in for the kill. But the mage panics with his Light of Extinction ultimate attack. Roken freezes as a massive green death wave rushes at him. Knowing one tap means an instant game over. 0 escape routes. But watch this insane play. He is mind-blown seeing a tiny shield. It is Yuki. The little gnome just Leroy Jenkins right in, leaving Roken speechless. He cannot believe Yuki clutched that hit. But Yuki is totally running on fumes and cannot hold it. Thank God, Miyuki sneaks up behind the mage and smacks his weapon right out of his hands. But the hype dies fast when Miyuki gets absolutely launched by a cheap counterattack. The mage grabs his staff and swings for a brutal hammer smash, but right when it connects, she just phases out. Roken actually unsummoned both gnomes back to the guild so they wouldn't get packed up. He thanks them for the major carry, and the beat-up gnomes wish him luck. With them gone, this mad mage gets way too cocky, thinking he can just crush Roken, so he straight up attacks. Roken blocks it effortlessly, and the mage's face drops into pure terror. For the first time, he realizes this human is built different way stronger than him as Roken's aura explodes. He tells the mage Galvito that he actually needs a little favor, but it requires him to be completely raging mad. This next level disrespect works perfectly. Calling himself the chosen one of corrupt power, the mage swears our boy is absolutely cooked, and then he throws a heavy haymaker. Then he steps back and launches a massive energy sphere, but Roken just casually summons his battle axe. Right as the attack looks like it's about to nuke him, the furious mage yells out that Roken's massive ego won't save him now. But right on cue, Roken teleports behind him. The dude has zero time to react, and Roken sends him flying with a single hit, saying that strike was strict payback for the homies. Then he steps up and lands a punch so heavy it shatters the ground. But believe it or not, that is not the main goal. Roken lunges again, grabs the mage by the throat, and violently slams him into the floor. And he does not let up, dropping one humiliating beatdown after another until the mage is looking absolutely wrecked. Completely out of options, the furious mage is so triggered by Roken's disrespect that he decides to take him down too, as blinding green light starts pouring from his mouth and eyes. Honestly, that just makes our guy smile. Then a massive explosion absolutely nukes the entire area. Out of the smoke, Roken steps out, totally chill, a little crispy, but hyped. He survived by popping Berserker State. And he is even more hyped that his big brain play worked. Now he starts searching for the drop that only spawns when the mage goes boom. And boom, there it is, a brand new green sphere called the Corrupt Orb. You can literally only get it this way because if Roken had just zeroed the mage himself, the item would have shattered. With the loot secured, he heads straight back to the city to cash in. He pulls up to the guard post, and Malcolin is completely shook the second he spots the orb. Roken claims he got it off some fallen monster, and the elf dashes off to check it out, promising a massive payout once he is done examining the thing. Feeling pretty good, our guy decides to touch base with the squad while he waits. But his vibe gets killed when he sees an alert that some clan named Seishin just launched the first expedition to the 4th city. Roken is instantly raging that somebody actually beat him to the punch. He figures they must know how OP first clear titles are because otherwise a whole guild of players sitting at level 170 or lower would never be crazy enough to try a stunt like this. He knows their win rate is maybe 2%. Insanely low, but not zero. And since the news is out, he is basically positive they will not be the only tryhards setting sail, which makes him even saltier since he might lose that top-tier title. Still, after actually thinking it all through, he realizes catching up to them at sea is literally impossible, let alone passing them. He really only has one play left. Take a completely cursed shortcut through a zone so hardcore that only the most sweatiest players in the central city even found the place. Seeing that both options are basically a death sentence, Roken goes with the only answer that makes any sense. Go totally goblin mode. Luckily, Malcolin comes back and snaps him out of his funk. The elf says the drop Roken brought is crazy important and packed with corrupt power that needs studying. So he is getting a massive payout for being the absolute first to unlock this flex. His title levels straight up from one who surpasses the Fallen into Hunter of the Fallen. This buff cuts damage from corrupted enemies by 20% and gives him radar for corrupt power. Plus, there is also this mysterious third hidden effect that has Roken grinning. Then he catches sight of his arm and his whole body is now rocking a sick new tattoo. It is a sign of the soul-piercing power cranking his crit rate by 11%, boosting his attack range by 60% and letting him literally absorb corrupt energy. That gets him insanely hyped, especially since he can feel this ability is still leveling up bit by bit and will definitely keep evolving. Malcolin thanks him again and hands over one last piece of loot, a heavy golden book perfect for Roken. To his complete shock, it is a skill book for an ultra-rare ability called Two Hearts. It spawns a second energy heart that just skyrockets every single stat. Even Roken had never heard of this move. Malcolin smiles at his dumbfounded reaction, knowing it will be a game-changer for the road to the next city. That catches Roken completely off guard, and Malcolin just laughs, saying that is obviously the next stop for a warrior who might honestly be stronger than him by now, judging by all the wild stuff our guy has pulled off, including the Cradle of the Dead incident. Plus, this massive book is also a solid tip for taking down his rival Jaros. Looking hyped, Malcolin holds out his hand and says it was a total honor working together, wishing him straight blessings on the grind ahead. Roken flashes a huge smile and shakes the elf's hand. Fast forward to later chilling in a private training ground, he decides to equip his new skill. The split second he hits activate a massive arrow with a heart-shaped tip flies straight into Roken's body and completely impales his chest. It triggers absolutely blinding pain, burning him up until the heart fully sinks deep inside him. It leaves a giant gnarly scar across his chest, and the pain is worse than anything he has ever felt. Then it hits him. Bro literally has 2 heartbeats now. A second later, his new stats drop. His strength straight up doubles and his stamina skyrockets by 300. Power and intelligence get a fat buff too, plus he can boost his blood flow once a day. That last perk completely shook him, making him think he might actually survive that crazy spot. Zero hesitation, he dips straight to the coastal village. Walking there, he goes over the whole trip in his head. There are just 2 ways to reach the center, a basic ship or that secret route. The shortcut cuts travel time in half, even though it was super underground back in the day. The few who found it were late to the party. Grabbing clues to unlock it took forever, but Rokan is built different. He already speedrun this before. He pulls up to the tunnel and just jumps straight in. Boom, he hits the underwater tunnel. Right away, this super annoying NPC rolls up on him to talk. Rokan politely asks to pass through. Totally shook seeing an actual human, the guy says. A test comes first, then introduces himself as the tunnel manager. Rokan does not sweat it at all, and pushing forward, he spots a whole city straight under the ocean. Unlocking that gets him the Explorer title, which honestly hypes him up. Turns out this tag gives a massive flex when checking other explorers. Plus, flexing his nothing is impossible title, he honestly has 0 issues finessing the manager who warns the tunnel is super far away. As Rokan walks through the underwater city, the locals just stare. They look at him like he is an alien, but he eats up the main character energy anyway. That vibe dies when the manager asks his business on the central continent. Rokan realizes this is totally the second test. He quickly caps about being on the research team. Dude claims he is heading to the central city to drop off intel, flashing his ring as hard proof. Oh yeah, it totally works. The villagers basically built this tunnel and it used to be the main ocean highway until basic boats made it completely irrelevant and dead. The exact same thing happened to these locals. So Rokan puts on an absolute masterclass acting performance. He tells them his squad never forgot them, apologizing for the disrespect and saying he feels their struggle. The locals are basically in tears and Rokan knows he is totally cooking right now. With them totally glazing him, he hits phase 2, opening his inventory and dropping mad supplies all over the city. The locals are super hyped, especially spotting health potions that they needed way back, getting the whole spot turning up. But the manager pauses the hype to chat. He gives massive thanks, but says that still does not skip the actual vibe check. With his smooth finesse totally ruined and his mood low-key tanking, Rokan drags himself to the platform. With just him and the boss there, the results are finally dropped. He aces the first test 0 diff because of his fake team status and having the gear to reach the continent. The second phase literally just checks if he is toxic. Thank God his honor score is cracked, and being in the crew gets him labeled as completely chill. Rokan feels super sus remembering all the incredibly toxic, villain-level stuff he has pulled. Still, his massive donations clutch up the respect test and they praise him for the loot. Everything is going way too smoothly, making him crazy anxious because the final test is straight-up protection. Basically, he must prove he can protect the turf. The final boss exam is hunting a Triton. It is a wildly strong underwater brawler, a close combat god that is practically invincible on home turf. Dragging that absolute unit up onto land is a no-go because it literally voids the test. So Rokan has to square up entirely in the water. Once he is totally submerged, his job is baiting the guy out. Tricky for sure, but his magic conch shell summons it and it works perfectly. The Triton straight up blitzes him with 0 chill. Rokan honestly thinks the dude has 0 manners. The furious Triton just starts spamming death threats and it is on. Flexing insane speed, the mob totally overwhelms him. It strikes hard from the front, but Rokan instantly drops a madness shout, leaving the Triton completely stunned. But before he can finish the job, the monster dips out and zooms off at totally crazy speeds. Rokan is standing there, mad, confused as the Triton starts yapping that nobody in this deep sea can ever pack him up, then completely impales our boy with his weapon. The Triton swears pain is exactly what arrogant trash deserves, and since he just totally spiked Rokan through the heart, he moves to end things with one last charge. But check this out, Rokan's second heart flexes and parries the strike. The Triton simply cannot compute how this dude is still breathing. Rokan pops berserker mode, grinning that he finally caught this clown. The Triton still cannot process the math. How is bro alive? Rokan just cracks up thanks to that double heart buff, summons his axe and announces the monster is officially cooked. Later, while chugging health potions, Rokan realizes he actually did sacrifice 1 whole heart for the win. Still, he can patch that right up hitting the central continent, seeing as there is a temple that legit regrows entire severed arms. Right then, the manager pulls up and gives him his props. After flexing his strength, he's officially cleared for the tunnel. Rokan thinks that was light work, no sweat, but wait, they drop a catch. The main quests are done. Yet since nobody uses this route anymore, it is absolutely crawling with mobs, so they ask him to wipe them out while passing through. The guy literally lights up free XP without thinking huge W. He accepts the quest, pushes forward, and stares down that tunnel like it is paradise. These mobs look terrifying, but on land they're totally washed, so he dives straight into the feast. He just starts swinging with a massive grin, farming all that sweet XP, grinding so comfortably that he even has time to cook up a whole meal. Fast forward, and he's screaming his lungs out because this minecart is going crazy fast. He's dead-ass cursing the gnome who built the thing. Suddenly, he gets yeeted right out, face-planting hard into the dirt. After shaking it off and touching actual grass again, he finally hits the central continent. That drop earns him a huge achievement major clout at the camp and a ton of wild rewards just for discovering a whole new region. One drop that totally grabs his attention is advanced training. He forgot what it even does, so he just wings it as he goes. The main priority right now is this continent quest. If those first two cities were just tutorial mode and the third was a noob zone, this right here is the real deal. He figures he has to lock in for the job exchange, and to pull that off he needs 300 Emperor pieces. Right on cue, a massive ogre spawns. Level 199. Exactly the target he wanted, since he needs 300 of these guys to clear the quest. Rokan knows it doesn't matter how many flex titles he holds if he cannot break past level 200, so only one option left: go all out. He rushes in. The big guy really thinks he blocked it, or at least he tried to. Then he watches this so-called weak human land a single hit that literally splits him in half. Rokan scoops his loot and spots another enemy. 299 to go, he thinks officially kicking off the grind. A few hours later, he realizes these dudes hit hard, but they only rely on pure brute force. He jumps up, slices them clean, and when another pulls up, it gets totally clowned by Rokan too. At last, our guy secures all 300 king tokens and hits level 200. Honestly, it felt way too easy. Since he has time, he could totally just keep farming to push his stats higher. But wait, something off in the distance catches his eye. He ducks down and wonders why this absolute unit just spawned. He breaks it down. This thing is a berserker-type fighter, just like him. Its level is way higher than his own, and its aura is built different. So he decides dipping out is the big brain play. Once he secures his fourth job change, he will slide back for round 2. Then he fast travels right to the Berserker Guild over in the third city. The NPC starts glazing him up like crazy, calling him the absolute GOAT, saying he has never seen anyone this cracked, which actually makes Rokan low-key uncomfortable. Then he drops the Expert Ogre class item, unlocking a fresh slot for his custom skills. Only top tiers can even touch this. At first glance, it seems mid, but if he blends a regular move into a fusion skill, it can do some insane damage, though it absolutely guzzles his mana. Right now, Rokan is sitting on 4 combo skills and 4 custom skills. Since he already mastered the buffs and basics, the guild guy hooks him up with some super rare enhancement books. Steel Muscles, Indomitable Advance, Madness, Mana Control, Weapon Break, and Armor Break. He cops the entire set and maxes out every single one. Stepping outside, he starts cooking up a brand new ability mix, then pulls up to the battlefield for a quick playtest. He strikes with absolutely cracked force, completely wiping out everything around him. He dubs the new move Killer Explosion. Catching up later on the central continent, Rokan suddenly gets boxed in by ogres. He sidesteps one that spotted him, popping Indomitable Advance and Deadly Strike to one-shot the guy. That clean kill instantly adds another shiny skill to his loadout called Counterattack. He even gets some fan mail from his guild, but he just yeets it away because nobody's reading all that. Then he dives right back into the grind to test his kit. 2 hours later, he is squaring up against a 2-headed level 200 ogre. He tells the big guy to bring it on. The monster screams and jumps straight at Rokan, but he barely dodges, thinking this dude is basically mid. Suddenly, an axe is swinging for his neck, but his fresh counterattack procs, completely taking one of its heads off. Realizing it is getting cooked, the creature pops berserker mode and starts spamming attacks. But Rokan smoothly evades every single swing. Their weapons clash hard, and finding a tiny window, he triggers Disarm, a skill so broken that dark spikes literally shatter the axe into digital dust. The ogre starts panicking and throws a desperate punch, but Rokan is already gone. He popped Evasion, totally flaming the beast for daring to call itself a berserker. To him, it is an absolute L for its species. He brings his fingers together and calls out Killer Explosion. When the dust clears, he admits the big guy earned a little respect during that beatdown. It actually kept fighting when that's big berserker energy. Rokan drops a crazy explosion of slashes. The twin-headed ogre finally cooked, he warps to the main continent using runes. Touching down, he's shook by how much mana he totally blew through and decides he gotta chill with spamming those new combo skills. Then, while checking out the ogre axe drop, he catches the whole crowd absolutely hyping up. Rokan wonders if the saint is actually here. Feeling mega lucky to spot her right in the middle of the city, she drops a quick prayer for a random NPC and hits them with a blessing. then calls the next guy up. Rokan slides in and asks if she is Teamer from the Central Continent. He explains he's a guard from Crossroad checking out the Central Continent, then asks for a quick heart repair so he can drop the rest of the lore later. Just like that, boom, he's fully healed. Bro realizes those flex titles are actually goated. That was a huge W. And with the rival guilds sliding to the Central Continent too, Rokan knows he gotta lock in. His very first stop is the registration desk straight up in Tamer City, right after Bro literally buys real estate. Next move, blowing all that heavy gold he farmed from the ogres. He asks for some drip, but the blacksmith says his materials are pure trash. But the vibe completely flips when Rokan whips out that massive ogre axe. The smith absolutely loses his mind over the insane loot and the fat stack of cash our boy is ready to drop. Rokan explains he picked this spot because all 5 forges bring their own totally custom flavor to the crafting table. It cost a bag, but totally worth it. He wanted completely busted crit damage on the neck, shoulders, hands, chest, heels, and kicks. Once the order is locked in, they tell him to swing by tomorrow. Business handled, Rokan heads straight to the ultimate tryhard zone, the Tower of Trials. They ask for his ID. After scanning his totally stacked rating, they tax him 5 gold and say good luck. Rokan hypes it up. The Tower of Trials is this absolute proving ground where players flex their actual raw power. The higher you climb, the more busted the mobs get, and you gotta wipe the whole room on each floor just to advance. 0 basic drops, but the top rankers each month get absolutely cracked gear. Soon he spots these tiny squirrel mobs and decides it's go time on floor 1. He swings low-key, feeling bad about bullying these total weaklings, and then the system hits him with a choice, push forward or repeat. He smashes that repeat button. Normally, Bro would just speedrun to the next level, but this time he wants to grind it 999 more times. No cap, Rokan farmed that exact same floor 1,000 times just to milk maximum XP. He also bagged crazy flex titles for being the very first to hit 1,000 wins, completely hijacking the top leaderboard spots. After securing the bag, his only mission left was to speedrun the tower as fast as humanly possible. Skipping the boring grind, we jump straight up to floor 54 with a system alert saying the rankings are wiping in 29 days. Still, Rokan is low-key running out of gas from keeping his berserker mode toggled on forever, so he checks his loot drops. Most of it is pure mid, but a couple items are major Ws. Some of them buffed his base stats straight to the moon. Stepping out of the tower, he decides it's time to secure some serious cash, so he warps to the dead center of Tiara Arena. This spot is literally packed with the sweatiest gladiators around, and one of them asks if our guy is just a clueless noob. Rokan completely ghosts him and queues up at soldier rank. The whole lobby starts roasting him for being so low level while the NPC tosses him a Q token. Rokan breaks down the super basic rules. 2 dudes step into the ring and they absolutely brawl until someone gets unalived. 0 major penalties, and the biggest flex, his berserker cooldown resets every single round. Then his pager goes off. It's go time. He's honestly thrilled his opponent is just an NPC because if it was an actual player, his level 190 stats would literally delete them in seconds. He spawns in and stares down his first victim, a level 150 assassin class named Machine. This dude starts yapping calmly and closes the gap, acting like he already secured the W, but in the very next frame, he gets completely folded in half. Rokan bags 10 arena points and the crowd goes absolutely feral. Word spreads super fast that Bro just one-tapped his opponent. Catching that good vibe, Rokan instantly queues up for the next fight, and they just kept coming one literal victim after another. As his massive win streak stacks up, his clout and skill drops skyrocket too. Plus, the tryhard level of his matchups finally starts scaling. Rokan figures out that once he hits a specific win streak cap, he gets bumped up to a higher rank. So he fully locks in, knowing he just gotta do what he does best. Spam attacks, catch bodies, and keep wrecking kids for hours, farming that crazy high rep with 300 back-to-back Ws. He bagged even more flex titles and dumped his points into buffing his skills easily, securing that rank 1 spot in the Hall of Knights. Stepping inside, he demands that fresh knight promotion. Since he crushed all the crazy requirements, he signs on the dotted line. The NPC guard keeps yapping about perks, but Rokan is completely zoned out. He's only halfway through this massive promotion questline. To become a legit knight, Bro still gotta track down a Lord Knight and swear an oath. That's exactly why he still lacks the official title. He needs one more guy to get it. So he heads out, but before moving on, since he is already hanging around, he grabs the race quest. Now that he hit knight rank, this mission should be a total banger. When the NPC hears Harvin sent him, he acts like he already has way too many good knights on the roster. But when Rockin slides him a mission reward, the guy still acts tough. He claims he cannot be bought off at least until he sees the payout is jewel minerals worth triple the price of gold. Suddenly, his whole tune changes in a heartbeat. He accepts the bribe, telling Rockin about the pyramid legend. Word on the street is they hold immortal living beings that never rot no matter how much time passes. so Rockin has to check it out. That triggers his new quest, but Rockin is actually stumped since the difficulty is insanely high. Thanks to his bribe and titles, he bagged a top-tier search mission. The level gap is not huge, but these monsters are cracked with unique titles and special abilities. He decides to sweat that later. Next stop is the Timber Coliseum. Since he is officially a knight now, his rank there gets a massive bump, unlocking way more recognition points and a stacked shop menu. As Rockin heads out, he mutters that hoarding too many points might get annoying nobles snooping around. That is a massive headache waiting to happen since his real focus is the main quest. He rolls up to a building where the guards demand to know his faction. After clearing security, Rockin steps inside and asks for the scoop on corrupted monsters. Once he hands over his map, they hand him a quest. Bag 3 corrupted beasts and get a sweet payout. He locks it in, handles some minor business on the side, and fires up the Tamer Circle. He has to repeat his destination twice before the transporter finally beams him out, warning him the area is absolute trash. But Rockin is dead set on going. Honestly, though, that is not even his true destination. It is just a waypoint to reach a spot way out in the boonies. That drops him right into Lanai territory near this rundown fortress. A guard barks at him to state his business. The second he hears Rockin wants to become a knight, he sprints off to spread the news. Soon, an insanely hyped lord rushes out. He is absolutely stoked someone actually wants to serve him. Rockin thinks the dude looks pathetic as hell, but that is exactly why he picked this guy. First reason for choosing this turf is the whole washed-up noble vibe, and the second is the raw potential. Remington territory is about to swallow this whole place up, and a top-tier treasure is stashed right here. And you know Rockin refuses to let that loot slip away, so he locks in his application for the Lanai Knights. The Lord brings him inside, dropping the tough act once they are alone. He admits they are flat broke. Rockin says chill, just pay him in real estate. He is not asking for much, just a tiny slice of the mountain. Seeing the dude sweating it, Rockin casually adds that if a mine pops up there, he will gladly return it. The guy just wants a solid hunting spot, not the shiny rocks. After stressing out for what feels like hours, the Lord agrees and even hooks him up with soldiers for monster hunting. Deal sealed, the Duke of Durkham Bonlai officially knights him. Rockin just smirks knowing that absolute gold mine will be his soon. With the paperwork sorted, he rolls out to inspect his new turf. Honestly, he still cannot believe they just let a rogue player waltz in and join up that fast. Any other territory would have kicked a stranger out instantly. He remembers the local mobs here cap out around level 240. Not too crazy, but perfect for farming. So he orders a soldier to round up the whole squad. Once everyone lines up, Rockin starts acting like a 5-star general, hyping them up for a quick run. His big brain plan is to flex hard and secure their loyalty. The grunts just need to herd the beasts and block escapes. Within minutes, they stumble on level 213 wolf monsters. Rockin yells that hunting season is officially open, declaring this zone is under his absolute protection. He slices one dog up and nukes the rest with a massive explosion. The Duke is mind blown, he just wiped the entire local spawn. He figures selling the mob drops will easily fund the territory. Rockin totally saw that coming. He plays along but quietly snags all the top-tier loot and EXP for himself. Then the Duke asks him to spread the flex to the neighboring lands. Our boy just grins. This is step 1 of his master plan to get these NPCs eating out of his hand, unlocking way more freedom. He hits the battlefield next, spitting big talk, repping the city he allegedly serves. To top it off, he tosses the guards a bag of goodies to hand out. It is a sneaky little trick to permanently block monster spawns here. This turns the zone into prime mining real estate for the town. Everyone stares there, but his real target is elsewhere. First up, though, the public dungeon achievement unlocked the Cavern of Silence. He bags rare titles just for showing up early. Rokan was rocking his hyped, his master plan is cooking. He knows the real VIP loot is chilling near Termer, which he read about in a Ruins book. After that massive carry, the locals are glazing him. Because of him, they actually managed to unlock their second mine. Now they are absolutely thriving. In exchange, they basically give him a blank check. Rockin flexes a little about his huge W. He tells them he is going on patrol, eventually pulling up to his own turf. Right there, he pops a blueprint he bought. It instantly spawns a massive structure totally walling off the area so nobody can peep his next move. He walks a bit, hits the exact coordinates, and discovers the entrance to the secret dungeon. He smashes the seal and a crystal pops up. It says 2,999 entries remain. Rockin is thrilled. He can literally run this 2,999 more times. And yeah, he is milking this glitch completely. Inside, he explains this zone drops an exclusive ultra-rare stone. We are talking enhancement stones split between your basic upgrades and high-tier stones. These bad boys can push your gear straight to level 6 or even level 9 in defense. Normally, any mob can drop them, but top-tier odds are basically 0. Here, it spikes to nearly 20%. That is exactly why the runs are capped. Later on, these things will sell for stupid high prices. So for now, he is just going to buff his own loadout. His first ops are stone spirits. They have massive weak spots. Rakan spams his bomber attack, nails the core, and bags the loot. It is his very first enhancement stone. He stays on the grind, absolutely folding the fire spirits next. After that, he runs into water spirits and claps them just as easily. Once the mob clear is done, he wonders if the dungeon is cleared. But check this out, the rock spirit boss spawns in. That absolute unit has to be holding a premium stone, no cap. Rakan dodges, slices it into literal confetti, and exposes the glowing ore inside. Totally cornered the boss, summons boulders, and yeets them at Rakan, but that is light work. He pops Mortal Strike, then scoops up the mystery core. He confirms the boss dropped a top-tier stone. Rakan realizes he will be filthy rich if he farms 3,000 of these. He officially packs the boss up. After that, he activates the rune book and rolls up to the dwarf's workshop. Time to use those mats to make his gear completely busted. Some of the drops turn out to be just your basic stones, so he trashes the useless ones. Once RNG finally blesses him, he brings the minerals straight to the blacksmith. The smith is absolutely shook by Rakan's stash. Our boy wants every single item pushed to grade 7. He says he does not care if some crystals boom, he is loaded. But then he decides he wants everything maxed at level 9. The RNG is garbage, and they burn through almost his entire stash. Only a few pieces of gear actually hit level 9. He asks for the rest anyway, throwing on his brand new armor. It feels amazing, but he toggles off the glowing effect so he does not look like a massive tryhard. Now that his upgrades are done, he wants to sweep up the rest. Then the starter buff wears off, and Rakan is straight up exhausted after grinding non-stop for 3 days. Time to check the forums for any decent leaks. That is exactly when he spots those same toxic losers from his past life. The feed says they are the first guild to reach the continent, the Hellhound Guild. Rakan remembers everyone calling them lapdogs back in the day because they would literally do anything for the bag. Back then, he was not chasing clout or cash, so he basically ignored them. There was only one time they actually in the God of God and the Ganav and the got nerfed hard and lost titles. They totally sniped him at his lowest, going for his throat. According to his memory, Ragnarok was supposed to be the first guild here, but these bozos clearly used an exploit. But you know what? That is completely fine. He just needs to give them a proper welcome. Back in the present, he drops a few videos showing off the city flexing, who actually got world first. A bit later, over at the city's hidden cove, the tryhard guild pulls up. Their leader tells everyone to stay locked in. No away from keyboard breaks until they hit the safe zone. They already memorized the route, so no matter what aggroes them, they have to hold first place. Moving up, they enter a cliffside pass. The fog is insanely thick, so the boss orders them to wipe it out. The mages spam a fire spell, but the fog respawns way too fast. He yells at them to fall back, pushing the casters up front because weird beast noises are popping off nearby. Sure enough, it is undead mobs, but totally new variants. So they have to stay frosty. They pop speed buffs, swap their rotation, and keep throwing damage. But more undead mobs spawn in immediately. Something is clearly pulling full aggro here. From this point on, they are basically locked into a massive endurance raid. Even after hours of sweating, the mobs just keep coming. They are totally shook. It is starting to feel like this is just how busted this whole continent is. Then suddenly, a different sound drops. A horse charging at full, he zooms past like literal lightning. The guild guys are completely clueless, and while they're totally distracted, their backs are wide open. A massive swarm of respawning zombies jumps them, and they instantly blame that blur for pulling aggro. A few hours later, Rakan is just chilling and watching. Long fights completely fry your brain, so they will totally crash soon. Their boss yells to fall back. They desperately need to reset and dip before the zombies spawn again. Then one of his dudes frantically tells him to check this out, stressing it because it is super important. He shows the boss that Rakan is straight up streaming from the canyon that wiped them, dropping vids of their exact path and how they got clapped. Now it clicks, the reason they got wrecked was that toxic troll. The boss thinks he found the reason for their massive losses and orders a manhunt. Then they start wondering why Rakan is griefing them when they haven't even hit the city yet. They figure he just wants to hog all the loot. They wonder how he dodged the zombies and decide to copy his exact strat. Ride in on horses so the horde cannot keep up. But there is a huge catch. Not everyone can drop 100 gold per head. So they decide to only bring the top-tier tryhards. The rest of the guild feels completely backstabbed. But right then someone drops from above and Rakan casually asks what they are doing. The boss demands to know why he is beefing with them. Rakan does not care. He just wants to fight. The boss tells them to grab their spots. Rakan whips out his weapons. The boss curses him out and yells to form up. Rakan totally gets how they sped here so fast. They are absolutely abusing that group skill to jump high-level mobs together. And seeing the boss fronting the squad, Rakan can tell he is way too cocky. Most leaders camp in the back and only steal the final kill. The second he rushes in, he decides to completely shatter that ego. He pops his Bombardier's skill. Seeing them freeze up, he spams his Berserker Roar, stun-locking them before easily slicing through their front line and then rushing the boss. The guy screams for everyone to spread out and jump him, but Rokan is not letting a single one slide. He leaps forward at totally cracked speeds and shreds them one by one. Even barehanded, he absolutely bodies them, snapping necks and sending the entire squad into a massive panic attack. Now they just want to sprint away. One of the hype men begs the boss to dip right now, but he refuses. He still has this insane idea they can actually beat Rokan. Then that buddy gets deleted on the spot. Get a load of this. Even without popping any skills, our guy just wiped the floor with them. The boss finally realizes he is totally cooked. They stand zero chance. Dripping with an insane aura, Rokan tells them he is griefing any Hellhound member on sight, so they better quit the guild and camp in the third city until he swaps zones. The guy begs for his life, but Rokan hard passes since that dude never showed him any mercy either. The boss screams out, hands up. He totally accepts the terms and surrenders. Rokan slices off his head anyway. When the others start crying about it, he just repeats the rule. Any Hellhound on screen dies. Who wants next? Later on, he is pretty stoked to finally see them. Just then, someone pages Rokan saying the Duke desperately needs him. Rokan says he is on his way, wondering if the big moment is finally here. The Duke pinged him about a letter he wanted to discuss. Rokan already knows exactly who dropped it in the mail. The only weirdo who would slide into Lanai's messages is Lord Remington. He is a baron just like Lanai, but his turf is way better, and he is insanely greedy. In his past playthrough, that guy stole his entire zone, but things are speedrunning way faster than Rokan expected. Reading it, he cannot believe Remington is actually flexing spies in the territory and demanding special treatment. Our guy tells the Duke he will match that energy. He's going straight to that turf himself to snoop. A few days later, inside Remington's zone, Rokan feels they should have rolled out the red carpet by now. He figures they would have spammed mining experts to scan Lanai's land for loot. Then some random guard asks if they are from Lanai's turf. If so, just follow him. He is a super basic level 200 NPC. That gets Rokan absolutely triggered. They didn't even send a captain, just some mid-tier guard. Still, that is a huge win. If they think he's a noob, they'll slack off. Plus, the guard seems super sweaty, so they do the awkward intros. The guy acts polite and asks to chat more over dinner. After a dragging convo, Rokan says, "My bad," but he wants to explore a bit first. The Duke agrees and tags the guard. As they walk, Rokan gives zero craps about the village or the basic farms. He wants the dungeon. He explains there is a cave where Mystery sleeps and the daily runs are completely capped. It literally carries a massive chunk of their gold and there is some secret loot inside. The guards greenlight him to enter. Rokan nods, just playing like he is getting that VIP treatment, but low-key sensing they want a favor. Then they head toward the nearby mountains. They flex that the honey made out there is Remington's absolute specialty. Once they arrive, they break down how the whole process works. You literally blast the hive out of the tree. It drops, popping open a dungeon portal. Rokan is hyped to get a free dungeon pass, so he saves it in his rune book before taking the freebie. Once inside, he snags those sweet titles, and the squad stops him to quickly explain the game plan. It is super simple. Wipe out the bee swarms, smash the hive, and absolutely clap the queen bee. They ask if he wants in on the hunt. He just laughs, knowing they think he would just slow them down. Heike, he knows he could fold these scrubs blindfolded, but right now he has to play it cool and cannot do a single thing to look sus. Then one soldier complains that Rokan is not cooperating and the guy looks pretty rattled. 4 hours later, he hypes them up, saying they put on a totally bussin' show. As he heads out, they tell him the big boss invited him to dinner. At the table, they ask how his little inspection went. Rokan heavily praises their strats, tech, and methods, but the Duke just totally cuts him off. That is not what he meant. He already knows Lindy is completely cooked and the territory is about to flop. So he tells our guy to join up with him. He would get triple his current bag. Rokan laughs, knowing this dude has him entirely messed up. Honestly, imagine trying to lowball this guy. He makes it crystal clear if anybody wants to talk serious business, they need to cough up 10 times that amount. Then Rokan is genuinely shook because the Duke actually agrees to drop a 10 times multiplier. Still, he just laughs it off. No cap, he already knows exactly what the Duke is plotting. Later on, he makes sure his hand axes are looking fresh, and since his whole reason for showing up is done, and he successfully pulled off the weak and arrogant vibe, he can finally go and test out the dungeon's secret feature with zero stress. He fires up his runes, figuring that over the next few days, he will not be able to pull this off since fast travel only works for locals of the territory. So he plans to make the absolute most of this trip. He yeets the hive down and enters the secret dungeon where the bee wave pulls up immediately. Rokan uses his insane speed to just delete them, summoning his axe to completely split the last one. Reaching the target, he points out that breaking the hive means skipping straight to the boss room. So he swings with literally everything he has and obliterates the hive. System alerts go crazy. Every single killer bee aggroes right onto him. Rakan just laughs because this is exactly what he wanted. He summons a literal water nuke, flooding the entire zone like a whole ocean and leaving those bees totally helpless. Rakan flashes a grin. The play worked flawlessly. Now the real farming begins. Pretty soon he is hauling an insane stash of killer bee stingers. Normally, these items do not drop on death. But if you literally yank them out while the bugs are still kicking, the drop rate is a guaranteed 100%. That is why he just stunned them. Now he needs one last thing. He hits them with Bombardier, forcing out the level 239 Queen Bee. She lunges with her stinger, and as Rakan completely jukes it, he knows that was way too close. If that thing tags him, he is totally cooked, so all he has to do is keep dodging. He full sends it, slips past the strike locks in his stance, and straight up shreds her. Then he pockets the dungeon clear titles. A few days later, in AA territory, Rakan pulled up to the Duke with a special gift. He told the guy to just enjoy it and use it however he wanted. Then he dipped out, claiming he was low-key exhausted. After that, he headed back to his room, ready to doomscroll the community forums for a bit. He found some tea about the toxic guild that kicked him out, but he honestly could not care less. Then a different post popped up, making him wonder who these randoms were and how they even got there. Turns out they were Black Dragon Legion teaming up with another guild. That totally explains the carry. Rakan hits a smirk. These guys are actually better than he thought. In fact, he high-key needs them for his big brain plan, so he decides to roll out the red carpet. Meanwhile, on the central continent over in Twilight Valley, Eris is walking through feeling like it has been forever since his last visit. Honestly, this is the exact choke point the Black Dragons have to cross. It is the only way forward, and he pulled up for one specific reason. Pretty soon, he finds the main entrance and strolls right into the Golden Lion Camp headquarters. Once inside, some dude asks if he wants to join their squad. It is Commander Garen, level 280, who totally vibes with his swagger even though Ares looks like a measly level 230. Of course, Eris is straight up smurfing and hiding that he is actually level 280. To test his stats, Garen orders a grunt to check his strength. The guy cannot figure out why he has to 1 versus 1 a noob, but he still follows orders. Catching that attitude, Ares figures this is going to make things way easier. He powers up all his armor and asks why the grunt looks so shook all of a sudden. The guy curses. He mutters under his breath, totally shook that Ares has such overpowered drip. Soon enough, the whole squad gathers to hear the rules. No weapons allowed, and first guy to hit the dirt takes the loss. The match kicks off. That lion soldier thinks Ares is some edgy little kid. He fully expects to steamroll him, but when he swings, his attack hits a brick wall. He totally freezes, then leaps backward. His boys start yelling, asking what on earth he is doing. He tells them to shut their mouths. He literally cannot process what just happened. Ares did not even blink. Still, the soldier is dead set on flexing his level gap, so he rushes forward, throwing absolute haymakers. He gets right up in his face. Bro thinks he's cooking, but the hero completely ghosts him. Ares calls him way too sluggish. The whole crowd goes dead silent, and the commander calls it. Ares secures the dub. Point proven. He gives a quick thanks to the soldier for the spar, and the commander chills everybody out. Since Ares totally proved he is him, it is finally time for them to honor their deal. He asks about that big brain strat Ares brought up. Ares just laughs, saying it is really not that deep, and drops his blueprint. Back at the port, they explain the undead faction holds the cheat code for how. You gotta wonder how these randoms even made it here, right? Well, it is all thanks to the literal undead player of the year, Yuga Natada. This dude is a massive clout chaser sweating for achievements. While hunting for his next big viral moment, he stumbled onto the Black Dragons raging after Rakan literally booted them off the continent. That is when Bro stepped up as the alpha and promised to carry them to the other city despite having 0 stats for it. Obviously, everybody thought he was capping. It sounded completely insane. But he never quit the grind. He stayed locked and strapped weights to his ankles and sank straight into the ocean. Thanks to his unique racial perks, he can literally breathe underwater. And no joke, he makes it to the port. He finds a glitchy shortcut across that lets the entire undead squad cross the ocean, letting them squad up to hunt Rakan down. Cutting back to the chief, our main guy explains that if they sleep on this mob, they could become a massive headache for the guild. Plus, they literally have 0 to lose. He wants to push instantly, but the old man stops him, saying it is way too early. Rakan just tells him to chill out. Everyone is grouped up, making the timing absolutely perfect, meaning it is time to throw hands with those toxic black dragons. Down at the port, the undead pull up hype that their shot caller found some insane loot. Now they just need to farm the area so they can keep grinding their levels. But then the vibes get super weird. Something big is pulling up. They suddenly realize it is Rakan, the absolute menace in the flesh. He says what is up, even hyping them up for surviving this long. Then he totally greenlights his own raid, dropping his name tag as Rakan the Berserker Guardian while totally boxing in the undead mob. These guys are completely lost on why nobody is throwing out attacks. Does our boy seriously plan to solo this entire lobby? They legit think he is hard capping, but he just sees them as absolute noobs. Check this out, when two groups share a zone, he can pop something wild. He straight up declares an occupation war, triggering a sick new quest. Wipe the entire server and plant the flag. After the turf war ends, he gets to hijack the dock from those black dragons. The undead read the prompt and realize if they throw this, their guildmates are getting permabanned from the zone. The captain sarcastically wishes him luck. Pure panic hits the undead chat, and they pop all their guardian cooldowns, spawning absolute dozens of them. Rokan just gives a deadpan stare, yelling out that they are free to try stopping his rampage. He pops all his crowd control buffs, then full sends it into the mob, slicing down one random after another. The rest cannot fathom how a player this broken is allowed to exist. Even his own squad does not need to carry. Then Rokan launches into the air, roasting them like they already accepted their total wipe, and absolutely spikes their skulls into the dirt. He hears some magic cast from behind, but tanks it without breaking a sweat. That leaves the skeleton mage lagging out in shock, and Rokan deletes it in one frame. He screams at the lobby, telling them to just pile on right now. Seeing them all aggro at once, he drops his stance, while sick red lightning sparks up. Then he combos his skills and spawns the massive infernal vortex. Smirking, he calls them actual bots. That is exactly why they exploited glitches to arrive, thinking this would be their free ticket to capture the port. But they scream back, denying him. A massive mace comes flying at his head, and its owner swears that while he is breathing, it is never happening. Enter the dock guard captain, a literal level 240 boss. Rokan just laughs it off, saying it is finally time for some actual content. Their weapons smash together, and he instantly realizes this boomer is way faster than his stats show, meaning he desperately needs an opening. As the captain swings heavy, Rokan starts trash talking to tilt his mental. The bony brawler rushes in hard but leaves a tiny window. Rokan sidesteps, locks in, and pops blood flow acceleration. He lets out a crazy roar, launching the dude into orbit. Rokan leaps right after him, equipping his mace. He secures the win with a devastating critical hit. Laughing, he thinks this raid was way too free and claims the death miss dock. Off somewhere else, a vice general asks if leaving him totally alone is safe. The answer is just a laugh. Did they miss serving pure, unhinged berserker energy? He knew Rokan would absolutely keep his promise. They just had to pull their own weight. Soon, the guards defending the dock crawl back to the city, totally shook that this actually happened to them. Rokan just laughs in their faces, brushing them off like annoying little bugs. Winning that fight scored him even more titles, plus a massive 100-point buff for his next army battle. The system offers him a choice: keep the dock or nuke it entirely. Keeping it means defending it immediately. Trashing it means the black dragons get locked out for 7 whole days. Rokan figures this is a total no-brainer, zero hesitation needed. Meanwhile, over at the Carlin Forward Station, guys are freaking out, trying to stay chill. This place used to be their old stomping ground. It sits right near the dock, so they feel pretty safe for now. But that absolute beast stole everything, locking them out of the base for 7 days flat. Then a fresh quest pops up: retake the dock in 1 hour. Meaning this crazy dude actually chose to defend the territory. And Rokan, he just bought some heavy protection. 50 minutes later, a massive guild legion rolls up on the dock. They literally dragged in every player nearby, about 100 in total. Every single one can summon 5 NPCs, pushing the math to 500 against 1. Squad fully assembled and hyped, they are completely ready to wreck him. Honestly, they think Rokan seriously dug his own grave here. But just to be extra toxic, they brought a heavy hitter along. A knight straight from the 4th city's roster. So no matter how overpowered Rokan is, there is no way he claps an NPC boss from the Black Knights. Down at the dock, a thick fog rolls in. The mob screams at Rokan to show his face. He's going to pay for messing with them. The massive gates swing wide open, revealing a giant barrier shielding the entire zone. Rokan sees the massive crowd and is absolutely eating it up. Did these boneheads seriously think he would drop 50 gold on a fortress just for vibes? Still, something looks super sus. If he really wanted to hold this spot, the meta play is spamming turrets. Instead, he drops a single wall with a tiny choke point right where he is chilling. That does not look like a defense at all. It screams bait, forcing them into a straight-up brawl. Then the siege actually starts. 1 hour on the clock. If he clutches this, he racks up insane prestige. The signal fires off, and the black dragons start chucking explosive spears. But Rokan is stacking so many titles plus his 9th level armor that those hits are basically mosquito bites. Plus, squaring up against 500 dudes triggers his insane 100-point buff. He cracks up. This is way more juice than he expected. The skeletons freeze up. Rokan is totally locked in for a bloodbath. He gets why this game is literal crack. Flexing your power on everyone is the ultimate high. Smashing past your own ceiling, completely ignoring whoever tries to stop you. That right there is exactly why he skipped all the fancy turrets. Keep it simple. He just wants a wild, no-regrets scrap. Charging up his axe, he launches a massive bomber strike. The enemy shot caller yells to raise shields immediately. They actually think they tanked it, but then the front line starts crumbling fast. The shockwave punches straight through and detonates. Rokon cackles. Their cute little numbers advantage just got vaporized. Honestly, even he had no idea fighting a whole army would buff him this hard. He is scaling right back to his peak overpowered days. The undead squad is totally mauling. They cannot believe he just deleted their front line in one swing. Pure panic mode activates and they try falling back, but Rokon just laughs. The Golden Lion crew perfectly timed their raid and completely flattened their forward bases. Rokon tells them to wake up and smell the absolute disaster they are in. They basically moonwalked right into hell. Sweating bullets, these guys just want to dip and save their own skins, but the undead NPC boss unsheathes his katana. Anyone who chickens out gets executed on the spot. Black Dragon soldiers gotta fight and die with honor. Rokon totally trolls them, shouting out a quick thanks for keeping his buffs maxed out. The samurai demands his name, says it takes guts to stand there, but his crime of touching the Black Dragons means he pays with his life. Rokon is caught off guard. Dude actually wants a one-on-one duel. Normally, this boss would be a massive headache, but all these scrubs nearby are basically feeding him free stats. As long as that title stays active, they are completely cooked. Both fighters lock into their stances. Rokon exhales sharp right as a massive wave crashes into the dock. The samurai blitzes forward. Rokon instantly spots the insane speed. It takes everything he has just to parry the strike, screaming out to forcefully shove him back. Rokon admits the guy is an absolute unit, way stronger than advertised. Touching down, the samurai just taunts him, bring it on. Rokon gives a quick nod, then aggressively launches right back into the blender. Blades clash violently, the shockwaves booming across the whole map. The samurai vaults up, triggering the Fukaya First Form Night Splitter. Rokon barely deflects that crazy hit, then he powers up and totally sends it. He knows that strike was valid, but it is payback time. Rokon charges in using Unstoppable Advance. He rushes the samurai. The undead boss totally freezes when the clones drop. He has zero clue who is real. Before he figures it out, he gets absolutely clapped. The guy is totally shook. How is a human this busted? He tries to counterattack. Third move, thrust. Rokon eats the hit. He gets shoved back, but instantly yeets an axe. The samurai casually slices it in half, but Rokon is already airborne above him. Once again, they test each other's vibes by clashing weapons. The bystanders cannot even track this fight. They are moving at insane speeds. Still, the samurai feels something is totally off. He does the math. Rokon is acting reckless because of those massive buffs. He gets it now. So he screams for his crew to dip. Right then, he feels his enemy swing hit way harder. Looking back, he is completely stunned. He demands to know where those idiots went. Just a bunch of cowardly rats. Rokon had hoped to ride that buff wave a bit longer, but in a real one-on-one, it does nothing. Caught lacking, he wonders how to solo this absolute monster using just base stats. The undead boss laughs, figuring that at the end of the day, Rokon is just a normal human. No goofy tricks, game over. He is way too slow setting up the final hit. Then it pans to the massive crater left by that smash. The samurai thinks he literally just wasted time. Whatever cheat code Rokon used before, it kept him alive for a second, but now he is totally cooked. He also decides those cowards who dipped will definitely pay for it later. But then a crazy light shines through the rubble. Rokon maxes out his berserker state, letting out serious main character energy. Then he drops his berserker roar, leaps straight ahead, and screams it is his turn to cook. The samurai cannot believe Rokon is a literal berserker. Blasted entirely backward, he calls this a huge waste and asks the main character to join their squad instead. After all, the Shogun needs more sweaty tryhards like him. He even flexes about how they will run the whole world. Rokon shuts that down instantly. He is never joining some ugly zombies. The samurai gets totally salty at that insult. If that is his final answer, then it is game over. Rokon teleports directly into his personal space. A total flash. The samurai tries to block, but our guy just slides past it. The punch lands beautifully. He tries countering again, but it is totally useless. He slams into the wall and, cornered with zero options, he drops his sixth move, Abyss. Dozens of spirits pull up and attack with heavy piercing strikes. They wreck Rokon. One arm even stabs straight through his eye. The samurai tastes that W, but the hero vanishes. Moving at crack speeds, he completely slices off one of the samurai's arms. The undead warrior screams out, asking how that feels, but a bomber attack is already hovering above his head. Boom! Rokon calls game before he even drops. Hellish advance. After that crazy combo, Rokon is absolutely covered in damage. He knows he almost caught an L there, and blames it all on those totally worthless cowards. Still, the strategy worked. The timer pops up on screen, and the ultimate winners are the Golden Lion faction. They get the choice to either claim the fort or completely nuke it. And since Rokon has already secured what he wanted, he moves to the next play, totally wiping the fortress. The skeleton mobs realize their dock is trashed, which means they cannot reach the Black Dragons on the continent for 7 whole days. And with their bases completely wiped out, The only options left are dragging themselves back to the third city or surviving a whole week near that terrifying monster. That has them wondering why he even defended the dock twice. What is his endgame? The only real answer is merit and reputation points. After nuking the dock and hijacking the nearby bases, they are super sure he farmed a massive amount of reputation and merit. So why grind this hard? Watch this. The answer drops at the City Hall of Fame. Roken rolls up and the woman welcomes him when she hears he wants to rank up. She checks his stats, but seeing he's only a rank 235 knight, she snaps, asking why he thinks this is a literal joke. The Hall of Fame is only for top-tier legends, for people who actually flex their achievements just to qualify. Bro needs to be at least level 280. She tells him to bounce right away. Roken knows she is proud of her gig, but tells her to check his merit and reputation points. She does not get why, figuring he barely has 100, but seeing 832 merit and 2,231 reputation, she cannot understand how he pulled this off. Her whole vibe flips on the spot and she hands over the rank-up contract. Rokan walks off super annoyed by how fast she switched up. Still, this lets him progress the questline. With that fresh power, he is about to show them some insane character growth. Then he fast travels back to Lin territory. There the Duke looks completely cooked. The Lord of Remington has been giving him endless work, even sending some random guy to supervise his mine. Rokan nods along but knows that guy is really plotting to steal the territory for himself. He says his goodbyes since it was totally time to put that plan into motion. On his way out, he figures he still has a bit of time left. Since he already racked and looted the whole zone, so he needed a fresh spot to grind. There was only one place left. Next up, the desert. The heat out there was totally brutal. He pulled up for the species quest. In his past life, tons of players tried it, but all of them fumbled the bag because the difficulty was absolutely busted. The main trap was this one NPC spawning right behind him, basically begging for some water, instantly triggering a sudden quest. Rakan already knew this mission had completely tilted so many top players. It looked like a free win at first, but listen, once you handed over the water, more NPCs just started swarming. And if you couldn't help the whole squad, it morphed into a massive trap quest, completely tanking your reputation stats. But for Rakan, that honestly wasn't a problem at all. He blasted the old dude with straight-up gallons of water. The next second, the whole mob rushed him, but he had plenty for the whole crew. He spawned 2 massive jars, and to flex even harder, he tossed a water bomb mixed with his bomber skill, literally making it rain over the whole zone. The villagers were finally hyped and revived, clearing the quest and scoring him some massive reputation points. They all thanked him for the clutch save. The village chief was the one talking, explaining their whole messy situation to him. They had this super old water well, but a few weeks back it just completely dried up. He begged Rakan to investigate. Rakan confidently accepted the quest. He pulled up to the well, equipped his shadow helmet and that heavy sun armor, and felt totally relieved he copped that gear from the shop since it was hardcore mandatory here. Then he dropped down the well. The thing was totally dry and he spotted a hidden tunnel. Walking through the heat got absolutely ridiculous. He stepped into the Furious Flames dungeon and found exactly why the well was empty. Level 241 fire spirits spawned in. Rakan rushed in, telling those mobs to get out of his face. But when he swung his weapon, his hits totally phased through. The spirits spammed fireballs, making Rakan realize these guys were way tankier than expected. He had to pop his backup strat right now. So he whipped out an ice scroll, buffing his axe and flash freezing those annoying little fire spirits, shattering them straight into hundreds of pieces. Rakan was feeling super confident since his trick actually worked. But then a massive explosion just went off. He had to dip. This was a corrupted level 263 spirit. Rakan nodded. Finally, the main boss behind all this griefing had spawned. The creature just screeched, making Rakan's head absolutely pound. He instantly struck back with his axe, totally cursing under his breath. He saw this thing pack some serious overpowered damage. Then the monster unleashed a massive storm of flames. Rakan fired back by spamming Unstoppable Advance and Rampant Dance, spawning crazy clones of himself. The beast was like, bro, that should be impossible. It flooded the zone with crazy fire waves, melting every rock, even catching the real Rakan. He knew face-tanking this boss would be brutal, so he popped a bomb and chucked it, sending out a rushing shockwave. But the monster literally laughed, bragging it would evaporate all that trash, flexing its power and triggering a massive blast, roasting Rakan for thinking some cheap trick could actually win. Even so, the whole arena filled with a super thick cloud of steam. The beast caught onto the strat, but when it grabbed a Rakan and sliced him in half, it was just a clone. It attacked where it thought the real player was hiding, but Rakan roasted its laggy reaction time, then jumped and straight up impaled the beast. He flexed that his enchantment stats had leveled up. It wasn't just for stealth mode anymore. It could completely mask his own ice attacks too. The creature lost it, yelling that humans always spam cheap tricks, but even with that buff, it wouldn't be nearly enough. Then it charged up an ultimate move called Purgatory and fired it, aiming to totally delete this damn human. Rakan knew this was the most busted attack he had seen yet, so it was time to drop his secret ace. The beast kept yapping about its insane damage output, basically listing every reason Rakan was already cooked. But our guy just laughed, telling this boss to stop acting like it already took the W. He clapped his hands together and popped Berserker Expansion, completely shattering the incoming attacks. It didn't matter if it was Hellfire or raw destructive AoE damage. Red warnings about corrupted energy spammed his screen, warning Rakan he would log out permanently if he kept pushing it. He knew that. But first, he was going to cave this toxic bastard's face in. The beast just screeched at him to stay back, but Rakan charged with his entire kit, slicing half its face off. But then a follow-up attack spawned right above him, hitting him dead on. Even so, Rakan tanked the hit, parried the strike with his axe, and totally deleted every last trace of its energy, freezing the entire zone solid. The monster got heavily crowd-controlled in ice, but when Rakan stepped up, it shattered free to swing again. But our guy, though, already had a massive critical strike queued up. He yelled out that it was time to slice cutting the boss and its core crystal straight in half. The creature felt something super weird happening. The debuffs and suffering holding it down just vanished. Just like that, Rakan totally wiped the corrupted code. He admitted the boss fight was insanely sweaty, but he scored a major achievement, an ultra-rare title for clearing the species quest. And right on cue, the dungeon started shaking because the curse is officially cancelled. Water comes rushing back and Rakan tries to dip, but his stamina is completely cooked, and the current just drags him away. Back at the village, the locals feel the ground shaking and start bugging out about what is going down. Suddenly, Rakan gets yeeted straight out of the well. The crowd goes completely wild, knowing they can finally live their best lives. Meanwhile, our guy gets absolutely buried under falling cacti. The chief rushes over to flex his gratitude, but after checking him out up close, he asks if bro is okay. Rakan totally feels it. Convinced he is actually dying, he just straight up blacks out. Waking up at the chief's house, the guy admits he thought Rakan was a goner. Even Rakan has zero clue how he survived the wild aftershocks. Still, the village pours on the thanks, swearing they will never forget his epic carry. Quest cleared. He levels up, scoring a bunch of dope titles and insane loot. He even bags a chest, and inside sits the hero's treasure, a super rare item. Legend says it belongs to the savior. Rakan is low-key shook. This is literally the cheat code to unlock the next stage. But get this, everything so far was just the baby tutorial, because the players waiting out there are on an entirely different wavelength. And just like that, his desert grind kicks off with Rakan sweating buckets through the game's absolutely insane VR heat. He also remembers the hero's insignia will not work right away. It only turns on after he pulls up to the specific spots he needs to hit. Luckily, he still has all the strats from his past life. Otherwise, this desert would have been a straight-up game over. He keeps dragging himself through the sand and finds zero. Then he spots a rock, and thankfully, that is exactly the vibe he needs. Brushing off the dust, he gets super amped, finding a perfect slot for his badge. The second he clicks it and the thing lights up, and Rakan gets majorly hyped. The ground starts tweaking out, marking a giant hand rising up, followed by a whole massive sphinx. It wakes up radiating heavy boss energy, then looks down, looking super salty that some basic human woke it from its nap. Still, it has to clock in and check if bro is actually worthy of passing the trial. But Rakan drops the first question. He is big mad, not getting why there is another strength check when he literally did all the work finding this joint. The Sphinx claps back, saying it will buff him later. Then it flexes a huge red crystal, something you only cop by packing up monsters in this zone. It is a vessel of life that fully recharges stamina if you eat it, but the toxic garbage inside nerfs all his physical stats, hence the hardcore name Bloodstone. Rakan scoops it up and asks what this whole test is supposed to even be. The Sphinx tells him to just smash it. Even if fake that thing is stupidly tough. For a regular dude, it should be practically impossible, even with heavy weapons. The beast sounds mad confident right up until it catches a loud crack. Stone chunks just crumble out of Rakan's hands, dropping the most awkward silence ever. Catching a massive L, the Sphinx admits bro is OP enough and opens up the gate to the secret dungeon, the legendary pyramid. Our boy casually starts strolling down. The Sphinx warns him to watch his back, but he keeps pushing like it is whatever until the boss stops him to hand back the badge used for the door. That totally throws Rakan off since his past life memories completely ghosted that detail. He figures it might just be some bonus loot for being this cracked, but brushes it off and just keeps dropping deeper into the dungeon. Down at the bottom, he gets hit with a huge glowing key of life, asking the hero to deep clean what used to be a shining pyramid, now swallowed by darkness. Pull this off and it promises Rakan exactly what he wants, fat loot. Its glow suddenly maxes out its brightness, flashbanging him until it poofs. And when he finally opens his eyes, bro is somewhere totally brand new staring down an ancient city rocking giant pyramids. He clocks them instantly as the legendary pyramids of the Kara's Empire run by King Scorpion. That dude basically built his own server and then dragged the whole empire into the mud while trying to reach the outside world. Rakan remembers the lore. It all kicked off with a busted game spirit chilling under the village. So he bets King Scorpion getting corrupted is also linked to those sketchy worshippers. He never actually ran this quest before, so he is kind of flying blind, but he clearly needs to snoop around. That game plan crashes when he bumps into a girl wrapped in toilet paper bandages and Rakan roasts her as a dried-up zombie. That heavily triggers the definitely not zombie, who suddenly jump scares him. Later, she is happily munching his snacks and chugging water. Bro is clearly salty about sharing, and she even begs for more. Annoyed, he says no more freebies without giving him a proper reward. He hypes herself up as the ultimate first-class sorceress serving King Scorpion, the great mummy Rufy, and claims just vibing with her is the ultimate flex reward. That only confuses and tilts Rakan even harder. Putting the pieces together, he realizes she is straight up a monster. Rufy shyly owns up to it like it is nothing. Hearing that, he actually feels super relieved. Now he has a perfect punching bag for his stress. The second she sees his fist flying, she desperately tries to chill him out and talk. His punch craters the ground, kicking up a crazy dust cloud of dust, but the mummy barely dodges out of the way. She catches a real quick glimpse of how close she came to becoming a literal crater in the middle of the desert and keeps begging him to just chill and talk. Rakan has zero interest in chatting, so he straight up grabs her by the head and warns her that the only sounds he wants to hear are her screams during battle. Terrified, she looks at this dude like he is absolutely insane. She desperately tries convincing him there is no reason to throw hands since she isn't serving the king anymore. Still totally unfazed, Rakan just grabs her neck and yeets her away. He saves her with absolutely zero gentleness from a massive attack that blasts the exact spot she was standing in. That sneak attack came from Horit, a level 250 eagle guy hoping to kill two birds with one stone. He especially wants to catch the traitor Rufy kicking it with a human. The mummy girl quickly yells out that she never betrayed anybody. She was just trying to talk things out. Big mistake. To Horit, it makes zero difference, she still has to die. Rufy refuses to accept that garbage and activates her magic, but then she freezes up, totally confused. She spots Rakan right behind Horit with his giant axe. In one single blow, he smashes the Eagle Man and knocks the absolute courage right out of him, basically warning the dude not to get cocky just because he rocks an eagle face. Horit throws him off using his wings, charges insane power into his fist, and rushes him with a brutal punch that actually manages to hurt Rakan's gums. Our guy has to admit the bird is stupid fast. The protagonist answers back with a super heavy axe swing that whiffs completely. Horit then shoots straight up into the sky, glaring down at the arrogant human. Rakan mocks him for acting like a total coward and tells him to come back down here. Even though Eagleface thinks he could totally clap him quickly, he notices Rufy getting ready to jump in. He decides not to risk the one-on-two and retreats, promising he will catch her outside later. Coward move. That just seriously annoys Rakan since the guy dipped out without even finishing their scrap. Meanwhile, the mummy is just hyped to still be breathing, but Rakan's massive shadow drops right over her almost immediately. He pretty much demands one super simple and necessary word from her. Catching sight of the bruises on her body, she blushes super hard and says thank you. But Rakan tells her to say it with her chest. That only ticks her off, so she starts pulling on his cheeks. And he fires right back that all of this mess happened because of her. He yanks her face right back, starting this goofy little fight that looks way more like accidental plastic surgery. Back at the pyramid, Horit finally arrives. He moves through the dark halls where a random girl totally roasts the salty mood written all over his face. Unhappy, he recognizes her as Min level 251. She complains that he is always giving her the cold shoulder. She asks if he is seriously bothering his majesty over something as minor as that girl. He says absolutely. Rufy is running with a crazy dangerous human now. Min totally doubts someone like that even exists, but Horit doesn't explain anything else. He just warns her and dips, leaving her super curious. Later on, he arrives and kneels down before his majesty, totally ready to drop his report. His boss is literally a giant wheel with an eye sealed inside, supposedly King Scorpion level 270. Back with Rakan, he is completely thrown off after hearing that only the literal eyes of King Scorpion remain. Rufy desperately tries to explain that the king lived for so dang long that he just lost his physical form over time, leaving only his eyeballs behind. Though honestly, she really does not know exactly how many years he has been kicking. Rakan thinks an ancient mummy should definitely know that, which annoys her, so she makes it extremely clear, counting on her fingers, that she's only 18 years old. That straight up shocks our MC, not because he cares, but because this is way different from what he read in some sketchy online guide in his past life. So he asks what that literal bird brain meant when he called her a traitor. That immediately makes her sweat. Now we swap views over to the city of Karis, where cabbages are being sold and kids are just chilling. Right in the middle of the vibey market, an old lady notices the huge horde arriving, and this dude is recognized all across the block. He asks if she has seen that troublesome girl. The old woman assumes he means Rufy, who she has not seen in a hot minute. Even though the girl used to drop by constantly, she guesses Rufy must just be out exploring right now. Horrid accepts that answer and leaves, warning her that if any random stranger shows up, she better report it right away. As the big bird flies off, the old lady cannot help but feel low-key stressed. A couple of kids run over asking about Rufy, who they obviously miss a ton. As for Horrid, he flies back to the pyramid and walks down a creepy passage that leads him directly to where this jackal-looking dude waits. Horrid asks if he found the mummy girl yet. This is Hokul level 240, who says he already beefed up the trap patrols, promising she will not mess with their vibes. But Horrid makes it clear they seriously need to capture her before the plan drops. That stresses the jackal out since he does not think she is that dangerous. Horrid says she is not, but the human he ran into while searching definitely is a huge problem. Together they could trash everything. Besides, the boss ordered her capture. Hokul agrees, though he still does not sound fully sold on it. And the eagle guy's attention shifts to the massive machine glowing red right behind him. Hokul claims it is the epic device that will literally make the Emperor's wildest dreams come true. The Bloodstone Condenser, the exact same artifact Rufy and Rakan are literally talking about right then. Just like the name drops, it condenses bloodstones. The Emperor plans to use these to buff up his weak stone and get his OP power back. Roken finds that totally capped since he doubts there are enough monsters carrying those stones to actually make it work. But Rufy, visibly upset and feeling helpless, says that is deadass the whole problem. Every single person who lived with them for a hot minute also has one, meaning for the plan to work, they have to rip them out, sacrificing literally everyone living there. Hearing all that, Roken thinks it is pure unhinged madness. He never expected to run into someone this crazy. Right then, a voice beside him asks who the crazy one actually is. He answers without thinking, King Scorpion. Then he remembers nobody else should even be there. Turning around, he spots this super thick woman standing right behind him. That jump scares him so badly, he goes flying, dragging Rufy with him after saving her once again, with absolutely zero chill. Minute, the half-serpent baddie, is honestly shocked they dodged her attack and admits the boy is not basic. Roken can already tell her vibe is way off, while the singed mummy tries to warn him she is dangerous. The snake girl wastes zero time and goes straight for the attack. Roken dodges perfectly, but the mummy is not so lucky and gets snagged by Minute, who straight up starts humiliating her. Big mad over her betraying the Emperor who helped her so much. She is totally ready to end her. But watch this clutch play, Roken jumps right in and frees Rufy. The girl drops in serious pain, barely able to stand while Roken keeps beefing with the serpent woman. Her tail is crazy tough, and he ends up airborne in a terrible position, giving her an opening to chuck 2 fireballs at him. He somehow manages to block them, and she is about to drive her tail right into him when Rufy uses her magic, summoning a golden swarm of scarabs that yank Minute away. Big mad, she breaks totally free, but she does not stop. She pops her power to unleash massive pillars that slice toward the snake woman. But she completely dodges them and snags the mummy, driving a totally brutal stab right into her stomach. Then she crushes her bones with her tail, clearly enjoying the beatdown. But then something warns her. Watch out, Roken is charging in again. Yet he misses his target completely because she already vanished, dropping Rufy totally unconscious. This time around, Roken tries tracking the snake woman down when her voice echoes inside his head, straight up laughing as she tells him to pause. The words hit hard and lock his entire body in place. He figures it is some insane debuff, but his raw stats should have broken it. Imagine the tilt right now. He starts raging, completely baffled, while she slides up close to his neck, admiring how fine he looks and savoring the view. Seeing her full human form, Roken asks why she has not killed him yet. She admits she wants to devour him a whole different way, leaving him completely baffled. So Minute explains that for literal centuries, she lived in that dusty world, bored out of her actual mind. Even so, she stayed fiercely loyal to the Emperor. Still, his edgy plan to sacrifice humans for his revival bored her to tears. But seeing Horrid injured and hearing his warning about the human got her hyped. She went hunting him, and after this little skirmish, she made up her mind. She definitely wants Roken, so she offers him a wild contract that catches him totally off guard. Roken knows the game features a contract system mostly used for player deals, but there are major exceptions. Contracts with actual boss monsters where the trade is not loot but monster abilities. Still, most mobs hate humans, barely even understand them, and want zero to do with them. So he sees this as epic RNG, while she only notices how long he has gone completely away from keyboard. Finally, he snaps back from his thoughts and asks what she wants from the contract. Minute answers right away. He would become her literal servant, meaning the Emperor gets him too. Oh, and Roken would need to cancel Rufy with his very own hands. That leaves him completely shook, but after a brief second of shock, he acts like he totally accepts. Happy, she throws herself at him and drops his paralysis debuff. Then he walks right toward the unconscious mummy girl, seeing her totally helpless and trying to view her as just an NPC monster. He tells himself she's only tied to his mission because of that blood crystal item. And if this also buffs his stats and helps him get revenge, then he should not care at all about some random monster. But even knocked out, she is still only thinking about saving absolutely everyone. That makes him hesitate. He is trembling, remembering why he even grinds this game, wondering if it is for pure revenge or just for the epic joy of fighting in this fun world. But Dean totally ruined that, making him forget the hype he used to have and replacing it with hardcore revenge. That changes his choice completely. He tries to wake the very confused mummy up, still lacking any chill at all. She tries to remind him he promised to save everyone, so he should not get caught lacking like some idiot. But she is the one sounding foolish. The two start bickering while right behind them the giant snake rises again. We barely dodged and the mummy wiped out hard, ending up totally tangled again. She actually hyped me up for. He shatters the hypnosis, total deja vu vibes for him. Then Roppy explains that Minute actually rocks two different forms. A human disguise that uses mind tricks to stop anyone from throwing hands, plus a massive snake mode. Right now, this terrifying chick is absolutely tweaking that Roppy not only backstabbed their emperor, but is out here spilling all the tea. So she decides to unalive her and crush the cocky human next. Even if Rokan acts clueless, she demands to know why he actually passed on her contract. His answer is wild. It is just more fun. Between taking some easy carry to power or partying up with a totally clueless mummy, option 2 just hits different. Going that route, he gets to completely body all those loyal to the psycho emperor, the exact dude sacrificing his own citizens. Rokan gets so hyped up about it that he straight up freaks Roppy out. He whips out his twin axes. Watching him flex, Minute realizes she totally misread him. Both of these guys are completely unhinged. You have to love this chaotic energy. Rokan chills out, telling the mummy he will hard carry her mission not by talking the emperor down, but by ending him. She hesitates, then locks in. So the hero tells her to gear up for a giant snake boss fight. The massive beast rushes them instantly. Rokan tanks the hit and swings back hard. He tries to chop her tail, but she is way too fast. She snags his arm, eating him with a brutal slam. That just pisses him off. He goes goblin mode with maximum force, dealing massive damage. Panicking, the snake throws him away again. But a split second later, she eats a nasty hit from Roppy's pillars, stabbing her back. Meanwhile, Rokan sits there, bruised and salty. Instead of playing support, she basically used him as aggro bait. Still checking her condition, he does not complain at all. He shouts a warning. She is completely exposed with that massive tail dropping down. She barely flinches, shielding herself using her pillars, but she takes a bad angle, giving Minute a free smash. Luckily, Rokan just chucks his axe, grabbing her aggro immediately while he charges at top speed, spawning his main battle axe. Then he spams a bomber skill on his secondary axe, smashing it straight into the dirt. A massive sandstorm explodes upward, leaving the snake totally blinded. Rokan totally abuses that opening to flank hard, aiming directly for a backstab. Feeling cocky, she reacts instantly and thrusts out at him with her tail. It impales him cleanly, but then she realizes she's not facing one Rokan but a whole squad. He activates frenzy mode, absolutely shredding her HP down to the red zone. Panicking, she thrashes wildly to shake them off while chunks of shattered clones fly everywhere. Then she thinks she spots the real player, so she shanks him in the spine and starts crushing him tight. She drags him close, still big mad that he rejected her deal. Rokan totally gets her rage, but he reminds her she is forgetting one tiny detail. Right on cue, Roppy triggers her power, jabbing Minute again with her giant pillars and yeeting the snake skyward. Super hyped, Rokan praises her and demands a boost next. Highly confused, the mummy agrees and uses a pillar to launch him too, leaving a totally baffled Minute watching. Then she spots Rokan flying at her, flexing a cruel grin as he whips out his massive scythe. Calling himself the Reaper, he just slices her right in half. The lore suddenly drops via some old hieroglyphs. Back in the day, monsters caused pure chaos and made humans suffer hard. Then a hero finally dropped in the scorpion, fighting these beasts alongside a fearless eagle and a quick serpent. Together, they cleared the mobs and brought peace to the wasteland. The locals hyped them up and followed their lead, building a brand new kingdom off the grid called the Korea's Empire. They basically gave physical forms and buffs to the animal familiars joining their run. Roppy lore dumps all this, leaving Rokan super confused since the guy who was supposed to be this server's big hero turned into a psycho willing to sacrifice innocent players. The mummy girl claims he was already built like that when they met. She guesses that after grinding for years to protect his kingdom, he lost his physical body and his actual sanity. Same exact tragic fate for Heart and Minute. They went from heroic defenders to basically wannabe genocidal raid bosses. But watch how fast the tension flips here. She looks at Rokan like some wildly OP outsider who just clapped the serpent with a broken skill. In her head, he might be an enemy spy trying to steal the zone and grief the whole empire. Not on her watch. She literally tries to chomp him herself. Absolutely stressed over her crazy logic, he shoves her away. He reminds her he just saved her life, swearing he is no spy, just an adventurer grinding for stats. Curious, she asks why, and he almost drops the honest truth until he remembers she is just an NPC. So he bonks her head as payback for the bite, then asks what her deal is. Why does a monster care about the humans the Emperor wants to sacrifice anyway? She rubs the lump on her head, completely dodging the question, but then suddenly tackles him straight into the dirt. That pisses him off, but she only did it because way off in the distance they spot Imperial soldiers approaching. Rokan just sees low-level trash mobs they could wipe easily, and she knows it, but since they are those Emperor sand minions, whatever they see, he sees totally blowing our cover. With literally 0 safe spots left in this desert, we gotta head back to the Empire. Rufy promises to spill everything there. We rush to the entrance and I wait for her big brain plan to bypass the heavy security. She literally has nothing. I am fuming at how reckless she acts. But we cannot back out now. I gotta think fast, asking her who usually rolls through here. She mentions fishermen and hunters. Bet, I cook up a master plan. Soon, we pull up to the guards with me playing an unhinged mustached hunter throwing a massive tantrum because the sand guard will not let me pass. Rufy plays my stressed wife and we start beefing hard. The guards get so weirded out that they just wave us through to argue inside instead. Once inside, Rufy is shook that my acting actually worked. I rip off that itchy fake mustache. Then I take a quick second to vibe with this gorgeous Empire. But she tells me to hustle, gotta go meet someone who might hook us up. Meanwhile, out in the desert, Horit scoops up Manut's dusty remains, finding Rufy's bandages nearby. I figure she did all this damage. Horit is pretty bummed he failed to warn his bro. He asks about her bloodstone, but that got snatched too. This makes the eagle-faced dude absolutely lose his mind. He orders his squad to start searching for us at all costs. He wants us dead. Back in the Empire, I tail Rufy feeling super sus. She notices my major trust issues, but promises I can chill the person she protects is actually a human. It is Eris who recognizes Rufy instantly for being a total foodie. That embarrasses my mummy friend and makes me cringe so hard while the hyped old lady hugs her and the kids go crazy missing her. I keep roasting her for being so greedy. Once inside, Eris is shook she brought a friend, but Rufy calls me her underling. That just gives me way more ammo to mess with her. I introduce myself properly as an adventurer. She claims my name sounds totally goofy. So I yank her ear asking Eris how a sweet lady knows someone this toxic. Eris just laughs saying that spicy attitude is exactly what Rufy loves. Eris remembers back 12 years ago. She came home one day to find the place completely trashed. Hearing some wild noises from the kitchen, she walked in and spotted this tiny mummy girl just stuffing her face with food like a hungry little squirrel. Back then, Eris was heavily pregnant, and looking straight at this chaotic kid, all Rufy asked was if they had jam for her bread. Now in the present, she shrinks down in total embarrassment like a toddler. While Eris cracks up, she fondly mentions Rufy has always been a sweet girl helping out for years. She even babysat the kids after they were born. I honestly wonder if Eris really knows Rufy is a legit monster. Turns out, she does. The very first time they met, Horit showed up, raging to drag Rufy away. He yelled at her for hanging with humans. Eris thought that was definitely the last time she would ever see her. But then the literal next day, Rufy pulled up asking for more food. After a whole month of sneaking out and getting busted, Horit finally gave up. Then we suddenly remember Eagleface is actively hunting her down, plus any random stranger who just entered town, like me. When Eris asks what is up, Rufy tries to play it cool, calling it some minor drama. She asks Eris to hide us here, and she totally agrees, though she uses us too since her hyper kids are about to get home. Rufy looks absolutely terrified the second they barge in. These kids look way too hyped for the chaos they are about to unleash. They tackle her, basically putting her in a chokehold. Right then, Eris casually asks Rufy to babysit while she cooks dinner. She suffers through it while I am dying laughing. That is until one kid decides I look strong and claims me as a toy. Meanwhile, Horit reports the mess to Manut. The Emperor says RIP to the loss, but honestly, he cares way more about Rufy. The girl that Eagleface still has not caught. Horit swears he will finish the job, even though the Scorpion King wants her alive and wants me completely dead. That tilts Horit after all the damage Rufy caused. The Emperor still wants her breathing and he cannot wrap his head around why. He questions why Manut simps so hard for her. This finally makes the Emperor snap, throwing him out. Horit leaves fuming. As for Rufy, she passes out from pure exhaustion dealing with those kids. I am super drained too, thinking this whole place feels like a glitchy, weird dungeon. So I decide to log off to the real world check for some wiki info. But clicking again and again, I realize I am straight up trapped. And just like that morning hits, Rufy heads out with the kids, finding her favorite hero looking dead inside. Just me stuck in total silent misery. That existential dread keeps riding even while I eat breakfast. I realize the dungeon mechanics changed, and I still cannot log out of this game or use my runebook. I figure the system flagged my account as sus, all because I used those memories from the past to level up insanely fast in record time. He figured faking his vibes a bit on stream would keep the haters totally clueless, but yeah, that totally flopped. Taking it as a direct challenge from a shifting dungeon, he decides to just lock in. He snaps back right when Rufy tries finessing his chicken, so he uses one hand to hold it up high. Later on, those two head out after dropping a peace out to the old lady. Roken hates being toxic to Arma, but he low-key wonders if he should just drop the T on the Emperor's plan. The mummy girl swears that would only cause pure chaos. She also drops that nobody escapes this world unless the big boss allows it, so their only legit play is to totally end him. When he asks what the master plan is, she says they gotta hit the Tiger Guard, the massive pyramid that leaves Rokan actually shook. Rufy explains it is home base for the Emperor and his VIPs, basically any monster that can use magic. In a spot with infinite loot, elemental mages are basically top tier. That totally includes her too. And even when our boy reminds her she is totally wanted right now, she just shrugs it off, opening a secret passage, flexing that she knows every single path there. That actually earns a solid W from Roken. They head down the tunnel with him roasting her and Rufy eating it up until she steps on a susdial and triggers a trap. They both get yeeted down a hole and Rokan is super salty. He ever thought this girl might actually be cracked. Then midair, Horrid just spawns in and snatches Rufy right in front of our stressed hero. The MC watches Eagleface pin her down while he completely wipes out on the ground, already getting ready to throw hands, but he is way too far off. Rufy hits the dirt hard, super confused that Horrid knew about that secret entrance. He basically claims he knows her whole lore before choking her out in pure rage, totally wanting to end her, but he literally cannot, so he just knocks her out cold. Then he hands her off to the guards for the Emperor, and right after that he turns on our boy. But Yakel tells the Eagle guy to hit the ritual while he solos this himself. Horrit warns him he is totally cooked and this is his fate. The Jackal just calls him a cocky scrub. Then he starts walking toward the human, swearing he will wreck him. Rokan barely gives a crap, way too busy trying to find a way out until the yapping gets too loud, making him turn and totally dismiss the chatty mutt judging him. That just cracks Yakel up, who opens the gate for a massive lion and orders it to clap him. But while he is doing his villain laugh, he completely misses that the big cat is already catching Z's at Rokan's feet. Our guy literally asks what is next. Then some edgelord boss tells all the beasts to jump him, and honestly, you gotta respect this guy's energy, he cannot help but vibe with it. Finally, real action. The first mob is this massive snake and he totally one-shots the thing. Then a heavy golem tries to gank him from behind and flatten him. But after catching a few slashes he shatters, the monster's huge hand breaks free and instantly turns its head to absolute dust. Zero time to chill though. Now he has to box a giant lion. Roken dodges it with a spinning strike, completely knocking it back. But the lion keeps pushing and counters with a literal fireball straight at his face. Rokan stays totally cool and doesn't even flinch once. He waits until the absolute last millisecond to hit his dodge skill and boom, he is on the lion's back. Loving every single second of this fight, he drops a massive crit that deletes the creature. His next op is a giant lobster that grabs him in its claws, but he just tanks it because that damage is weak sauce to him. He folds it up like a WWE finisher, and with one fast swipe chops it into pieces, prepping some seafood soup. No pauses allowed, he now has to face down another giant snake. Popping his frenzy skill, he dashes at max speed and spams a crazy combo on the monster, leaving the jackal shook to his core. Now he gets that Rokan is actually as OP as Horrit claimed. Meanwhile, Rufy wakes up in some sketchy jail cell. Tripping out over the massive red aura glowing in the Emperor's eye, he just stares at her, smiling, stoked that she is finally up. And while she tries to process the situation, he flexes super hard about how his absolute reign is basically here and how he will show everyone the glory of Kyus. Listen to this. Rufy hard rejects that, refusing to grab power by sacrificing his own squad. Mad annoyed, he claims the entire map is his because he literally built it and he is just taking back what he lent them. To him, that is just basic logic, and he sees Rufy caring about humans as a major L. Still, he totally knows this is not about humans in general. It is all about Arma and her kids. And Rufy gets super anxious, realizing he read her like a book. She literally just wants to guard the few people she actually cares about, so he straight up deletes her restraints, making her faceplant the floor hard. Then right in front of her, this insane blood crystal spawns in the kind that guarantees an instant game over if you get stabbed. The Emperor makes it dead obvious that his W is already locked in and the ritual is happening, so he really does not see how she could ever clap back. But just to be safe, he hands the mummy girl one final play, telling her to use that item to straight up delete Rokan in exchange for Arma and her kids being spared. Rokan's weapon straight up shreds through the flesh of yet another creature he has wrecked, and he starts getting mad bored with nothing left. He checks for the little pup, but that dude has already dipped out, which just ticks him off more. Plus, he has zero clue how to escape this place. So he searches the area until an old mummy pops out of a secret tunnel. The wrapped geezer spots Rokan and figures he took a wrong turn. The boomer tries to dip, but our boy stops him asking why he just spawned in. The old guy claims he's a mummy. Rockin is totally clueless, but the old man explains this is their turf, a secure zone where they locked up an absolutely unhinged monster alongside other beasts telling him to watch his back. Rockin just flexes the bodies of the beasts he already clapped, wondering if these weaklings are really the hyped-up monsters. The old man gets super confused seeing them, but then snatches Rockin by the neck and yanks him down a hole. They both drop into a brand new area, where the old man is actually hyped to see him. Recognizing Rockin as the absolute menace traveling with Rufy, he tells him to tag along. As they cruise through the tunnel, the old guy yaps about having time and tells our hero he is definitely not the only dude trying to cancel the Emperor. Since he is a mummy too, Rockin figures he and Rufy are in the same squad. But the boomer says the girl isn't a mummy at all, leaving him completely shook. He explains that 4 years ago the young girl got her arm sealed, which is why she started rocking a bandage. Over time, that wrapping straight up spread across her entire body. When he asked why a healthy kid wore bandages, she got mad, nervous, and awkwardly claimed she was a literal mummy. And from then on, she fully bought into her own lie. He remembers how goofy her fit looks compared to what actual mummies look like. Rockin still thinks it is cap, since the old guy looks goofy as hell too. But the main point is they are not soloing this fight, even if Rufy is clueless. That totally scrambles Rockin's brain because he assumed they should just team up. The old man claims the girl is way too emotional. Remembering how back when Horit leaked the noble's absolutely toxic plan to revive the Emperor, she was the only one who snapped back and dragged it. Even if other guys disagreed, nobody backed her up, and she was the only one who got yeeted into the desert by Eagleface himself. Thanks to that, the rest stayed in stealth mode. Big brain moves, and Rockin gets mad hyped thinking he finally found a hack to stop the Emperor. But the mummy totally kills his vibe because they still do not know how the bloodstones are getting farmed. So without a solid strat, their only mission has been finding a low-key zone in the Empire to bail out as many NPCs as possible. During that search, they stumbled on something weird. Inside one room, they found some ancient texts dropping lore about the Emperor exactly like Rufy claimed. But according to the old guy, there is way more to it. He points at a symbol, the Emperor's logo. The mark reveals 3 paths. They are desire, body, and conviction. The 3 pieces the Emperor got sliced into. His body is still missing in action, and his conviction got totally nerfed. So now the only thing left is his raw desire, and that makes them question what the Emperor has actually morphed into. Just then, the whole ground starts shaking. Feeling the rumble, the old man instantly calls it that is an earthquake. It is Horit flexing his power to kick off the master plan. With the ritual officially launching, the old mummy tells Rockin they gotta speedrun the citizen evacuation. But our boy says they should just go gank the Emperor instead and end this whole mess right now. Gotta love his wild confidence. The mummy heavily doubts that since that boss is beyond human logic. Still, Rockin is confident he can solo him if his stats are high enough. The boomer hesitates but decides to bet on him anyway. He points him to the tomb and underground bunker where the elites are locked down by sand guards. He bets that is the respawn point and it has 2 entry vectors. One at the peak of the pyramid and one sub-level, though both routes are absolutely stacked with mobs, so he warns him not to expect a fair one-on-one duel. Still, that does not faze Rockin one bit. Without a word, the boomer sketches him a map using his own bandages and the kid gets caught totally off guard. He definitely did not expect the old guy's anatomy to function like that. He snags the map silently. Then the boomer drops a piece out and wishes him luck for the upcoming boss fight. Rockin says bye too. Left solo, he takes one last look at that lore wall, noticing again how conviction is fully shattered, and he spots 3 characters he bets are tied to those corrupted guys. But this is no time to lose focus, so he keeps rushing forward without a pause. Meanwhile, back in the city, all the NPCs are freaking out over the quake when suddenly a massive obelisk erupts from the ground. Watching the humans lose their minds from afar is the old mummy. A panther pulls up and explains that even if they still do not know the whole strategy, the endgame has already kicked off with obelisks spawning all across the city. People just stare like absolute NPCs until somebody actually tries touching one. Suddenly, some guy gets completely wrapped up in bandages. The old man yeets him backward and screams at everyone to back off from the pillar. Realizing this situation is completely cooked, he banks all his hope on Rokan. And right on cue, our main guy finally pulls up to his destination. A massive squad of guards tries stepping up. He does not even blink and instantly flattens the first dude. Soon, he is totally boxed in, so he spawns his axes and just shreds through every single hater. But the enemies keep spamming respawn. Zero sweat. He whips out an absolutely massive axe and rushes in to wipe the whole lobby, totally vibing with the chaos until something blocks him and an obelisk drops. He spots it instantly, then freezes up completely. Rufy is walking straight at him, looking dead serious. Back at the city, the old man keeps bailing people out until he bumps into Yakel in the crowd. The dude is awkwardly trying to play stealth mode. The mummy does not hesitate. He shoots out his bandages and bags him, totally ignoring the crying jackal because he knows exactly who this guy is. Jackal, the head tech nerd. The old man has a ton of questions, so he drags him to a quiet spot where he and the panther prepare an interrogation. The jackal is raging, accusing them both of betraying the emperor and his plans. But the mummy shuts that down. Jackal clearly is not riding for the emperor either, otherwise he would not be trying to dip with the humans. The jackal claims he already carried his weight building the bloodstone condenser. That just leaves the mummy super confused. A brainiac like him running away makes zero sense. But Jackal admits he straight up fled after crossing paths with the absolute psycho Rufai brought inside. The exact same guy who packed up Minute and then casually smashed his entire monster squad. So even though he technically works for Horik, he would rather stay miles away from Rokan. Hearing that Rokan is a total menace just boosts the old man. He even brags about being his ally. But right now, they actually need info from this terrified little coward. So he and the panther turn up the heat. They demand to know why so many obelisks randomly dropped into the city, threatening to tie him up if he stays quiet. Totally cornered, he spills the tea once bloodstone fully crystallizes absolutely nothing, sticks to it at all. None of his twisted human experiments could alter it. The mummy is shook, but the jackal keeps yapping. He mentions underground ruins and some creepy mural about completely unknown creatures. That very same mural also revealed a glitch to merge countless bloodstones into one. It requires a crazy complex mechanism which Horik has literally just activated by raising those obelisks all over town. It will literally drain human life and channel it underground. The mummy flames him for doing such messed up experiments, but Jackal shrugs it off. The machine is already running and saving a few humans will not stop hundreds of thousands from dying. Unless Horik drops the ritual, it is game over. Meanwhile, at the pyramid, Rufy is stalling, some guy who looks super confused finding her here. She tells him to be a smart tourist, mind his business, and walk away. But in a split second, Rokan is already right up in her face. Mad annoyed, she throws a heavy right hook, then starts totally mauling, complaining that all this drama started because of him and now he has to dip. Still, she basically begs him to leave while throwing hands. Rokan easily dodges everything. He thinks she got brainwashed or something. She denies it, but to him, a solid punch to the face cures mind control fast. That definitely spooks her, but she stays locked in, ready to scrap. Rokan is not taking this seriously at all, though. He steps up, literally grabs her face, and completely floors her, dropping her right to the dirt. She screams at the useless guards, reminding them they are supposed to be catching him. The NPCs finally remember their jobs and rush our boy. They fully surround him, only for Rokan to absolutely wash them without breaking a sweat. Wave after wave keeps pouring in, but they all catch a massive L, getting completely wrecked and dusted by Rokan. Rufy can only watch in total shock as the boss stands completely victorious over everyone. She realizes she is totally next. Rokan walks up to her. Frozen in place, she watches him raise a brutal fist. Wait, hold up. The scene just skips. Now the mummy girl is marching forward, eyes locked on the spot where Horik is running his crazy ritual. The emperor glazes her fully, assuming she finished the job. With a single wave of her hand, she spawns a bandaged bed. And right there lies Rokan with a massive crystal stabbed through his heart. The emperor is absolutely flabbergasted, seeing she actually pulled it off. Desperate, she demands he finally release Arma and the kids. He calmly says they got sent to the isolation room and tells her to go look. That is literally all she needs to hear before she sprints off, ditching Rokan without a single glance back. The emperor is just left standing there totally confused about how a total unit like Rokan got packed up so fast. Honestly, he could not care less. Once his buff returns 0, the boss thinks nobody can touch him and gets super sloppy. He totally misses Rokan, casually getting back up right behind him. Yanking the crystal straight out of his chest, Rokan shanks the giant eyeball. He climbs aboard while this thing just stares, totally clueless. It cannot process how our boy survived that blood curse. Rokan tells the dude to check again. Bro actually has 2 hearts, and only one took the hit. Meanwhile, Rufy is sprinting for her life. She remembers how that lethal strike hit a sand guard instead. Rokan had just stared and asked what her deal was. He already knew she was kind of clueless, but this was next level. She was acting plain stupid now. She refused to say a word, but he got the picture. This was all for Arma. Arma and her family, that is. He was ticked off that she ditched saving the whole world just to protect her own blood. That honestly pissed her off too. Literally, anyone would do the exact same thing in her shoes. He totally gets that fact, but he still thinks she is built different, even if she denies it. He drops a truth bomb. All her fancy titles, noble or shaman or whatever, are completely useless right now. Rokan feels pretty let down, seeing her miss the whole entire point, but he will still carry her and let her finish her mission. After that, she needs to grab Arma and the kids. They gotta bounce while he solos the Emperor. Back in reality, she keeps running frustrated. Rokan is just straight up trolling this massive eyeball. The thing is totally helpless until Horror literally drops everything to assist, dragging Rokan off the eye and aggressively pinning him to the floor. The Emperor flexes his victory, bragging that the crystal poison is just a one-time trick. He says Roken is basically on a ticking clock. Then the boss glides over to this massive glowing cross, locking right in. The light starts sucking him in. Roken is shook, but Herd, the eagle guy, slams him down, giving him a huge reality check. This is endgame. Once that crazy device charges up, it is a wrap. The crystals immediately start melting together and glowing bright. Outside, the mummy chills as the sky turns straight up blood red. Rufy finally hits the isolation room, praying she finds Arma. She wants those kids safe. But the room is completely ghosted. Rufy is standing there, shook, and right before she can move, some guard absolutely knocks her out cold. Down in the city, giant pillars boot up. Everyone is mad, confused, while an orb starts leaking this toxic green vibe everywhere. It moves like alien tentacles until it locks onto its very first random victim. It stabs some guy, sucking his HP until he is literally just a skeleton. And tragically, he is only the first casualty. The crowd sees this and totally panics. They bolt, but the slime catches them anyway. All their life force gets instantly snatched and funneled into the pillars while people are screaming their lungs out. Meanwhile, all that stolen energy gets piped straight to the machine, dumping right onto the main crystal. Roken spots the horror show, and Herd, the eagle guy, basically flexes the plan. This juice will hit the reset button on the world and buff the Emperor back to his absolute prime form, or so he thinks. Roken thinks turning into a giant eyeball is definitely not a glow-up. He goes full sprint to shut this nonsense down. He rushes the machine, but Herd aggressively blocks his path. Roken throws a quick combo, weaving past the eagle guy like a pro until he finally lands a clean hit. Roken tries to counter, but catching another nasty punch sends him flying. He uses his helmet to tank the damage. Popping his berserker mode is way too risky right now, so it is base stats only. He charges right back, tearing up the floor with a heavy slam. Herd blocks it like nothing, then suddenly moves at crazy warp speed. Roken closes the gap and lines up a wild slash. But the Eagle Bro is built tough. He channels pure energy into his fist and swings hard. He nails Roken, sending our boy launching backward. But the MC casually answers by yeeting his axe. His cocky opponent thinks a simple sidestep is enough to dodge it. Bro is so wrong. The second that weapon flies past him, the thing glows white hot and detonates. It catches Herd completely inside a massive savage explosion. Roken touches down, looking super confident, smirking that catching the axe would have been a way better play. But wait for it. Right behind that thick wall of smoke, a massive crystal pops up. Roken is shook and pretty salty that Herd was camping on a cheat item like that. He tries to smash the crystal, but gets absolutely intercepted and grabbed. They take flight in a wild grapple, then crash down hard, dragging across the dirt until our boy finally kicks him away. Roken bounces right back up to press the advantage. Assuming the eagle guy is totally left wide open after eating that dirt, he goes full sprint, throwing an absolutely savage right hook to the face, chaining it into a huge slash that leaves Herd bleeding. But the HP bar is not zero yet. Herd is barely standing, his vision totally blurred. Roken spams attacks and Herd is way too dizzy to parry. But then Roken gets a huge shock. The eagle boss is somehow still holding his ground. Herd plants his feet like a tank and charges up a heavy strike. That hit sends Roken launching into the sky. Once he is airborne, Herd zooms after him, closes the gap, and grabs his ankle, lifting him crazy high, dragging him completely outside the pyramids. Dead silent, he just drops him. Haruta drops him flat. Roken complains about bailing mid-fight, but Haruta is only sweating the Emperor's comeback. Roken speedruns straight toward the pavement, hurting everywhere and super salty about his rival's cowardly move until a voice interrupts his thoughts. It is Ares and her kids. Roken is mad, confused, but the old lady keeps it chill and says it totally makes sense they are home. While Roken scopes out the giant hole he busted in the roof when he crash-landed. He cracks a smile, hoping Pierre is tagging along. Big, nope, Ares has not seen her at all. That just confuses Roken even more, but he cannot stress it, because outside goes wild, followed by a glowing green light that puts him on high alert. He tells the fam to lay low while he handles the tentacles smashing through the wall. They are straight up nasty. Dodging them, he realizes something crazy. They rock the exact same color as corruption. And when they touch food, it instantly rots. That makes him link them to the Tree of Origin roots, some elven legend saying those roots drain the land's energy to form the world tree seed. But the math is not mathing for him because it was supposed to be pure myth. He's even more clueless why these roots are here. Then he hits a realization. They planted the tree upside down and hacked its structure to suck up the life force of the bloodstones using corrupted power. He figures out it is all coming from that crystal he spotted and sprints outside where he spots roots bursting from the obelisk twisting like crazy. The whole vibe fills him with pure rage. Meanwhile, an extremely beat Horet drags himself to the pyramid, finding a massive body under the crystal. Thanks to this flex, no one can stop them now, but his injuries finally clock him. He gets super weak, missing out on the finale, drops to his knees, remembers his bro Minute, and totally flatlines. As for the Emperor's body, it finally wakes up, dropping massive power. Back in town, the obelisks chill out while Ares and the kids hide. They start thinking they are safe. That is when Rokon pulls up, telling them to stay put. He is mad salty at himself as he sees his arm completely shaking along with his whole body. He is crushed by that garbage feeling of failing again, and it drags him back to getting totally wrecked by hundreds of enemy arrows. He grits his teeth, trying his best to hold back the tilt when Ares suddenly snaps him out of it with a hug. Rokan freezes up big, confused about what to do, but she just wants to say thanks for the carry. He does not really get the gesture, let alone the weird game life is making him play right now, but he ends up hugging back, totally stunned. Right then, it becomes the mental reset he needed, and he runs back to the brawl, knowing it is definitely not over. Now he is dead set on stopping it, booking it straight to the pyramid. Meanwhile, the absolute unit of an emperor tries standing. And down in the sewers, the last few refugees get babysat by old Mana, who just looks on totally tilted, knowing that despite sweating so hard, he only managed to save like 600 people. To make things worse, he feels a presence, a glowing blood, crystal, and creepy eyes getting closer and closer until they are right above him. Desperate old Mana screams at everyone to dip just before getting smashed. The humans scatter in terror, while the raging emperor chases them down, calling them absolute trash for hiding instead of dropping their loot. Up on the surface, Rokan looks at the pit, hearing some weird ancient language. Right on cue, a massive crowd starts booking it past him. He watches super confused as the whole ground shakes. Oh, you know what that means, boss music. The giant emperor is popping out, ready to keep munching on humans, swearing to wipe the server and drop a new era. Standing right in front of him, Rokan nods with a cocky smirk. He agrees this really will be a new era, slapping his helmet on and unleashing his weapons, staring straight into the Emperor's eyes and telling him that in this new era, the greedy boomer is catching a split skull. Then the monster rises and slams its hands into the dirt, using its massive legs to launch itself full throttle straight at Rokan, who dodges by leaping mad high. Locked in, he grips his axe tight, reaches a roof, and pushes off with max strength to drop a savage attack. The two totally collide in their first big hit, both standing firm before breaking apart and locking eyes. This time, the Emperor attacks first, trying to flatten him, and Rokan barely blocks one hand because the other snatches him with brutal force, trying to grind him into literal dust against the pavement. He barely escapes, then sees the boss coming for him again. Rokan dodges the massive impact, but the creature just will not stop trying to delete him. Then stepping back for some distance, he lands a heavy axe slash and gets pushed back by the beast. He swaps to his heavy axe, clashing with the creature again to sneak in another hit. He chucks two hand axes, using them to build momentum for a crazy slash combo. At first glance, those hits do zero damage to the Emperor, but Rokan isn't folding. He speeds up, locked in and waiting for his exact opening. He finally catches the monster slipping, stomping the ground hard. Rokan puts his entire body weight into a massive axe swing that slices straight into its brain. For a split second, he thinks it is good game, but his opponent is absolutely heated and humiliated. He starts mutating, dropping a massive power aura while his eyes glow this crazy purple. Rokan sees him tweaking out and tries to fall back, barely dodging a savage beam that literally nukes half the city. Rokan is looking highly stressed about how absurdly busted his enemy is right now. You can literally feel the panic when the guy moves with wild speed, teleporting in front of him, ready to drop a brutal punch. Rokan dodges the hit, and with relentless speed, he launches himself sky high. He locks onto his target and just starts spamming savage attacks, totally ripping him to shreds. Even so, the Emperor refuses to stay down. He gets up, body absolutely wrecked and missing both arms. Rokan stares in pure shock, figuring pure ego is the only thing keeping him standing. Surprisingly, the Emperor actually gives him props, admitting he completely slept on his skills. He admits Rokan is way stronger than those mages who tried to control him, the ones he had to totally pack up. Our boy is built different. The Emperor cannot figure out his whole vibe here. But the protagonist literally does not care about deep lore. He just enjoys catching bodies. The Emperor gets it, and now that he respects Rokan as a true rival, he goes all in. He shoots a fierce eye beam, but Rokan easily dodges it with crazy confidence. But touching back down, he realizes with total confusion that the Emperor is actually dipping toward the pyramid. Then it hits him. Pyrrha is still in there, knocked out cold on a stone bed in a whole bride outfit. As the Emperor books it, Rokan chases him down, but those annoying sand guards block his path. He really does not care about them at all, but random humans are nearby, and he hates collateral damage. So he just smirks, realizing these guards are just buying time, and he starts absolutely cooking them on the spot. Meanwhile, down in some weird sand dungeon, dirt falls right onto a little girl's face. It is Pyrrha. She wakes up super lost, and right then Horrid pulls up looking mega salty at the kid. Later on, Minute is also staring at this unusual child. She wants her as a literal toy, but Horrid shuts that down because the boss said to keep her alive until the snake handled business. Acting patient and curious, the little girl just starts roaming the pyramid halls until she finally sneaks outside. She hits the human city where kids are playing and an apple totally catches her eye. Ares actually picks that apple up, and from that moment on, Pyrrha is basically her shadow. She ends up at Ares's place and starts absolutely inhaling all the food. Ares asks about her parents and spots her pointy ears. The kid has literally zero clue where they are or even what her own name is. Super worried, the old woman hugs her, which totally shocks the kid, and offers a place to crash if she is homeless. Hera agrees, and with literal tears in her eyes from the memory, she wakes up thinking about the woman who felt like a real mom. But that warm memory gets packed up fast. Pyrrha wakes up right beneath the monstrous emperor. At the exact same time, Rokan is rushing through those pyramid halls, freaking out, desperately screaming for his friend until he hits a door. And on the other side, Bro finds the most traumatic sight ever. The emperor is literally eating Pyrrha. Only her hand is left dangling out. And then he gulps that down right in front of Rokan. The emperor drops a massive roar and starts flexing his insane power. Outside the pyramid, a crazy flash bursts out, followed by a huge shockwave, while all the terrified citizens watch a giant cross pop up over the pyramid. A totally shook Jackal says this means the emperor is 100% revived. Rema and her squad are in the crowd, watching in pure panic and stressing over Rokan. Inside, Rokan watches the guy hit his final boss form after absorbing his friend. The monster wastes zero time before swinging a savage punch that catches Rokan perfectly. The blast is so insane it yeets him backward with brutal force, totally launching him straight into the city and smashing through everything until he faceplants into the rubble. He is left bleeding, stunned, and basically paralyzed from the beatdown. Then a system pop-up appears, throwing major shade, asking where all his arrogance went while turning the logout button back on so he can rage quit. Rokan realizes this is a test, something the system would explain later on. Right now, it tells him to log off because against this final form, he is absolutely cooked. But the madman just laughs. If he is breathing, he is throwing hands. The system quickly warns him that this time around, it is not the same easy game he knew. If he dies here, it is game over permanently. With Berserker mode offline, all he can really do is play defense. That is why the system keeps begging him to dip. High-key annoyed, Rokan forces himself back onto his feet, glaring at the system with pure disgust. It ruined all his plans for the day, and now it's shot, he is rage quitting. That pop-up system window already knows what is coming and gets smashed to pieces. With its very last breath, it basically warns him, it wants him to lose. But Rokan is on that Sigma grind set. He makes his own destiny, and his destiny right now means folding the Emperor at the top of that pyramid. He starts walking, then a second later, he goes full sprint. He speeds up, getting way more unhinged with every single step. The Emperor clocks him, and so does that system admin chick watching his stream through her monitor. The exact same girl feeding him system messages thinks he is completely unhinged. To her, this is literally peak Berserker behavior. Absolutely fuming, Rokan full sends it at the Emperor and pops his Berserker skill again, stacking his stats and throwing a desperate heavy attack right into the Emperor's shield. The big boss actually pities the dude. Rokan has way less HP now, but still wants the smoke. Our boy just roasts the boss as a Four Eyes, telling him to shut his mouth, which super randomly hurts the Emperor's feelings. Without saying squat, boss grabs Rokan's axe and starts dead crushing the weapon until it starts snapping like a twig. The whole lobby goes dead silent. The locals, Jackal, the resistance squad, Arma, even the system girl. Rufy is still totally knocked out, stuck on this crazy light cross, and her vibe crumbles right along with Rokan's main weapon. Pieces scatter everywhere as our guy gets absolutely violently driven straight into a savage knee strike, coughing up blood from the wild damage. But he refuses to take the L. He spawns dual axes, aiming right for the headshot. The Emperor swats back. Rokan weaves the hit trying to get some distance, but this ultra tryhard boss chases him down and spams earth magic to box him in. This leaves Rokan wide open for a ridiculous punch that completely shatters through the exact wall he just made. Rokan is basically 1 HP in midair, but he shakes it off and forces his feet to stay planted. He wipes off the damage and sees the boss coming. Rokan knows he is cooked unless he goes all out with the 5 tiny minutes his Berserker mode has left. So sweating buckets, he wastes zero time and goes back on the offensive. The Emperor tries to casually one-shot him, but he just hits thin air. Rokan is actually spamming a clone jutsu to gank him from every angle. Even then, the boss flexes with massive earth pillars, totally wiping the clones off the map. But Rokan is not in that pile. He teleports right behind the Emperor and dumps all his stamina into one swing. The big guy counters by throwing a literal obelisk, but it just pops the very last decoy. He is totally bamboozled now, completely missing the real Rokan catching him lacking from above. He lands a nasty dual axe slash, opening the boss up for an absolute spam fest of hits, moving at Mach speed, forcing the Emperor to just turtle up. Second by second, the boss gets super tilted, and every single clash deletes more chunks of this pyramid. The insane area damage echoes across the whole server while Arma wanders the ruins straight up crying her eyes out. Roken keeps sweating hard, thinking this W is in the bag, holding down the trigger to the bitter end using his busted weapons. But then a glitched interface window drops a brutal reality check 9 seconds left. Instantly, his avatar crashes, leaving him wide open for a cheap shot that yeets him across the map. He eats the floor's stamina bar completely zeroed out. As his timer drains fast, he is mashing buttons trying to stand up for one last round. Total panic mode hits, but his HP is gone and he just flops over totally cooked. Accepting the fat L, he prays to his berserker skill once more, but it is good game. From what the monitor girl can tell, that massive overplay is going to cost his actual life. Stepping on a glowing holy cross, the Emperor gives a smug little goodbye before triggering a pillar that violently launches Roken straight into orbit. Way off in the distance, the NPCs are totally lost, having zero clue what just went down. Arma is out here praying until she spots Roken free-falling from the sky. He slams into the dirt, looking like ground beef, half his side totally missing. Arma whips around straight, panicking, and realizes her worst nightmare just dropped. Honestly, this visual is brutal. Roken is bleeding out down a hand with a giant donut hole in his chest. He complains about how insanely botched this raid was, but the millisecond he sees Arma, he asks about the kids. She hits him back. The nobles got them to a safe zone. Barely whispering, he says she needs to go away from keyboard and hide too. But Arma completely refuses. She wants to rescue Rufy even if she has zero clue how her friend got dragged into this mess. She knows Roken was hard carrying them and she desperately wants to assist, but all she can do is bawl her eyes out because she has basically been completely useless protecting her friend. Roken looks up and something weird twists in his chest. He totally doesn't get it. This totally stops feeling like a game. Then boom, the Emperor lands right behind Arma. He is super hyped finding Roken, totally shocked the dude is breathing. But the boss pauses when Arma in pure panic mode tries dragging our boy away. Roken begs her to dip, but she refuses to be a background NPC anymore. The Emperor laughs at this super tragic scene, ready to pack both of them off to the afterlife, but Arma screaming stops him dead. He suddenly loses total body control thanks to Rufy, who completely just abandoned her. Rufy is basically trapped in a literal prison inside him, fighting like crazy to break out. The Emperor keeps yapping, telling her to rule as part of him and stop caring about those randoms. Rufy is absolutely not having it and fights back with everything she has to dip out of there. She totally rejects the Emperor's unhinged plans. Her vibe is simple, just live with Arma. The Emperor straight up shrieks in pain while his blood crystal starts glowing like crazy. From that glow, Rufy slowly starts to emerge. She spots her bestie, but the Emperor refuses to let her bounce, tightening his sketchy restraints, desperately trying to drag her right back inside. Rufy desperately reaches out only to realize she's getting trapped all over again. Then Arma grabs it. She calls out to Rufy, totally panicking, but her grip just is not doing the job. She's almost losing her until a giant hand stops it. It is Roken. He screams at that idiot, "Rufy, get out of there." Then he yanks both girls back using literally all his strength, freeing them in one massive clutch pull. Flying through the air, Rufy cries, finally feeling totally free, her fingers completely locked with Arma's hand. Meanwhile, Roken faceplants super hard into a rock, absolutely out of juice. Furious Emperor tries to figure out what to do next, but then his chest starts glowing insanely bright. Rufy gently sets Arma on the floor, so grateful she survived the mess. Then she stands up and glares at the Emperor, who keeps twisting around like a total psycho. But her attention shifts to the injured Roken, who somehow still has the energy to call her a zombie. She is low-key happy he remains the exact same goofball, asking why he is sweating so much over drama that was not even his business. He chuckles and admits he just constantly wants to absolutely wreck the toxic people he hates. With that massive ego of his, leaving things half-finished is a major L. In his current battered shape right now, he blames Rufy's stubborn vibe, guessing he finally met someone just as hard-headed as him. And honestly, after giving it 100%, he still took the L. Maybe losing is his canon event, but hey, at least she and Arma are safe. Rufy stops his rant right there, telling him the game is not over. She starts glowing, thanking him for the epic clutch against the Scorpion King, entirely ready to return the favor. Meanwhile, the unhinged Emperor starts twisting into some cursed Cyclops form. At the exact same time, Rufy spams her power to keep Roken totally stable. She admits her own mental state got wrecked and she even literally died. But not him. He is built different so his brain can easily tank the massive power she is dropping through their contract. Super confused, he asks what she could even share if her stats are 0. Rufy just smirks while the Emperor, totally losing his marbles, rushes in again, aiming to squish them both. Rufy just keeps on smiling while Roken has zero clue what is even happening. Watch this crazy flex, glowing crosses pop up in his eyes. A huge explosion completely lights up the entire zone. The Emperor freezes up straight up, not believing his own eyes. The random citizens, the magical beasts, and even the girl watching him are just mind blown. The literal second she sees this flex, she frantically calls someone, warning them that she officially found the second ranker. From that crazy flash steps out a super overpowered, insane fusion of Rokan and Rufy. Arma wakes up to this absolute madness, staring at their wild new drip. The furious Emperor screams that this busted power belonged to him, throwing a total tantrum attack. But the upgraded Rokan casually raises one hand, blocking him with an obelisk wall. Then he snaps his fingers together, spawning a brand new version of the third hand, now totally juiced up with Rufy's power and creating 4 beefy arms that grip a gigantic axe. He swings it around, then drops an attack so insanely heavy that it just shreds through everything in the way. It zooms straight for the Emperor, who is just standing there watching his own total doom approach. Game over. Bro has zero time to react before his entire upper body gets straight up deleted, folding him instantly. But somehow, his legs are still chilling there, and from them, the Emperor's body starts respawning. 1 second later, he is back in the lobby, infinitely more triggered. But he barely gets to rage before Rokan is already right in his face, totally ready to start swinging again. This time, the Emperor catches the glowing axe. He tries clapping back, but the main character just easily sidesteps, answering with a massive aura burst that sends the Emperor totally stumbling backward. Rokan does not give him a breather, landing another nasty hit right away. The Emperor refuses to hold the L, clenching his fists in pure rage. He fires off a huge laser, but our guy spots it and dodges frame perfect. Punishing that whiff, he throws a massive heavy punch. Then he follows up with a savage axe hit that blasts the Emperor miles away. Still, the boss manages to hit the brakes mid-air just long enough to spam his power and spawn a giant wall of obelisks. Rokan just smashes right through the wall easily. Even then, the Emperor stays acting cocky. Sure, Rokan baited him with that previous energy beam stunt, which totally lands the hit, but once the smoke clears, Rokan reveals the big brain strat. He tossed the axe as bait, then wrapped around from behind with a filthy strike that sends the Emperor flying. He ragdolls across the ground, eventually coming to a halt, looking totally helpless on the floor. Rokan steps up, charges his aura, and wraps his fist in ultra-heavy armor. Then he yanks the Emperor over using an obelisk, dragging him full speed right into a ridiculous screen-shaking punch that just finishes the take the combo. It completely dunks the Emperor into the dirt. He crashes so hard his body is wrecked. Still, the guy refuses to take the L. Desperate for just one hit, he starts spamming massive energy beams into the sky. Bro keeps missing entirely, totally losing his mind. He literally cannot stop them. Finally, one blast actually hits, but the fusion form tanks it with 0 damage, staring him down like he is nothing. Wild Right Rufy takes the wheel here, completely ready to finish this dude off with a smile. Massive aura stacks up around her hands. She summons this giant projection of herself, winding up for the ultimate knockout punch. Dripping with main character energy, she rushes straight at the Cyclops, who is completely cooked. He just watches as their 2 wheels combine and absolutely truck him at top speed. It is a direct hit head-on, blasting out an insane shockwave. Through the smoke, the fusion calmly walks up to what is left of the Emperor. The guy is literally dying. He looks up at Rufy all sad, claiming he just wanted her to conquer the world alongside him. She shuts that down fast. She never wanted that toxic vibe. He finally takes the hint. He admits her hardcore stubbornness reminds him of his own past right as he starts dusting away. Still, he hates that some random outsider had to remind him why he even started fighting in the first place. He fades out, leaving behind his blood crystal totally wiped of its corruption. Rufy picks it up, and just like that, she and Rokan split back to normal. They hold the crystal together. She thanks him for the carry, but he reminds her it was a mutual save. Rufy confesses that getting absorbed made everything click. The crazy truth is she had always been a piece of that guy, literally holding his core beliefs. Rokan flexes that he already knew since the second he tried to stop her earlier. Honestly though, bro was just guessing. That is literally how every classic anime trope works. It always turns out to be exactly that. She smiles, totally missing the gamer reference, and hands him one final drop the hero token. She remembers crafting it back in her prime Emperor days before handing it off to some kid. Rokan mentions he actually looted it in a village and just wanted to authenticate the drop. But Rufy is completely zoning out. She is staring at the massive city destruction her other half just caused. It is major imposter syndrome. Clenching the badge super hard, she makes up her mind for one last play and casually tosses the token back to Rokan. He is so confused. She tells him to deliver it back to that specific kid. Having the big boss crystal, she floats straight up into the sky. Rokan is stressing hard now. His friend just smiles and says, "This is the only valid move left." Then she says goodbye. Full panic mode, Rokan reminds her she literally promised to stay with Eris. She hears him fine, but her mind is made up. She straight up shatters the crystal midair. All Rokan can do is stare at his friend as her whole body converts into pure energy. She lights up the entire sky, blasting out this insanely massive flash of light. Sparks rain down over the ruined city. Rokan is just stunned watching those glowing lights touch down and actually bring back every single NPC the Emperor wiped out. But Rokan does not get to see the rest. His own avatar starts glitching and fading. The last sight he gets is Eris waking up super confused right before the server forcefully kicks him offline. Roken wakes up out of his VR pod completely dazed. His head is absolutely pounding. Then he hears some random stranger talking right inside his room. This girl is just smiling, hitting him with the classic "you are finally awake" line. She even drops his actual real name. He stares in total shock. He looks around. Guys in suits are casually inspecting his gaming rig like it is normal behavior. He takes a deep breath, fully ready to rage at these weirdos invading his apartment and kick them to the curb. But the girl steps right up, handing him a business card to chill him out. Now get this, she works for Falcon, the game developers. Her name is Mary Kim. She points out this is not their first chat. That triggers his memory about the busted logout button. He gets super mad, saying he should be suing them for emotional damage. Mary Kim drops the fake smile and tells him to chill. He clearly has no idea what is actually happening here. If anyone is getting sued, it is him. She snaps her fingers for a laptop and pulls up his entire game history. Roken starts sweating. She calls his gameplay completely cracked, clearing treasure rooms, finding secret areas, and looting hidden items with zero struggle. Plus, he basically monopolized the player market with big brain moves. The flex is super obvious right now. He is not stupid. She casually mentions he bought this very apartment with game money. She hints he could easily lose it all. Roken knows blackmail when he hears it, but she shrugs. She does not care about his cheap stuff. Super annoyed, he demands to know what the devs actually want. She tells him straight up, he has been under evaluation. His stats prove one thing loud and clear. They could easily permaban him, wipe everything. But unlike those trash hackers who use exploits to get rich, in real life Roken is a different breed. He grinded gold just to reinvest in his stats, chasing every OP item and gear drop to max out his build. Being an absolute tryhard is exactly why the devs suspect there is something special about. She steps right into his space while he stands there, totally tense, asking if throwing hands is his only vibe or if this is some personal revenge. Honestly, she couldn't care less. Fed up, Roken finally snaps and asks what the heck she wants from him. Without missing a beat, she tosses him his clothes, says he actually passed the vibe check. Then she tells him to roll with her, and he agrees. Cruising in this luxury SUV, dude straight up feels like he's heading to a cartel-style execution. She thinks he's being totally paranoid, but he stays on high alert, especially when he spots a whole fleet escorting them in tight formation. He figures they're her bodyguards, meaning she must be a pretty big deal. Mara flexes that she is, but says the guards aren't even for her. Hitting a massive building, they hop out of the ride and walk to the entrance. She casually hands him a keycard featuring his absolute worst middle school photo. Total jump scare, he wonders how she even got that. Stepping inside, she warns him he cannot utter a single word about what he sees. Here, though, honestly, no one would believe him anyway. They head deeper, and this place just gets bigger and weirder by the second. Mara drops some lore 23 years ago, a rift opened in Antarctica and something came crawling out. Something that leaves Roken totally shook. Super chill, she reminds him he has literally hunted one of these before, then reveals the very first monster to pop out of that rift, a two-headed ogre. They take an elevator down in dead silence. When Roken steps out, he nervously gets a front-row view of the giant corpse. He cannot fathom how a game mob is sitting right here in real life. She explains it is not from a game at all. The game was actually a simulation of another dimension built purely to train saviors. Seeing Roken totally lost, she continues 23 years ago that ugly ogre came through the rift while terrified explorers watched. Then something way crazier happened. A beam instantly one-shot the beast, leaving everyone speechless. It came from the other entity that walked out of the rift, Odin the first descendant. Ro helped keep the rift stable for years, but they could not rely on him forever. So they studied it and realized the rift was a window to a totally insane world where that ogre was just the tutorial boss. They couldn't just ignore it, or more freaks would cross over. They were terrified another rift might randomly spawn in a major city. And since they couldn't trust the descendant, they searched for a safer bet, a real player who could match that exact power level. That is why they built all this to literally craft their own savior. But it had to stay low-key, and no one wants to risk their neck for something that deadly. Then they figured out the rift could send data both ways, so they used it as a server for the world's most famous game. The whole program was designed to grind out actual saviors. Roken gets annoyed, says this sounds like a hidden military draft. Mara admits that is basically spot on, but claims they had zero choice in a crisis like this. She adds the game itself is just VR, so there was no real danger to the players. Even so, Roken thinks it is totally useless if none of it works in real life. She reminds him he already knows this ain't some casual game. It syncs to each player's body and mind, so almost everything you learn there can be used in the real world. The only exception, mana-based skills, since mana is dead out here, though that could flip instantly if someone crossed into the world beyond the rift. Our boy still is not sure any of this logic tracks, and Mara admits it was originally just a theory until some absolute madman tested it. He asks what kind of bozo would do that, but then his brain buffers and he realizes, wait, the bozo is him. She confirms it with this smug little smile, and that instantly pisses him off. They have been hardcore trolling his entire life. Still laughing, she tells him to chill because he is the last person who should be mad. Then she snaps her fingers, giving the signal for hundreds of snipers to lock onto him. Yeah, things just got incredibly real. She asks how he knows their secret systems. Totally shook, Rockin reminds her this was absolutely not supposed to be an execution. She says they won't bury him, but they might just put a few extra holes in him unless he spills the truth. Who is he really, and why does he know so much? She even guesses he might be an NPC from the Rift world. Rockin still looks completely stressed, so he chooses to keep his mouth shut. Smiling Mara gives the order and a blinding flash fills the room. Boom, massive hole in the floor, and Rockin stands there trembling, just totally pale. He complains about the warning shot, and surprisingly so does Mara. She snaps at her snipers, and they immediately start pointing fingers like toddlers. Ignoring the clown show, she gets dead serious, demanding he drop his identity or the next shots won't be warnings. Sweating bullets, he clenches his fists. He really doesn't want to take the L and admit he traveled back in time after getting absolutely clapped. But something else matters way more right now. He asks what she meant about his powers working outside the rift. He desperately needs to know if Ropey and everything in Q's was actually real. She explains that is exactly why they treat him like a rift messenger. Watching him level up this fast and seeing what crazy stunt he pulled along the way. They straight up thought he was a monster, which is why they tossed him outside the rift to test their wild theories and his raw stats. The result, thanks to his contract with Rufy, he basically unlocked a cracked semi-divine mode. And even though he barely made it out alive, the flex was unreal. He snaps right back that treating him like a whole villain makes zero sense. But she shuts that down real quick. Seeing his OP stats means they need a deep dive on his background, otherwise he is a walking red flag. Taking a beat, he asks about her badge photo and why she literally broke into his crib. With all their stalking, they should have the full tea by now. He steps up to her, not even caring about the laser sights on his chest, yelling with main character energy that he is not a monster. If she is still capping, she can literally dissect him. Totally shook by how unhinged that sounds, she decides to chill, telling the squad to drop their weapons. Stepping back, she finally gives the guy some breathing room, but now he has to follow the shady girl all the way to the main Lord server. Once there, she actually says sorry for acting so toxic, hoping he gets it. Then she drops the real ask, join her crew. They need him to pick the top 10 rankers to raid the rift and delete the global threat for good. That is the ultimate endgame content, and he is the perfect carry for it. But our guy just hits her with a hard no. She totally gets that he isn't forced to play along. Logan, however, is. Then she pulls up cues on the monitors the exact kingdom he saved. He watches the people living their best lives, his eyes totally lighting up the second he spots Arma. Mariah reminds him that after messing with the rift, his casual gamer days are cooked. Then she hands over the hero insignia that literally dragged him into reality. Looking shook, Logan grabs the item while she asks a huge favor. Since he solo carried those people to safety, he needs to do it again for them and become a legit ranker. Meanwhile, cut to a rainy forest where some hooded dude is dragging a massive sword locking right onto his target. A two-headed ogre chilling among human bones. Suddenly, a random skull yeets straight into its face, making it whip around furiously toward the hooded guy. Big mad, the beast grabs its club and charges in hard, but our fighter answers with one lightning fast slash that absolutely snaps the weapon. He vaults up, literally running up the monster's body to its chest, and delivers a totally fatal strike. The ogre drops to its knees, revealing the hooded guy is actually Logan. He flashes back to how he ended up taking that ranker job. Mariah hyped up for him, even though she still gatekept him from the rift. She straight up told him that having the ranker title meant nothing if he lacked the actual stats to back it up. So the grind continues. He has to level up until his power level is actually legit, pocketing the hero insignia. Flash forward to right now, and the ogre is completely cooked as he walks toward it, ready for the endgame. Pulling back his hood, our boy shows off his fresh drip and his absolute resolve to become the #1 ranker server-wide. Right then, the ogre snaps awake for a sneak attack but gets easily parried. Logan just plants his feet like a boss and claps back with a massive slash, dropping the beast to the dirt completely helpless against his insane combo string. He jumps right into the next strike, but this boss refuses to take the L and keeps blocking, which honestly just feeds Logan's pure rage. He keeps spamming attacks until he literally chops off its arms, leaving the ogre twisting in agony, flailing wildly to shake him off, as its screams echo through the whole zone. Logan does not quit. He is locked in for the kill, watching the mob panic, screaming, and trying to land any goofy hit without its arms, until it finally manages to stomp our boy into the mud, totally raging. But wait for it, the monster's foot starts glowing bright red as energy lines spiderweb up its whole leg right before it completely detonates. Logan bursts straight out of the explosion, knocking the massive boss flat on its back once again. Then it spots him dropping from the sky with a giant energy axe, wearing the smuggest grin ever as he lands a certified critical hit. He stays standing there looking like an absolute unit, grabs his gear, and starts hunting for the next victim. Later on the central continent, Logan checks his menu screen, totally ready to speedrun the race quest because his inventory desperately needs a weapon upgrade. He remembers what happened to his trusty axe during that wild Emperor boss fight. And even though he figured farming those bloodstones would make buying a new one super easy, he is genuinely shocked to see the server so crowded. Sighing hard, he realizes it is totally his time to flex and sprints straight back to base. Digging through a dusty chest, he pulls out a quest letter he scored after wrecking some random bandits. He calculates that with the council formed and the right stats, it should easily trigger the Furious King quest, dropping a sick berserker weapon. Just hyping himself up about it felt great until he looks closer and realizes the quest actually expired. That is a massive L that just brings back all his old scrub moments. Now he literally has to grind the second village mission from scratch to secure the drop again. Big yikes at first, but then he starts seeing the upside to this side quest. A wicked grin spreads across his face, and soon he is strolling happily through the woods near the second city. Loken wonders if he is actually getting buffed. He remembers that in RPGs, the more leveled up you get, the tougher the mobs that spawn in. Battles basically feel exactly the same. The only real way to check his stat progression is to backtrack to a low-tier dungeon. He's totally hyped to test it out. The second he enters the cave, he gladly bumps into the level 100 bandit boss trying to talk trash. Loken just chills watching him charge. The dude lands a heavy sword strike, but Loken literally does not even flinch. Sitting at level 165, now our boy flexes hard, staring down the scrub with a brutal smirk. Then he strikes back, completely deleting the boss in one hit like slicing up a basic carrot. He grabs his loot and feels pretty awesome about how insanely easy that was. Though honestly, it is also kind of a snooze fest. He likes brawls that actually get his adrenaline spiking. So with zero left to accomplish here, he dips out. Back at the Tamer Council, a member named Carbon totally glazes over the bloodstone Loken brought back. He thanks him, hyping how it helps the human empire. Meanwhile, Loken loves faking that humble guy routine. And catching that the race quest has officially kicked off, he asks the boomer, not for cash, but for a one-on-one with the Emperor. The old guy refuses. No way. The top brass are sweating over something super serious, which a grinning Loken already knows is the Furious King. That totally throws Carbon off balance. But seriously, who else would volunteer to solo the whole problem? Soon, Loken pulls up to an office and slams a document right on the desk, smirking as he drops an urgent report. The little masked dude watches as the bandit boss opens a letter from the Furious King. Right then, he realizes the big bad is already rallying up his entire squad. He is extremely salty. He missed the signs earlier while they were busy grinding levels. But Loken talks him down, claiming he has a foolproof strategy. The little guy seriously doubts one single player can wipe out every bandit who already joined the king's side. Honestly, even Loken is second-guessing this, but he hatched a sneaky workaround so he would not be soloing. That brings the crew straight to the bandit mountain base. The objective is a preemptive strike to shut down the Furious King, who already stacked insane buffs by recruiting goons and griefing the local cities. To pull this off, Loken rolls up with roughly 300 human troops. We are talking 4 level 250 knights, basic grunts, and over 200 mages, all strictly under his command, meaning every single drop goes straight to his inventory. He almost pities any random player trying to crash his party. The loot pool is incredibly stacked, simply because the difficulty is off the charts, mostly thanks to the massive Tamor bandit gang. You have to clap hundreds of low-tier mobs and then square up against the Furious King's little bro, Randor, the literal final boss. The dude absorbs so much cursed energy, he basically broke the human level cap. There is zero alternative route into the Demon King's stronghold either. The game system straight up walled off every single shortcut. You have to aggro the entire bandit army and totally wipe them just to spawn the mighty Randor. Pumped full of dark buffs, he could fold most players with mere aura before they even clear the quest line. And the brutal difficulty is not just about the insane mob count. Randor's actual goal makes it way more toxic. He is not just rounding up goons or trying to camp the mountain zones. He wants to take over the entire map, rewrite the meta, and crown himself king of a brand new server. A super rare mindset for a basic mob. That hardcore ambition locked deep inside his corrupted code is exactly what makes him a major threat. And that is why the humans gave Loken full admin backing to delete this guy. Even though he totally admits that carrying out a mass sweep while babysitting NPC troops will be rough, his objective never changes. Wipe them all out. A soldier suddenly yells in pure panic. The ambush is already happening. A massive pack of giant boars comes rushing in hot, and everyone starts sweating. But Loken reminds them of the playbook. The troops scramble back into defensive formation. The mages pop their skills first, instantly calling down a massive firestorm while the backline readies their weapons. A warrior signals the drop, And then the wind mages start spreading the flames across the entire zone, absolutely roasting the mobs. Loken watches the chaos incredibly hyped to see his strategy working flawlessly. He has zero intention of throwing these units away on a single raid. He wants to turn this zone into an away-from-keyboard farming spot and grind easy EXP with auto-hunting. But that perfectly toxic little setup gets totally ruined by random players barging in and griefing the entire run. They are super annoyed the NPC soldiers are body-blocking them. And while one guy looks ready to just back out after noticing the front line, his buddy clearly does not give a damn. Cue Loken strolling up with a huge smirk, telling them attacking his squad during a sanctioned raid is a major violation, usually ending with a straight-up execution. The player tries to clap back, arguing that technically he is not even part of that world anymore. Still smiling, Loken asks if anyone else wants to debate the rules. Crickets. They absolutely book it out of there. With the trolls handled, he gets right back to farming, and he uses the firestorm to totally wipe out everything blocking his path up the mountain. And finally, he hears those sweet screams he was waiting for. I finally caught up with the bandits and soldiers. No way was I giving these guys a breather. As the fiery battle raged, this absolute giant spawned in big mad that we jumped his squad. His name was Lance, level 260. Just his sheer aura started to stress out my soldiers, but I chilled them out, told them we were not here to sweat over some wild animals. I would solo this dude myself. Then I rushed in. The bandits were shook, but Lance stayed totally locked in. He blocked me without breaking a sweat, probably thinking I was some random NPC he could fold. But then he actually felt the weight of my strike and got shoved back by my raw stats. I was done wasting time letting this guy disrespect me. I trucked Lance with a heavy shoulder charge, leaving him totally knocked out on a rock. His goons were about to jump me, but Lance woke right back up and held them off. They needed to guard his brother, who was busy training completely in secret. So he barked that he would handle me solo. I just smirked back, totally chill and confident, mostly because my fire resistance let me flex here with zero stress. Still, I had to hand it to Lance. The dude was tanking my hits off pure HP alone. Knowing a head-on brawl was totally chalked, I sidestepped his attack and backed away. Trusting my cooldowns, I fired off a blade slash that blew up the ground. Lance just roasted me, yelling that weak damage was not going to cut it. Then he whipped out a massive crossbow, blasted me back, and rushed in, landing a brutal shot to my ribs. But when the hit connected, my body literally exploded into shadows. The real me popped up right behind him, ready to wipe their whole squad, with my ultimate leaving Lance absolutely cooked. His boys watched in pure panic as I strolled closer, and they frantically spammed pings for backup. Out of options, they tried to aggro me by attacking my knights. I watched that totally massive fail, told them to quit it, and shut them down with one huge bombardment that literally vaped the bandits. The leftovers tried to run from the explosions and started dipping out, but my hyped-up knights cut off their escape, locking them inside a massive firestorm. The bandits scrambled hard toward the mountains, tossing flaming trees right at my troops to block the path. Two heavily buffed knights leaped straight ahead, smashed the timber into literal toothpicks, and bulldozed through. Then my guys screamed they were repping their country and families, hyping everyone else up that if they had people to protect, they had to keep pressing W and delete these criminals. My whole army rushed forward, totally lit, but down on the dirt, the dying Lance somehow forced himself back up furious. We thought we could crash his dream. Refusing to take the L, he charged again to hold the line. But I teleported right behind him, and with an insane hit that shook the whole zone, Lance actually managed to block. He threw a fit about getting backstabbed. I just told him a street thug had zero business crying about fair fights. Then I launched into the sky, screaming for Randor to pull up, charging my heavy bombardment skill. But at the very last frame, something caught me totally lacking. A massive crash. I caught my balance and watched Lance walk right out of the smoke. Some weird dark aura was buffing him, crafting this wild energy spear. He was raging that I dared drop his king's name. Lance lunged, and as I saw the crazy hit coming, I suddenly realized someone besides the furious king was packing corrupt power. The spear was inches from my face when everything just completely vanished inside a massive green explosion, sending me crashing hard into the dirt. I was low-key relieved I dodged that. But the actual problem was Lance was literally dripping with corruption. That broken buff was supposed to belong strictly to Randor. Still, I had to get locked in for this boss fight, realizing the script was changing way too fast, even if most of the timelines still looked basically solid. The one huge glitch was Lance running a corrupt build, which meant someone was definitely stream sniping me. Meanwhile, Lance screamed and spammed that nasty aura, forming this giant spear of pure corruption. He kept roasting the human empire like we were just mindless NPCs on a leash, claiming this cursed buff was his hard-earned loot, as he slammed his attack straight into the ground, ripping the earth apart while vowing to stall me out until his actual king finally spawned. The corrupt zone expanded fast, and as Lance kept yelling at his boys to hold their ground, everything around them just started rotting away. He was totally over getting treated like trash. My knights saw this massive enemy wave rushing in. but our absolute chads still looked at them like low-level trash mobs. Leading the squad in the Emperor's name, they pushed up to take out the garbage, and both armies finally slammed headfirst into each other. Things got totally wild. Lance and I traded blows, and I was genuinely shook by how much this guy's stats had spiked. Lance gave zero cares about my reaction bracing for my next heavy slash, which somehow just made him madder. I just laughed right in his face, sending Lance into full rage mode. He swung back so hard that dust exploded all over the battlefield. He told him he wasn't falling for that cap twice, yeeted himself right over the guy, and dropped an absolute bomb. Lance was mad, salty, dead set on stopping Rokan's glow-up. He demanded he surrender, pouring all his power into another spear attack. It looked like a clean hit, and Lance started flexing hard. Sure, he had totally cooked his enemy. Then he froze. Bro had only packed up his own guy. Rokan pulled up behind him, super hyped that his only obstacle was this clown. Lance tried to dodge, but his weapon took a massive hit, and the impact totally shattered his spear. That left him caught wide open by Rokan, who split his armor with one clean slash. Then Rokan rushed in and completely bodied him, slicing him up with hundreds of strikes. Lance actually smiled as his whole body exploded. The system did not just drop Lance's death announcement. It totally warned that Rander found out. Super triggered, he spawned in instantly. Bro showed up looking terrifying, dropping a ridiculously loud war cry. The soldiers who heard it were literally shook. Under Rokan's hyped stare, the boss king roared again. Then he started walking straight toward his enemy. He seemed totally gagged that a berserker was squaring up, and Rokan confidently backed it up. Peeking around, the king spotted his cook brother and the guys who got packed up defending his so-called noble cause. He roasted the main character, calling him a total simp for the Empire, honestly, just some new berserker. Then Rander busted out laughing, scary villain vibes that rattled everyone. Even Rokan was low-key thrown off for a sec and tried rushing in, but Rander slammed the floor once and the shockwave sent him flying. Even the beefiest knights were struggling, making them wonder if this raging king had aimbot or something. Rokan just stared in total shock as a massive flex of cursed energy exploded and a completely unhinged Randor stepped through it. Towering over everyone, he promised nobody was making it out alive. Backed by his bandit squad, he squared up against the whole army. Rander raised his weapon and literally one-tapped several soldiers in half. Rokan and even the most stacked knights could only watch like totally deer in headlights, while Rander hyped up his squad. Firing them up, he swore tonight they would finally secure the bag for all their grinding. Seeing the Emperor send his minions to jump their bros, he straight up told them to grab their weapons so those L's wouldn't be for nothing. Calling himself the mountain's final boss, he totally went sicko mode and completely shattered the ground around him. He swore that once this lobby cleared, the mountain would be his alone, and the bandits rushed in hot, hyping up their savage leader and trusting his vibes. Their insane momentum totally flatlined the knights' morale. Rander, down bad overseeing his brother's drop spear, decided that heavy debt was getting paid today. He launched skyward to wipe out a bunch of knights who were literally lagging, but right in midair, something hard blocked him. To the young knight's shock, it was our boy Rokan. He gave Rander props for the speech, then reminded him straight up that he was the actual final boss here. They broke apart and Rander looked at him like some annoying bug he needed to squash as soon as possible. But his attack whiffed completely, and that only made Rokan push forward even harder. That triggered the king, who still saw him as a total noob, deciding to stat check him right then. He started maxing out his power ward like crazy and launched a brutal double throw straight at Rokan. It blew up into a massive explosion. Out of the smoke came the MC zero damage taken, actually rating the quality of Rander's axes. Then he started trolling, saying he should have scored a decent spear for his brother too. That made Rander absolutely lose it. Seeing red, he started spamming slash after slash. Hundreds of hits that Rokan kept perfectly dodging mid-air one after another, moving at ridiculous speed like he had memorized the boss patterns. Still, he quickly realized this dude was way higher level than Lance, and one chill swipe sent him flying, proving that if he slacked off even a little, he was cooked. When he saw Rander charging full rage, Rokan dodged with a jump, but the king used that lag frame to spam the air with attacks, confident he was getting the elimination. Bro realized he might have pushed his luck too far. With zero dodge room, he popped sudden dance to parry the attacks. He dropped to the dirt body, totally shaking from the debuff. It all felt off. Back in his day, the bandits were total NPCs. Rander was the only sweaty player before, but now this angry king's cursed energy had infected his followers too. Rokan was shook at how crazy that buff had grown as the bandits rushed soldiers who were literally sweating bullets by the second. On top of that, Rander was fuming that the MC just ghosted him mid-fight. And wait for it, when the king attacked again, our guy barely scraped by. Still dizzy, he watched the king flex that Rokan could literally never win this one-on-one. He swore that as long as the promised land existed, he was never logging off. Then he rushed in again and Rokan kept dodging, super confused, remembering Lance also yapping about someone who wasn't, not Ramdor, but somebody else. That definitely gets him thinking. Is some creep watching this entire fight? He casually slips past every single strike, realizing the mission parameters just changed again. Time to pivot the game plan, even though he's genuinely rattled under the king's relentless combo attacks. Then Ramdor takes to the sky, busting out this crazy spinning technique. It whips up an energy storm that blasts straight at Rokan. But get this, our boy is completely ready. If he wants to expose who's really pulling the strings, he has to pack them all up. With one insanely clean sword swing, he stops Ramdor dead in his tracks, leaving the king super wounded and totally salty about taking a hit like that. Furious Ramdor summons a massive orb of dark energy and steps right inside, triggering an absolutely blinding flash. Out steps a fully evolved Ramdor, slipping into pure frenzy mode. He laughs like an absolute psycho, swearing to delete them all from existence. Then he lets loose a double strike that just shreds through every single thing in its path, shoving Rokan way back. He barely gets out alive, sprinting full speed through the rubble. But wait, hundreds of massive stakes start dropping from the sky. The king is literally trying to crush our hero's ego by turning him into Swiss cheese. Rokan barely manages to survive this blocking and dodging Ramdor's savage spam attacks however he can. Watching that nasty corruption make the king beefier by the second he realizes he is barely hanging on. It might seriously be time to pop Berserker mode. Ramdor just laughs even harder seeing the protagonist run out of gas. Rokan knows it too, barely tanking these hits as he realizes he made a really awful miscalculation. The troops can easily handle the corrupted bandits, but if this total maniac in front of him breaks through, he is going to slaughter hundreds of them. Finally, unable to hold the line, Rokan gets absolutely yeeted straight into a solid wall. Stumbling, he barely manages to get back on his feet. Ramdor struts over smug as hell, telling him to just give up if he wants an easy way out. Otherwise, he is mounting Rokan's head as a sick trophy. Exhausted, our guy decides it is time to wrap this up. He screams for everyone to fall back immediately. That totally stuns his loyal soldiers who have zero intention of leaving alive if their general can escape. But Rokan tells them to chill out. What he really needs is for them to bounce so they avoid the incoming crossfire. And with that out of the way, he unleashes Berserker mode. Gripping his biggest axe, he is ready to go all out. Completely shook that Rokan actually plans to fight to the death, Ramdor charges again with max power, cleaving a massive boulder clean in half. But Rokan is already standing right behind him, making the king absolutely lose his mind over the juke. And boom, huge clash. Grinning like total maniacs, the two pull apart. But check this out, Ramdor busts out his chain strike again, cluttering the sky with hundreds of flying axes. This seriously annoys the hero. Like bro is really spamming the exact same move. So Rokan counters by dropping his clones, who grab as many weapons as physically possible mid-air, hit the dirt, and rush the king at breakneck speed. Laughing like an absolute lunatic, Ramdor treats them all like fodder and charges straight in. Rokan watches carefully. As savage as he looks, every single one of the king's attacks goes straight for a one-hit kill, effortlessly ripping heads and hearts off the clones. That right there helps our hero download his entire attack pattern. This is a straight-up brawl between berserkers. He just needs to block the fatal head or heart shots and tank the rest of the damage as long as possible. He just waits for one tiny opening in this crazy clash to decapitate the king while both dudes spray blood everywhere with every single hit. Ramdor seriously cannot believe the cocky little smirk on Rokan's face, just waiting for the perfect strike. Shook to his core, the king throws absolutely everything at him, but our protagonist barely dodges out of the way. By now, Ramdor's dead eyes make it obvious he is running on pure instinct. His body is starting to completely give in to the corruption. To Rokan, that means game over. He activates Corruption Hunter, and instantly the whole zone glows blood red as he summons a ridiculously huge scythe. Zero hesitation, he goes straight for the king's neck. He tears away his weapons piece by piece, leaving the boss looking like a busted ragdoll. Rokan stands tall in victory even while the king's severed head mutters its final trash talk in total denial about losing. Then Rokan bags his loot. The corruption trial cleared, plus a sweet level up. Now he has an audience of terrified bandits who cannot even process what they just watched. Even though Rokan just sees them as basic mobs, their corruption totally vanished the second the king dropped dead. He decides to farm them for easy XP anyway, jumping straight back into the chaos for fun. Later completely wiped, he heads to camp where the troops hype him up. They are beyond stoked he is safe and actually protected them all, but our guy doesn't want the clout. He tells them to clean up the mess while he catches some sleep. He still cannot stop hyperfixating on that mysterious person they brought up earlier. He interrogates the stragglers, but honestly, nobody says a single useful thing. He figures it all just has to be tied to the main quest. That train of thought gets completely derailed when a sudden noise grabs his attention. He pulls up expecting the ops, but nah, just two kids hiding out. Then this lady comes absolutely booking it toward them, totally freaking out, and the kiddos were apparently named Nick and Lily. They bolted to hug their mom while a super confused crowd gathered up trying to spot Rokan. Later, by a cozy bonfire, the village chief hyped up our hero for absolutely wrecking the bandits who crashed their turf and took over. Those goons just kept multiplying like crazy until kicking them out became totally impossible. Then the brave knight Roken pulled up to save the day. And the chief, along with all the villagers, thanked him by offering up their crib for shelter. One knight told him to chill so the injured squad could finally catch a break. Still, Roken was totally side-eyeing this because for a town crushed by bandits, these locals looked way too happy, super organized, and glowing. Honestly wild. He figured they were locked into a secret event nobody had ever triggered before. So he stayed on high alert. Then this woman rushed over stressing that the knights were hurt. She was a literal saint. Roken thought she was super sus though. Later on, the girl explained she had dipped to check out the forest fire. And when she rolled back into town, the locals spilled that the knights clapped the bandits. Hearing that info, she started full-on sobbing with joy because she honestly thought they were totally cooked. All the villagers huddled up to comfort her. Once she stopped crying, she thanked Roken to his face. He just flexed and said he was only doing his job. The crowd then hyped her up, saying since the bad guys were history, she could patch up the soldiers. A few guys were already simping over her, and the chief promised our boy that the blonde girl's healing powers were top tier. They found that out after the bandits rolled up and started aggressively raiding every single spot they could find, completely ignoring the innocent locals who begged them to leave just enough scraps to stay alive. The kids were literally starving to death. But those thugs gave zero cares. One woman did, though. She thought this whole situation was totally messed up. The bandits roasted the blonde girl for being naive about how the real world worked. They even tried jumping her, but she clapped back by bonking them straight into next week with her staff. She decided to block them from hurting anyone else, praying everyone would just vibe and help out. So she crashed in the village and ended up catching hands in fight after fight. Still, endless waves of bandits kept spawning in, either trying to gank her face-to-face or waiting until she was offline to strike. Eventually, the locals begged her to ditch the village, which was practically speedrun to ruin, and many just wanted to dip. But the smiling saint told them to stop dooming like that because this place was their actual home. She promised she would find a way to hard counter the bandits, saying the tougher the grind got, the more they needed to squat up. That totally hyped them into changing their mindset. They built a wall and grabbed weapons to defend their block. For a bit, they actually pushed the haters back. And with the saint's powers, they also managed to clutch heal a ton of injured locals. But the vibes kept getting worse until the Imperial Knights rolled through, gave them props for holding out. They said they would rebuild the town, now asking everyone to party with them that night. Then the saint offered to heal up the knights with a super bright, warm aura.